it's impossible for them not to know the planes were coming. So even if Trump put his hand on the Bible and the Quran and the Torah, that he didn't know, he is lying. Of course, he knew they were coming. I mean, they,
100%.
yeah, they knew they were coming. They have radars in Qatar. Who are they lying
That,
to?
that That's the scary part, though, I think, is that we're in like a total economic collapse. So what happens when we actually do need to partner with other countries to be their friends, actually do have to do business deals and make deals? They're going to look at us like we're all fraudulent fucking liars. It's a terrible, massive, massive, terrible look that Israel's making America look like right now.
I'd
If Qatar's got any balls, which it obviously doesn't, they would literally remove the American air bases out of Qatar. Like, this is an attack on their country.
Sulaiman, the United States can change the monarchies in the GCC overnight. They can do that overnight. They will not dare to raise up their head. It's too late for them. Unless they want to join now the resistance and become part of the resistance, this is another story. But like you said, they don't have the balls to do it.
Yeah, I'd go a step further that I don't think you'll get an admission, but I'd speculate that Qatar knew this was coming. You're not going to get that admission, but I think I think this happened because it was meant to. I'm not expecting a retaliation. You'll have a bunch of condemnations and all sorts of stuff. But
Simon, let's say they didn't know that it's coming. What are they gonna do about it? How are they gonna stop it? They can't.
no, yeah, but yeah, I reckon that this would have been known.
The only way would be,
Yeah, but even if they knew, that just makes it worse, because what it is it just shows again how weak and cowardly you are. That you can basically have a scenario where you allow someone to bomb your sovereign nation, and you know the impact it's going to have. It's going to have an impact on your economy. It's going to have an impact on people thinking you're a safe country. It's going to have an impact on your credibility. It's going to have an impact on your tourism. It's going to have an impact on all that. And you're like, yeah, Israel, go and bomb our country. It's absolutely crazy. Like, even if they were aware, it just shows how cooked they are that they were able to agree to it.
Well,
You
yeah,
allow
unless this
you,
is a movement towards who needs to be eliminated or who's agreed to be eliminated in a move towards normalization.
brother.
I don't.
You allow the genocide to happen in Gaza. The genocide is gonna come to you. This
I
is
don't
Israel.
Right, and I don't think they want normalization in the way that we think of it, Simon. I think what they want, right, especially Netanyahu, Milikowski is his real name. What he wants especially is to extend this. I think that's why he's been targeting these peace talks as well. I think that's why the U.S., it's not just to extend it, but it's also to make it look like he's getting some W's here and there. Oh, we got this leader out here and there. We got that leader out. But I think it's mainly to extend what we're actually seeing here. Satan Yahoo Milikowski.
Mofet, they just attacked the negotiation team in Qatar. So he's basically telling the Arab world, go F yourself, you and your peace deals and your negotiations and anything. He attacked the negotiation team.
Yeah, they lined up one of their massacres with negotiations last time. Like, I can't remember which massacre it was. There's so many of them, but they timed it perfectly, and Netanyahu admitted it.
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't think this is something a negotiation is about moving towards something where no one's really happy. But if this is the price, what I'm saying is I'm not saying this is something they want. I'm saying that this is what I think it is. We're going to see more of this. You're going to see more of the axis.
Some
I
more,
think
some more
eliminated.
breaking news. Sorry, Simon, I'll give it straight back to you. Some more breaking news. The Qatari Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the state of Qatar, condemns in the strongest terms the cowardly Israeli attack that targeted residential headquarters where a number of members of the Hamas political bureau reside in the Qatari capital Doha. This criminal assault constitutes a blatant violation of all international laws and norms and a dangerous threat to the security and safety of Qataris and residents in Qatar. The ministry confirms that the security services, civil defences, and concerned authorities have immediately dealt with the incident and taken necessary measures to contain its consequences and ensure the safety of residents and surrounding areas. As the state of Qatar strongly condemns that, it affirms that it will not tolerate this reckless Israeli behaviour and continued tampering with regional security and any actions that target its security and sovereignty, and that investigations are underway at the highest levels and more details will be announced as soon as they become available. That is the statement by Qatar. Seems a bit weak in terms of this statement, but that is the statement of Qatar. I don't know who else interrupted. Was it you, Simon? Go ahead, Simon.
They won't do anything, Sulaiman, anything. They will just release the statement and it's done. By the way, just for you to know, yesterday in Hamas, the Israelis did not attack Syrian bases. This is not true. They attacked Turkish equipments in Hamas last night. Not Syrian, Turkish.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We spoke about that yesterday. It was a Turkish built military base. Raid, jump in.
Yeah, sorry, I'm with something in my mouth mid chewing, but it's fine. Well, to be honest, it is a little bit surprising in a way that I don't see any advantage for Israel, except this is, I think it's a lot to do with optics. I agree with what Brahim said. It's about optics, it's about signaling, it's about a message that says, we will do whatever we want. There's nothing you can do. Understand who's boss and understand that you're nothing. That's one. Two, yesterday we were talking about the GCC, and Simon was explaining about Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE. I will add this. These are basically, you're talking about three families. That's it. They're making them into nations and all that. It's three families that are beholden to the West financially and in sovereignty. And the one more thing that I would add, I missed the last part of their statement, Sulaiman, but I remember when Iran hit an American military base inside Qatar, Qatar's statement ended with, we reserve the right to reply. They reserved their right to reply. I don't think we heard anything like that. Now, when Israel attacked the residential area inside Qatar, because the American military base is an American in terms of
Some more
sovereignty.
breaking news. Sorry, and I want to hear this read. Just
No
2
worries.
seconds. Some more breaking news. This is allegedly reported by Israeli media. Khalid Mashal has reportedly also been killed. He was the chairman of the Hamas political bureau. A senior Hamas official told Al Jazeera the movement's negotiation team was attacked during a meeting in Doha, Qatar, while discussing the ceasefire ideas put forward by Trump. So once again, it looks like Trump's lured people in to a specific location for negotiations and then use that to kill them. And this is in Qatari for sovereign territory. This is crazy.
And if the audience doesn't know, they've done this to Ismail Haniyeh. They were in negotiations back and forth in July 2024. He was the head of the political wing for Hamas, and they take out anybody in these negotiations, and it just shows that they're not willing to actually come forth and want a deal. And their deal to them is just killing indiscriminately.
Yep. The only time you could bring Israel to come to a deal is when you bring Israel to its knees, just like what Iran did when they had Donald Trump running to make a ceasefire deal. That's the only way you could ever make these morons come to a deal, because they can't fathom that what they do to other people could happen to them one day until it actually happens. And that's what unfortunately is the case here with this terrorist entity named Israel. So
I'd say the only way to get Israel to come to a deal is for US to cut them off. That's it. It's a US deal.
yeah.
These people are negotiating with America and Trump. It's Israel sits in the middle.
Just some more breaking news. We're getting all conflicting reports from Arab sources. So Arab TV sources saying Hamas negotiation delegation survives Israeli assassination attempts in Doha. So we are hearing conflicting reports. That tweet's in the nest as well. Just to make people aware, do retweet and reshare all of these tweets that we're putting in the nest so people are aware of them. But yeah, that tweet's in the nest as well. But apparently, according to Arab TV sources, they have survived the attack on them. Let me just quickly give you a bit more news while I'm here. We've got major scenes coming out of Doha. It is being completely hit. It says okay, this is a photo of a building. Okay, we got that. Okay, this is Israel Hayom. They're saying that Israel informed the US and Qatari authorities before attacking Hamas headquarters. Yeah, so that's that. So that is something we were saying on the space, right? That this is highly possible, but it just shows how weak they are that they would allow it. But apparently, counter reports, the Qataris were aware of it as well. Sorry, back to you, whoever was speaking.
I'll just add on to what Simon and
Yeah, I'm
Moses are
done.
saying
Thanks,
about
man.
how Israel is it only understands the language of violence because they've bombed 3 countries in the past 24 hours. They've bombed Palestine, Syria, and now Qatar. In the past year, they've bombed no less than like 7 countries, like adding in like Lebanon, Iran, Iraq, Yemen. They just don't stop, and they wear that Greater Israel patch on their arms because that's their ultimate goal, and they will not stop because they're trying to steal land right now from both Lebanon and from Syria, and they'll be going back for Iran in short order. That's not over. Don't be thinking that situation's over for those who think it is. So this stuff won't stop. They'll keep bombing, all the country as well, acting like the victim, and trying to engineer, divisions, like they were engineering the division in Syria between different sections, and trying to, take advantage of it to steal more land, because they're supporting a separatist movement there. So this is just part of the, it's obviously they're trying to scupper negotiations, like you've discussed. That's definitely what's going on there. They don't want those negotiations happening. And this is the third time that they've killed negotiators. They killed the Iranian negotiators, and they killed Palestinian negotiators, and they killed the negotiators' families. So this is how Israel honors peace, and they broke the peace deal with Lebanon so many times. But it's also the Greater Israel angle as well, because they're gonna keep intimidating, terrorizing, and bombing, annexing and stealing land from their neighbors. It just won't stop.
Just
There'll
some
never
more
be peace.
breaking news. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'll give it back to you, and I
No,
just
no,
want to
I'm
welcome
finished. I'm
Myron
finished.
on as well. Some more breaking news. Or flip, what was the news? The news was that basically Trump gave the tweets in the nest. Trump gave the green light to attack Doha, Qatar. So the green light was given by Donald Trump. We said the Americans were aware of it. It's actually more further than that. It's more expansive than that. It is that the Trump gave the green light to attack Doha. Also, claims again, this is from Israeli media, saying that the entire temporary committee of the Hamas political bureau is reportedly dead as a result of the Israeli strike. That includes Khalid Mashal, Khalil Haya, Zahir Jabrin, and Mohammed Ismail Darwish. Only 2 of the 4 have been confirmed dead, which is allegedly what we mentioned out of the space, which is Khalid Mashal and Khalil Haya. But even then, when I say confirmed, it's from Israeli sources. What else we got? Yeah, that's the news coming out. Obviously, just want to welcome Myron to the stage. Myron, thanks for joining us. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? This is absolutely nuts what's going on. I don't think, I know we have a lot of educated people here that are speakers that understand the dynamic in the Middle East, but for all the listeners that are kind of coming in and not too familiar with foreign policy in the Middle East, this is a major fucking escalation, guys. This bombing has pretty much, I think, without a shadow of a doubt at this point, has shown that Israel is going to stop at nothing to destroy the axis. They're going to, basically violate sovereignty of countries that are intermediaries. They're going to kill negotiators. We've seen them do this pattern now for years. They killed Ismail Haniyeh last year. They used the negotiations to conduct Operation Rising Lion when they did the Pearl Harbor event on Iran. I think at this point they're using diplomacy to simply get their targets into a position to attack them. And these Hamas officials have been in Qatar for years, relatively safe because of the middle ground that Qatar has. So this is a huge violation of their sovereignty, and it just goes to show how reckless and cowboy the Israeli foreign policy is, where they really don't deal with any accountability for their actions because they know that the United States is always going to be able to back them. So I think this is going to be a big, wake up call and a red pill for the Arab world to understand that Israel can literally bomb you whenever they feel like, and you can't do anything about it. So I think the Gulf states are getting a huge fucking red pill right now.
Some more breaking news just on exactly what you said now. This has been reported by channel Israeli media, which says Israel and the US lured Hamas into a building for negotiations. They said, quote, according to estimates, this is a crazy exercise where Israel and the United States apparently offered a deal, prompting Hamas negotiation team to meet in Qatar, a perfect deception process. So intentionally based on negotiations, lured them in. This is why no one can trust now. From this point, like anyone trusting negotiations when it comes to the United States of America or Israel is complicit in the complicit. And also not just complicit, it shows the stupidity and the imprudence that you trust that they're gonna negotiate in good faith, but in reality they're always planning something else. You just can't trust Trump's word anymore. You can't trust Netanyahu. Obviously you couldn't trust Netanyahu anyway, but Trump is meant to be like the leader of negotiators, so you just can't trust him. But yeah, that's
Not
crazy.
not only that, man, they're gonna like. So here's the thing with like the Operation Rising Lion operation back in June, like they pretty much demonstrated that they can't be trusted. And though I don't think Iran had a nuclear weapon at that point, we could best believe that they're absolutely scrambling to make one now. And I think these bombings in Qatar have almost, it's going to probably increase their resolve to get a nuclear weapon because at this point, if you don't have a nuclear bomb, it's going to be very tough to deal with Israel, right? So I think an Iran war is inevitable. They're ramping up what's going on in Gaza right now. We already know that the goal is to get them out of there, do an ethnic cleansing. We've seen the schematics of what they plan to do with Gaza, make it a beachfront property, a Dubai part two to make a bunch of money. So they're going to stop at nothing, man, to destroy everybody. And I think, number one, all the Gulf states who have been able to enjoy relative peace due to their wealth and connections with the United States, now they should know that they're not immune from Israel's bullshit. And if Israel becomes a hegemony in the Middle East, there's going to be way more of this. This is what Israel does. If you don't get bribed by them or you don't submit to them, they're going to bomb you and change your regime. So I think this is only going to increase the resolve of
Even
the
if you
Iranians.
submit, the Syrian regime submitted to them, and they are getting bombed every day. This
Yeah. It's inevitable that they're going to continue to attack you. So I think the entire Arab world needs to wake up and realize that you really can't exercise diplomacy with people that don't really want peace, because for them it's not about peace. It's about fucking having power across the region.
Some more breaking news. The British RAF, the tweets in the nest. The British RAF Voyager refueling aircraft was circling over Qatar as Israeli jets bombarded Doha, targeting Hamas's negotiation delegation. So once again, the Brits were not just complicit; they were involved. Well, that makes them complicit as well. But what I mean is not just verbally complicit, but they were physically helping the Israelis with the bombing of Qatar, helping them
who
refuel.
Suleiman? Who?
Hey, and Philly, you want to know something funny, bro?
The
So
Brits.
check this out. Keir Starmer today publicly came out and said, "Oh, what's going on in Gaza is not a genocide." Isn't it kind of perfect timing that he would come out with that public statement as the Brits were involved in bombing Qatar? Fucking
Yeah,
nuts.
Exactly.
something else
And
interesting
remember,
there.
Keir Starmer is a Jewish Zionist as well. So, sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was just gonna say what you were gonna say there, Sully. And it's not just that, Sully, but also on top of him being a Jewish Zionist, married to a Jewish Zionist, he also used anti-Semitism as a cudgel to take down Jeremy Corbyn, even though Jeremy Corbyn was his friend and gave him position within the Labour Party. So this was a coup. This was a Zionist coup in the side of the United Kingdom, in which they replaced the leader of the party and scuppered his chance to become prime minister to make Keir Starmer and instead the leader of the party to make a Zionist leader of the UK. That's what I wanted to add.
Adam, the only time Israel cares about negotiations is when you beat them, when you kick their ass. This is the only time they go into negotiations, and they actually send the Americans usually into these negotiations.
Yeah, exactly. Iran kind of proved that because they killed the negotiators and they only stopped bombing Iran when they were losing the war and when America literally ran out of missiles interceptors to give to them. They literally ran out of defense and then created that whole act to save
Adam, even
themselves.
in the 66 days on war in Lebanon, now you will say that this guy is Lebanese and he's talking. They sent Amos Hochstein to Lebanon and they asked for it because they couldn't enter Lebanon and they were losing soldiers. So the Americans
Some more
forced
breaking
them.
news. Some more breaking news. Hamas delegation survived the Israeli attacks. This is according to Qatari outlet Al Arabi Al Jadid. So they're saying from Qatar that the Hamas leadership have survived the attacks, but we'll continue to give the information. As you're seeing, we're seeing conflicting reports from the Israeli media and the Arab media about what actually happened. But sorry, back to you, Ibrahim. Apologies.
No,
I
looking
interrupted.
at the building, they
A lot.
definitely they honestly, I don't think so.
I'm seeing a lot of Israeli accounts though celebrating and kind of saying like, "We got you, Qatar. Like, you see, we put you in your place, Qatar." So, I mean, it'll be. I mean, at this
Brother,
point, if
the Israelis, they are all the same. When they go in protest against Netanyahu, it's against Netanyahu, not against a genocide, not against expansion. It's only against Netanyahu. If it was Lapid, he would have done the same thing. There is no difference between them. They are all the same.
Yeah, I think as Myron said, I think what you were saying, Myron, I don't actually think this is escalatory. You won't get an admission from Qatar, but I'm pretty sure Qatar have signed off on this and US knew about this. I don't think it's escalatory. I think it's agreed. And I think
Just some more breaking news. This is from a report from a senior Hamas leader. Sorry, a senior Hamas leader. Sorry, the Hamas leadership delegation headed by Dr. Khalil Al Haya has survived, a leading Hamas source to Al Jazeera. So what that tweets in the net. So again, conflicting reports about what's happening with the leadership. We did hear that the Khalil Al Haya had been taken out. There is a leading Hamas source to Al Jazeera who's claiming otherwise. Sorry, Simon, go ahead.
when you look at the video too, I'm seeing some footage coming out of when they bombed the building. It's a lot of civilians around the building. I mean, Israel does not care. It doesn't even care to stop at like if civilians are in the way, they'll still blow up the whole area.
yeah, I mean, I believe you know about these things. So I'm just saying I think the strategy here is the region has agreed on who from the axes needs to go, and Israel is executing it. And I don't think these are surprise attacks. I think this is the regional agreement.
I'll tell you why I don't think it's a. So this is what I think probably happened. I think the Qataris might have got notified, like as it was happening, right? Like they got like maybe a 2 minute courtesy, because the reason why I don't think it was planned like that is because to have a foreign country bomb you is a huge slap in the face and shows a lot of weakness from a world perspective. If Qatar was involved, I'm sure they would have said, "Look, we'll let you guys assassinate these dudes, but you guys got to get some people in here and do a covert assassination. We're not going to let you bomb these fucking guys and make us look bad," because it's incredibly embarrassing to have foreign dignitaries get assassinated in your country. We saw this with Iran and with Ismail Haniyeh. It's incredibly embarrassing. So I would say if Qatar did know, they probably knew, minutes before where they couldn't actually make anything happen. And I do think that this is a huge slap in the face
It's a
for them.
massive.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that assessment completely. That's actually my view as well, Myron. Because you have to think about it logically. Like what makes your nation a nation is the fact that you're sovereign. It's the fact that you're a sovereign state. It's the fact that another foreign actor can't just bomb it. Now, with the Iran situation, it was less ominous because it was like he'd been killed. It wasn't someone bombing your country. When someone bombs your country and violates your airspace and violates your sovereignty, that is escalation to the 100th degree. And so if you're gonna allow that, that's just unbelievable. Like, it's crazy. So either it shows these people are what I said before, they're massive cooks to the United States of America, and that's really what the money was all about. That's possibility. Or it's that they were just told the last minute, or a bit of both. But it's just unbelievable. Like this, it can't be minimized. It can't be like, yeah, like Simon's argument, which is fine that, oh, it's fine to bomb our house. It's like literally Simon, you saying you can bomb my house and I'm gonna be good with it. But someone actually bombing your house shows a level of mental behavior, a level of depravity, a level of weakness, or either because you knew about it, or the fact that you're not going to do anything about it. But just imagine someone bombing your house.
Yeah, I'm definitely not saying they're fine with it. I'm just saying that you understand my greater theory that the region is
I
negotiating.
think though, Simon,
Yeah.
like even if we were to play devil's advocate, right, and we were to say like they all agreed to it on the back end, right? I think that what they did here is a terrible look. I mean, think about it, right? Let's say in the future, Qatar gets into a situation where they need to also host another event and bring some negotiators. No one's going to trust them. People would laugh at that idea. They've lost world trust with what happened today. No one will ever trust them, especially if they're targeted by like an Israel or by a Western imperial colonial agenda genocider, right? They're not going to trust them no more. So this definitely lost
Unless the whole region,
the
has agreed and they know that this is what's actually happening.
Okay, let me.
So
Can
But
I?
by the whole region,
May
let's
I?
be clear. Right? You mean more so like the Gulf states, right? Like Saudi and the UAE, and that's what you mean, right?
no, I believe the whole region. I think the whole region has converged on what is the future of this region. And you know what I believed during the 12-day war, that Iran reluctantly but pragmatically agreed to which hardliners were going to be eliminated, and I think Qatar just did the same.
Oh no, sorry. Okay, can I quickly come in, because this is what I have. This is what I have. I think. Look, if we think about it now, killing these people in Qatar, or eliminating these people, what kind of change do we see in terms of dynamic between what was between Israel and Hamas? I don't see any change in the dynamic. Actually, I see a positive point for Hamas, because these are victims now unfairly killed, and it's political credit for the rest of the world. I think, and I believe so far, that this is a slap in the face for Qatar, and I think it has to do with Syria. There are two main parties in Syria that are tugging and pulling: the Turks and the Qataris, one team, and then there is the Israelis, and then the Saudis and the UAE on one team. And I think the Turks and the Qataris are playing or punching above their weight, especially Qatar in Syria, and that's a slap in the face for Qatar. Mainly, that's the whole point of it. Not the elimination of these negotiators, because these negotiators or other negotiators doesn't change anything for Israel, doesn't make Israel's job
Some more
anything
breaking
better.
news. I'm going to give this back to Bala. So much
Yeah.
news coming out. They apparently, and this adds a little bit more to Simon's point, although the timing of this we're not sure about. 13:12 UTC, so I don't know the exact time that Qatar was hit, but apparently there was Qatari F-15s fighter jets flying over 20 minutes ago over Qatari territory in an air patrol accompanied by American and British mid-air refueling planes. So it looks like after the bombing, there was a Qatari fighter in the air. We don't, obviously, they didn't attack the Brits or the Americans. They wouldn't dare to do so. But yeah, there was a Qatari plane in the air. But sorry, back to you. What's his name again?
Right.
Rid.
Thanks, Suleiman. I think this is a game. This is dynamic between Qatar and Israel, and I think Israel had took a decision to put Qatar in its place.
For more breaking news, sorry, Israeli
Yeah.
media is given contradictory accounts. This is from Rosen, which say Khalid Mashal was not present at the meeting, but other officials were present at the place. The Zionist attack was formed with a combat formation consisting of F-16, F-15, and F-35 fighter jets. The deputy chairman of the executive committee of the Liberation Organization, Hossein al-Sheikh, says we strongly condemn the Israeli aggression that targeted the sisterly state of Qatar. This aggression continues a serious violation of international law and sovereignty of the state of Qatar and is considered a threat to security and stability in the region. The Israeli finance minister Smotrich said terrorists will not be out of reach of Israel's long arm anywhere in the world. We made the correct decision, and the Israeli army and the Shin Bet carried out with a precision strike. We also have Al Mayadeen reporting that Israel is bombing Gaza City right now as well. The occupation destroys the headquarters of the international organization HI in a bombing building in in Al Sabaha. Qatar tells Reuters the U.S. embassy in Doha issues a directive to its citizens not to go out and stay in their places. Israel's Channel 12 said the mini security cabinet was only informed of the operation against Hamas leaders in Doha and asked to keep it a secret. So that was in terms of from an Israel perspective, they were just told about it just before. There was a mini security cabinet meeting. And yeah, Channel 15, Israeli news also confirming that Hamas delegation met to discuss a new American proposal conveyed to them yesterday by the Qatari minister. The meeting was held after the return of some of the Hamas officials from Turkey, so they were definitely lured in into into the building from Turkey to then be murdered. Israel said the Israel estimates that the targets attacked were significantly damaged and possibly eliminated. A leading Hamas source told Al Jazeera, we mentioned that already, at least 4 explosions in Et Darun, southern Lebanon. So they're bombing southern Lebanon right now.
Got more news, Sully?
Yeah. Can you guys hear?
Khalil, yeah, we can.
Oh, sorry, you got some news. Go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, Khalil al-Haya, a senior member of Hamas, has been confirmed by Al Jazeera to have been assassinated. Actually, no, we got conflicting reports here. Some are saying he survived, and some are saying he died.
Just give it 2 hours, guys. You will know the
Yeah,
truth.
we'll
The
give it 2 hours.
Israelis,
Yeah.
the Israelis called this attack the Summit of Fire. They don't want negotiations. They are telling you, like, shove this negotiations. We don't want it. We want to continue.
Yeah, it looks like more people are saying he survived. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that for now.
I see all the Zionist accounts saying like Mashal and a bunch of other guys, they're all dead. Is that fake news, guys, or what?
That's what the contradictory reports are. There's some within Israeli media saying he's been killed. Couple within Israeli media saying that he hasn't been killed. Qatari media and Hamas officials to Al Jazeera saying that he hasn't been killed. So it's conflicting reports, and that's why we're giving kind of both sides of it.
Well, if Hamas is saying they weren't killed, because normally, like, well, for example, when they killed Abu Ubaidah, Hamas didn't say shit, right? So they didn't confirm or deny. But I think if they're coming out saying no, they're not dead, that might actually be true. But we'll see what happens.
Brother, they usually need to do DNA test at the beginning because, first of all, they are not underground, they are not hiding. So basically, if they were really hit by rockets, they need to do DNA test. It will need a little bit of time for it to be clear if they were assassinated or not.
No, of course, but I'm saying they're reporting it as like it's confirmed they're gone, right? But then some Israeli media saying it's confirmed they're gone, others are saying no, so that's why.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Iran
Just
has
some more
denounced the
breaking.
attack on Doha.
Sorry, say again, Adam.
Iran just announced the attack on Doha.
Like, as in they've reported it.
No, they just announced it. Like, that's just the news. They
Okay.
one of the first countries to announce it.
Okay, yeah. Another small breaking news that the American KC-46 and the British RAF KC-2 tankers were present during the Israeli attack on I accidentally wrote Iran, but I meant Qatar. The same call sign of Crusaders Lion was used. I think that's the name of the attack. Let me just edit this. But yeah, that's crap, I gotta do another phone. Yeah, but sorry, Adam, you were saying?
Yeah, no, it's just confirmed that Iran is one of the first countries now to denounce the Israeli attack on Doha. And Al Jazeera is saying that Al-Haya has survived the attack, actually. And yeah, you're right. They were gathered in one place to review peace deal. Ironically enough, they were gathered together by Trump, who apparently personally gave the order, who personally issued the green lights to strike Qatar, to review a ceasefire proposal given by himself. So, this is a trend where they propose negotiations, they keep their enemy busy diplomatically, giving them false hope, and then they strike them when they least expect it. Because this is what they
They
did to Iran.
get them to the table and then bomb the table, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But you know what? Generally, people used to trust Qatar in the past few decades. The area, the Arabs from the neighboring countries, they all felt like Qatar was like middle ground or whatever. This is probably going to have negative repercussions, so to say, probably because a lot of people, even from Palestine, move to Qatar, from Jordan, from Syria. They all go to Qatar because they're like, oh, it's a great place. They're fair or whatever. They're probably going to be thinking twice about that. So this will have very negative impact on their economy.
Yeah, Qatar is not a country you think of in terms of being bombed, is it? It's one of the richest countries on earth, and their citizens are one of the most taken care of on earth. And so people go there on holiday. People do business there. It's seen as a safe space. So I don't know what if they were aware of the attack. I don't know what could have made them convince them to allow this. I'm not sure because it's like you said, it's a big deal.
Yeah, yeah, this is exactly what I was trying to say. So in terms of between what Israel wants in Gaza, I don't think these bunch that were got killed, all due respect to them, will change anything, or were they making Israel's life hard in terms of what it wants in Gaza? Not at all, because Israel doesn't care anyway. But attacking a sovereign nation, making an enemy, potential whatever, out of Qatar, announcing to the whole world that this is what we do. We kill people when they are when we kill the negotiators. I don't see it as good in terms of Israel, Palestine, Israel, Gaza. That's why my hunch so far is that it is a slap in the face, especially made for Qatar. There is something that Qatar did in Syria, or trying to do in Syria, that pissed off the Israelis or something like that. And also the general message, I do agree with Brahim 100%. It's about telling all of us, the whole globe, we don't give a fuck about you all. We're doing what we want, and we're the boss, and we're the chosen. It just sits so well with their archetype as the way that they behave individually and collectively.
Ra'ed, do you know how I know that the Qataris knew about it? Because the air defense system were not activated before or during the attack. When Iran attacked, it was activated before and during the attack.
Just some
The
more
Qat-
breaking news. Just some more breaking news. Iran, I think, what's his name again? Adam did mention this, but just to repeat the tweets in the nest. Iran condemns attack on Qatar. They said the Zionist entity's attack on Qatar is extremely dangerous and constitutes a violation of the principles, goals, and the rules of the United Nations Charter. So they have condemned the attack.
UAE has also condemned it, saying they stand with Qatar, condemn this treacherous Israeli attack that targeted Qatar.
Do we know if it was an F-16, F-18, or drone attack?
It was an Air Force, the Israeli Air Force, and they
Yeah,
Yeah, I
apparently
mentioned it.
launched
F-16, F-15, and
F-16.
F-35.
Wow.
yeah. Apparently they launched 12 missiles.
Sheesh.
Now they condemned what? Netanyahu's not going to sleep at night, or he's going to continue his journey.
He's so scared in the bunker because they condemned.
The thing is, if the team survived, that means Israel is going to bomb Qatar again.
Yeah, I think this is a big red pill to the whole Gulf states, guys. I think this is the first time the Israelis have bombed one of these wealthy Gulf states, and I think they need to wake up and realize, look, trying to make peace with Israel, right? Trying to do diplomacy with these people. These guys don't give a fuck about diplomacy. It's either they have the hegemony, or they're going to kill you to make sure they have it. So I think Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, um, they need to really figure out here and understand how vulnerable they really are. Because if they can attack Qatar like this, there's no stopping them from any of these other countries. There really isn't.
Just
Yeah, I
on
mean
that,
Yeah,
Qatar.
just some more breaking news. This is from the Israelis. They said the operation was managed by the special operations room of the Shin Bet in the center of the country, where the intelligence directors from the Shin Bet, and the execution was carried out by the Air Force. During the attack, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Security of Shin Bet, acting head of the Shin Bet, the acting deputy head of the Shin Bet, and the head of the military intelligence division were all present in the command room. In the Shin Bet, the operation was carried out by the division for thwarting terrorism among Palestinian targets abroad, and the operation unit and the operation unit. This has been reported by Channel 13. Guys, I'm hearing reports that the space is there's some issues that it's in and out. If you can just that it's losing audios for a few seconds. If you can just in the bottom right hand side can let me know if that's the issue in the listeners. Just so we're aware of it. But yeah, there obviously will be a Zionist attack on the space. But yeah, bottom right hand side, if you can let me know if you guys can hear clearly, or if you can let me know some other way, that'd be possible. That'd be brilliant. Sorry, I don't know who I interrupted, but go ahead, jump in.
Also, if you guys could help repost the space. We're being heavily censored, heavily attacked by the fake stream media. So help us by reposting and resharing the space. because this is massive news. Israel bombing Qatar, just like Myron said, this is a Gulf state. Usually the Gulf states are all buddy-buddy with Israel. So this is massive. We're waiting to see a response here, waiting to see the news here on if these leaders were assassinated or not. So it's massive news, guys. Make sure to share the space. This is huge to start off the morning.
Brother, they are not always buddy-buddy. At one point, Saudi Arabia wanted to starve Qatar.
No, I meant with Israel.
They are all buddies with Israel, except Oman. Yeah, okay, I can agree with that.
Just another data point, like oil prices are just up slightly, no real major reaction. If this was significant escalation, there'd be way more speculation on oil prices right now, I think.
Well, yeah, because everyone knows that Qatar is not gonna. That's it. It's done. It took the slap. It's gonna sit down and ponder why it was slapped. Period. That's all they can do, and that includes Saudi Arabia. That includes the UAE. And I know Myron, like, yeah, I agree with you, but just as someone from the area, I'll tell you, they cannot. The Saudis and the UAE cannot change course. They cannot. They don't have that free will to decide suddenly, let's band together or let's change something. These, again, I'd say these are not three nations. These are three families that the colonialists put, France and Britain, and then America inherited. Period. They have no
They
free
are
will.
they are three fragile
Israeli media
states.
says operation is not over. By the way, Israeli media is reporting that this operation is not done.
Yeah,
Sky
if
News
they
is
survive, yeah.
also yeah. Okay, that's yeah. I just saw that. I was going to tweet that out in a few seconds. But Sky News also Arabia is saying that they now retract their initial claims that the entire Hamas political bureau was wiped out. They now claim the delegation has survived. So this is from Sky News Arabia.
Reuters also confirms that they have survived. Saudi now condemns the attack. Good morning. Sorry.
So the Israelis are telling the whole world, if they are not killed the first time, we will kill them the second time. When they say it's not over yet.
They've been trying to kill Mashal, for example, for like fucking 30 years. They tried to kill him in 1997 and put poison on him, and it backfired because they had to get the antidote. And the reason why it happened is because the king of Jordan at the time said, if this dude fucking dies on our soil, we are going to sever diplomacy with you guys. And this is another reason too why I don't think the Qataris allowed this to happen. Letting a foreign dignitary die in your country is a major fucking embarrassment and slap in the face. So it shows weakness. It shows that you can't protect your guests. So I just don't see a scenario where Qatar knew this was happening and would allow it. Like if Qatar was linked in, it would probably be something more like a special operation force going in and killing them with some plausible deniability versus like a full-on fucking airstrike. So dude, this is a huge red pill for the Middle East, man. The Gulf states got to wake up. We all know that they're fucking cucked anyway, and they're owned by the Israelis and the United States. But I think they need. I think this is going to be a wake up call that nobody is safe in that fucking region with the Israelis, man. Nobody's safe, and it's very clear that the Israelis are going to do whatever they need to do to continue this conflict and dismantle everybody, because they got Iran in their sights.
Some more breaking news. This is a statement from Qatar's spokesperson. He says the state of Qatar strongly condemns the cowardly Israeli attack that targeted. This is spokesperson for one of the ministers. Targeting residential housing. Okay, the state of Qatar strongly condemns the cowardly Israeli attack that targeted residential building housing several members of the political bureau of Hamas in the Qatari capital Doha. The criminal assault constitutes a blatant violation of all international laws and norms and poses a serious threat to the security and safety of Qataris and the residents in Qatar. The ministry affirms that the security forces, civil defences, and relevant authorities immediately began addressing the incident and taking necessary measures to contain its repercussions and ensure the safety of the residents and its surrounding areas. While the state of Qatar strongly condemns this assault, it confirms that it will not tolerate this reckless Israeli behavior and the ongoing disruption of regional security, nor any act that targets its security and sovereignty. Investigations are underway at the highest level, and further details will be announced as soon as they are available. This is from the Qatari. Sorry, I don't know whoever interpreted. Actually, I didn't. Go ahead, Christopher. Thanks for joining us. What's your thoughts?
Thank you very much for having me. Of course, I was on another space, but I emphasize that I have been to the political bureau's office of Hamas in Qatar, in Doha. I set up an interview and I interviewed them last summer and helped set up the interview for Jackson, who went after me. And of course, this facility, this building, which was diplomatic headquarters, but also residential, it served two purposes. Is in a highly residential area. It's a high concentration of housing, and there's also other diplomatic buildings, including consulates and embassies. In this particular area of Doha, this is a tremendous escalation. It's a violation of the sovereignty of Qatar, and it shows the flagrant disregard that the Zionist regime has for diplomacy. We knew this already, but now at least it's open for everyone to see that there is no diplomatic solution that the Zionists want, except for the total capitulation and the genocide of the Palestinian people. They want to take all the land, and they want nothing to do with them. And I think that all the pretenses that we've seen, and this was made clear to me when I was in Doha. I sat with Dr. Bassem Naim and Osama Hamdan for what should have been a 1 hour interview was a 3 hour interview, and 1 hour on record, 2 hours off record. And they explained to me that, look, they showed me all the paperwork, all the documents, all the files, going back and forth and saying, look, we agreed with the Israelis in the spring of 2024 to a comprehensive ceasefire, an exchange of all of the hostages for some thousands of Palestinian hostages in Israeli dungeons, and a full withdrawal. And what ended up happening was subterfuge, and covert this and attack here, and trying to destabilize the agreement there. And eventually the red lines kept getting pushed and pushed and pushed. And Israel said they weren't going to leave, for example, the Philadelphia corridor. They're not going to leave this area. They're not going to leave that area. And basically the Hamas officials I spoke to said, we tried all diplomatic routes. We consistently said we will agree to this, we will abide by it, and that's it. And the Israelis push back every time. So that's really what the important takeaway from today is, that the Zionist regime is not at all committed to any negotiated settlement. They're in fact ramping up. We just had word over the past few days of destroying all of the towers in Gaza, of leveling the whole thing. We have Israeli officials on the record saying that they're going to level the whole Gaza Strip at this point. So I think that what's important to understand here is that if Israel did this alone is one thing, but if, for example,
Just
the
some more,
US,
just
if
some more breaking news. Sorry,
of
Christopher.
course,
Normally, like if there's breaking news, we'll just jump straight in and then we'll give it straight back to you. The tweet is in the nest. Israel said the operation against Qatar is not over, which lends to the fact that they likely failed in their attempt to kill the leadership of Hamas. We also have this statement that came out from Netanyahu's press office. He says today's actions against the top terrorist chieftain of Hamas was wholly independent Israeli operation. Israel initiated it, Israel conducted it, and Israel takes full responsibility. So Israel is saying they conducted the attack on their own. We also have Israel today. Okay, what's this? Okay, the Israeli army has not yet confirmed the results of the attack in Doha, and then we mentioned earlier the UAE also condemns the Israeli attack on Doha as well. So sorry, back to you,
Chris, I had a
Christopher.
quick question for you, bro,
no,
if you don't
I
mind.
have I have breaking news if you don't mind, guys. I got confirmation that the son of Khalil Al Hayya and Dr. Jihad Labad were martyred in the strike.
I got a question for Chris. Hey, Chris, since you're in a unique position where you've actually spoken to these people, and a lot of us are out in the West, and we don't necessarily get that type of media. From my research and what I've looked at, it seems, and I think the deal that you're talking about is that comprehensive three-step plan that Trump kind of got into play before he took office, right? And obviously, we only made it to phase one, and then Israel started to kind of backtrack on it. From what I understand, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong here, the holdup is not necessarily Hamas, but rather it's more of the Israelis, because Hamas wants a permanent ceasefire and leaving the strip, and that seems to be the hang-up detail, versus Israel wants all the hostages back without having to leave the strip. Is that the big hang-up you would say here?
absolutely. Listen, under
Okay.
the Biden administration, so this comprehensive ceasefire
And
plan.
Chris, real quick, before you explain this, the
Yeah,
reason why I asked this is because Western media, it's amazing to me how no one in Western media talks about how the Israelis, they have a deal in front of them to stop the ceasefire and get the hostages back, but they have to leave the strip and they refuse to do it. It's not covered in Western media at all. That's why I wanted to ask you
no,
that.
no, no.
Myron, in the last deal, in the last 3 weeks ago, the Americans got a paper to Hamas. Hamas did not change one letter. They accepted everything. The Israelis, again, like the previous speaker was saying, they started coming up with excuses again.
Yeah, and the crazy part is, guys, is like
It,
they don't report this in Western media. That's why it's good to have people from the Middle East here. But go ahead, Chris, take it.
No, my pleasure. Listen, of course, as an Iranian American, it's always very frustrating to listen to Western media because they don't talk to the officials that are necessary. They'll go and do one interview in a year with some Iranian official and then say, breaking news. We talked with whoever it was, Rouhani, we talked with this one, we talked with that one, and that's all we get from them. So one of the main things that I felt was important was to go and speak with the Hamas officials in their office where they're doing the diplomacy. And I have the interview. I just put it up on my page. I put it up as the top tweet, so you can at least see what the interview was like. But I have the text also in there, and a lot of the back and forth of what was going on. What Ibrahim was saying was absolutely correct. At the time, under the Biden administration, the Hamas had agreed with Israeli negotiators and through the mediators for everything. They agreed to every single step, and everything was fully codified in that. When the Israeli negotiators through the mediators went back to the Israeli cabinet, what ended up happening was the far right coalition started to throw hand grenades in there and said, no, we're not going to agree to this. We're not going to agree to that. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. And there was subterfuge. And eventually, Hamas got angry with the mediators and said, we cannot have negotiations if it's not in good faith. They went back and forth for months, and the mediators would not hold Israeli negotiators' feet to the fire to uphold their side of the bargain. And what ended up happening was a lot of political pressure from within Israeli political establishment, especially the far right coalition members of Netanyahu's government, to basically not agree to this because the continuation of the war, the other objectives that they have for the greater Israel, also for Netanyahu's legal case. There are so many considerations at this point for
So, Chris,
why
would you say,
this.
just to keep it simple for the audience here, the Western audience, would you say the main hangup is that Hamas wants them to leave the Strip and Israel doesn't want to do that?
Absolutely. Hamas says, listen,
Okay,
leave the
that's the
strip,
linchpin.
leave the strip. That's it. Leave the strip, and even Hamas said, we don't even necessarily want to be in power. We're willing. And they said
I
in
heard
Beijing,
that too.
we're willing to give up the power, but you have to leave the strip and you have to give it all back to us, to
Dude,
Palestinians, that is,
you know what's
not to
crazy?
Hamas, to
That's what I heard
Palestinians.
as well, that they were willing to give up power. They were willing to completely surrender with all their stuff and give the hostages back, but just in exchange for a permanent ceasefire, and they leave the Strip, and the Israelis refused. And it's amazing to me because I had to look to like what Arab media to find that piece of information that Hamas was willing to leave the leadership role. Like Western media is not reporting on any of this stuff, dude.
No, not only that, Western media says that all of these Hamas officials are living the life of luxury in Qatar. I went to their facility. It was the most basic thing you can imagine. It was a classic, like when I go visit a family in the region, a very open space, some side couches. Everybody takes off the shoe. We go in there. They bring some incense, some dates, and with some tea. That was it. It was nothing,
Actually, the most accurate updates on the Hamas negotiations have come from the Western outlet Drop Sites News, and Scahill and his team have had blow by blow, day by day updates from the Hamas political bureau themselves on the negotiations, and they've followed it minutely, in fact, and they have reported on all of the ongoing assessments. Just, I want to agree actually with Myron about one point. There's no way that Qatar would have sanctioned or endorsed this. As a reminder, the Hamas Political Bureau were there at the US's request and have been there for years in order to enable negotiations. The same with the Taliban presence there for years. It was at the US's political request. And obviously, the military bureau is in Egypt. So this attack did not happen with the Gulf say so or know how. The precedents for it, there are some, right? There was the attack against Mabhouh, in 2010, and that was in Dubai. And at the time, it was a very different UAE because Dubai had sovereignty. So its police chief, went balls to the wall and like literally went ballistic over the Israeli attack because it was an Israeli attack. They used dual national passports to carry out the attack. They used European passports, but they were dual Israelis, as the Dubai police chief explained at the time. Now, this will have domestic implications because the one thing that the Gulf don't like, regardless of varying degrees of cooperation with Israel, and it's not true that it's uniform at all. It's not just Kuwait and Oman that are exceptions to this. It is the fact that this attack on homegrown soil, and remember, the political bureau was there at
Just
the
some more
US's
breaking news,
request.
Habiba. I'll give it straight back to you.
Go ahead.
Just 2 seconds. The son, as Ibrahim said, the son of leader Khalil al-Haya and his office directors were killed in the Israeli bombing of Hamas headquarters in Doha. That's from Quds Network. So his son was killed. Sorry, back to you, Habiba.
Yeah, it's absolutely untrue that either Turkey or Qatar would have sanctioned or condoned. They would never have approved of this attack. You've got to remember that political bureau members of Hamas have come and gone within Qatar and between Qatar and Turkey for years and years and have been in complete safety. The only time, obviously, they were exposed was, when they visited Iran and we saw the assassination there. And obviously, OPSEC in Iran was useless. So Turkey and Qatar will be on high alert, as will the Gulf, because this is not something that they will ever approve on. An attack on their home ground within the Khalij itself, within the Gulf itself, is outrageous for Gulf stability and security. It's not something that they will condone, attack, or be complicit in. Now, the one
Just some
thing
more
I'm not
breaking
clear
news,
on,
and I'll
go
give it
ahead.
back to you, Habiba. And by the way, I've got a question for you once you've explained your point. But
Yeah, go ahead.
Qatar has a bit breaking news. Qatar has chosen to suspend its mediation efforts until further notice. That tweets in the nest, but the Qatar has chosen to suspend its mediation efforts until further notice. Back to you, Habiba.
Yeah, and one thing the audience has to remember is that Qatar itself, and I've not been fans of them because I grew up with some of their the family members. But one thing you've got to know is that Israel, for the past over a year, you've got characters that are funded by the Israelis, and all of the Hasbro outlets across the US have attacked Qatar continually for being lobbyists and terrorists and Muslim Brotherhood supporters and this and that and the other. So they've been undergoing not only a soft power attack through media channels, through Hasbro outlets for over a year, through characters like Laura Loomer, who have attacked anyone associated with Qatar. And they've also conducted, obviously, this isn't the first kinetic attack on Qatari soil that they've carried out. So again, there is a precedent. It's not something that the Gulf are okay with, or that they're complicit in, or that they would sanction. And
So
these officers
on
were
that,
there
just
at
on that,
US's request.
Habiba, how
Yeah.
do you think, based on your opinion, how do you think they'll respond then? Their sovereign state has been attacked.
So yeah, it's a much bigger. It's not just, oh, it's Hamas, we don't care about them. It's an attack on Qatari sovereign soil, and so it's not just the Gulf that would be concerned about this. It's Turkey because they arrived from Turkey. So it's a huge issue domestically. And as I said,
No,
2020
no,
was a very
I get
different,
that. I
right?
get it's a huge. I agree, it's a huge issue. Even if
They'll be
they,
pissed. They'll be
no,
pissed
no,
and
no.
angry.
Okay, but you
Yeah.
saying that they're just going to be angry? They're not going to do anything. Are they going to do anything about it?
I think, well, again, it's the history of it. Qatar, its negotiating team learnt Hebrew probably 2 decades ago, right? Specifically for the goal of mediation. When they've said that they want to withdraw from mediation, you have to look at figures like Nawaf al-Thani. Again, he's on Twitter, very active. These people, when they say they will withdraw from negotiations, it's for their own benefit as well, their own security, because they're afraid for their own political security. Because you've got to remember, in I think it was last January or this January, when Netanyahu
No,
sent
but you're not
out,
answering the question, Bieber. It's I'm saying
they're under
specifically,
They
like,
attack as
can't
well.
do anything.
No,
Yeah,
they're
they
under
won't do
attack as
anything.
well.
are
So
they
let me.
gonna?
The
What I
planes
want to
took
remind you
off
of.
from Qatar's airbase. They can't do anything,
So I
dude.
want to remind you of something quickly, Suleiman. Do you remember when Netanyahu, through a proxy, released a compromat video of the Emir of Qatar? Do you remember? Like the prince, he basically was naked in a video, and Israelis threatened to release it. Netanyahu did, and then he did, and it created a massive diplomatic storm. I think it was last January, and that's one of the tools in their arsenal. It's compromat, it's attacks, it's kinetic activity.
Okay,
Qatar
just
is
some more breaking
essentially under
news. One
attack.
second, Abby. Just some more
What
breaking news,
are
and I'll give
you
it straight
even
back.
talking about?
One second, guys.
Like,
Just
if
some
you
more
don't
breaking
know the
news.
news, I feel sorry for you. I'm just not my
1
problem.
second, girls. 1 second. Kuwait official statement say we condemn the brutal aggression that the state of Qatar was subjected to by the Israeli forces. A Hamas movement source to TRT Arabic have also said the Hamas delegation survived the Israeli aggression with some injuries. There's also reports that there are a number of people dead in the surrounding areas of the bombing in Doha, including foreign workers and Filipinos. We mentioned that Dr. Khalil's son, Hamam Khalil Al Haya, has been killed, and the director of Khalil Al Haya's office, Jihad Labad, has been killed.
Lahbab.
Yeah, Labab. Labad. This says yeah. So
Hey, Suleiman, can I
Iraq
clarify
Ministry of
something?
Foreign Affairs says we
Oh,
condemn the Israeli entity's aggression targeting Hamas's leaders in the Qatari capital of Doha. So Iraq, I mean, that's the Iraqi ones. Let me just see quickly. Okay, Jordan. I'll mention that in a second. Okay. Whoever's speaking,
I
go
was
ahead, jump
gonna
in.
just real quick clarify something, Habiba. When I said that Western media isn't covering the details of the ceasefire, I was talking about mainstream media, Fox, MSNBC, CNN, etc. Obviously, the alternative media that you mentioned, they're gonna bring this stuff up, but I think it's a big deal because whenever I watch mainstream media in America, it's like they're retarded when it comes to Middle Eastern foreign policy. Like they say stupid shit like, "Oh, Israel is." Totally destroying Iran, and Iran's not doing any damage. But we know on this side of the space that the hypersonic missiles were absolutely fucking up Tel Aviv. It's just that there was mass censorship, and none of the mainstream media outlets in the West were covering it. That's what
Yeah,
I
you're
meant.
absolutely right. You've
It's
got
not
people like Scott
stupidity, just to
Jennings.
say.
Yeah,
It's
you're absolutely
deliberate.
right. The people who
Alternative
are
media is cool,
paid
but I
on
meant
CNN and
mainstream.
Fox by Israel, yeah, the people who are paid by Israel on Fox and CNN, the mainstream channels. You're absolutely right. Like Scott Jennings, who just did a Hasbro tour and will be on CNN as the talking face of all of this. They're paid by Israel and they're on American mainstream channels. You're absolutely right. But again, the most accurate reporting on this, on the deal, has been from drop site. They've been down
Just
to
some
the
more breaking,
completely
just more
accurate.
breaking, just more breaking news. Jordan Foreign Minister has just also made a statement, which is here we go. Jordan Foreign Minister says the Israeli aggression is a blatant violation of international law and a serious threat to the security of the brotherly Qatari people and the residents of Qatar. So that's a statement by Jordan. Let's bring Simon in. Simon, you had your hand up for a while. Go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so like, look, we're analyzing on the fly, but obviously you're never going to get a public admission that Qatar would have sanctioned it. The optics will be that it hasn't. But one thing that has come from this, if the result is that Hamas or various leadership haven't been killed, but they have destroyed the construct of the office that US agreed to and the political arm of Hamas that was sheltered via Qatar. Then now Qatar has been taken out of the equation of having to do any of the sheltering. And so the fact that the construct of the office and is now destroyed, and maybe, I mean, we're finding out in real time who's dead, who's alive. But I think one way of looking at that now, here's how I'd analyze it. If Qatar does not respond, then I think they weren't in on it, because clearly response is massive escalation. But if Qatar does respond very theatrically and it's very token, then obviously they've got to protect the optics of how it looks. And so I'd expect that they would have agreed to this and will probably be some kind of optical retaliation. And I think the mission was to agree to take out the office to shelter Qatar from having to be engaged in the mediation and host Hamas, because eventually Hamas are either going to be integrated into the post solution or the ones that wouldn't would be eliminated. That's how I'd read it right now.
Respond,
Simon, with due respect,
respond,
as a
respond
Gulf
with what?
expert, my domain
Respond with
expertise is
what,
in the Gulf,
Simon?
and there's
Honestly,
no way that Qatar would have sanctioned this or agreed to it in any way, shape, or form. They would
The
never have
planes
agreed
took
to it.
off
Okay,
from
we
their
got
air
that. We
base,
got that,
dude.
Habiba. Are you sponsored by Qatar? Can you chill,
I'd
please?
I
like,
guess no
I just say
UAE.
one thing
as I've said
on
again,
The
I'm not on the
planes
side
took
of
one
off
thing.
from
One
Qatar.
their
second,
air
I've said
base
guys,
this.
with no
guys,
air
guys.
defense
I don't.
activation. Of course they knew about it.
So
So first
if
of
they knew
all,
about
there's
it,
no,
if they
they
one
don't have
Habiba, let me say
One
open
something
second,
for
against
you.
guys.
Israel.
Can we just have one person at a time? It's fine for
Le-
someone to have a different opinion. Like, I listen. She's got a different opinion. Let's not get
No, I'm
into
gonna give
personal
her a
attacks.
point on her side. I'm gonna give her a
Yeah.
point on her side.
No, no, but I'm fine. I'm saying just like
Yeah.
go ahead, give your opinions, but like I want people to have a diverse amount of opinions so they can see all different perspectives and then they can make their own kind of position on it. Simon's got his own position. Maran's got his own. Didi's got her own. Christopher, myself, we've all Habiba. We've all got our own opinions. So I think it just gives the audience opportunity to just hear a few different perspectives. It's not like an echo chamber. So go ahead, Adam.
No, absolutely, I agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. So I'll just say, to the point that maybe they didn't know about it. If the team survives, and that would mean the information Israel had was bad, which would mean it didn't come from Qatar. But obviously, we're spitballing, like Simon said. That's it.
Adam,
And
my
guys,
friend,
if anybody, if there is a super chat in the nest, if you, we've got so many people requesting to jump on the space. If you're not getting an opportunity, you want to give your thoughts, you can do so via the super chat in the nest or provide support to the space. So do check that out. That tweet's in the nest. Sorry,
Sulaiman, just
Ibrahim, go ahead.
one sentence. Look, people can lie in politics, but they cannot lie in military. Why weren't the air defense system activated? There is air defense system all over Qatar. Why weren't they activated? Like, but
Do you
do
know how
not
they
come.
carried out the attack?
To be
Because I'm
honest
not
with
clear on
you,
that.
to be honest with you, I'm talking not to you personally, to everyone here. Like, don't come and try to minimize things and mess with our head and to say that Qatar didn't know. They knew the radars caught them. It's impossible for the radars not to catch. Impossible. No way. Why weren't the air defense system activated?
Well, it's a good question, but if you don't have an answer to it, you yourself are speculating. So what I would say is I know from experience that Qatar would not have sanctioned this attack on their mediation offices and on people under their control. And this is decades that they've hosted Hamas without flaw. And the only time again that they
Then
were
tell
at
me,
risk was when
then
they
tell
went
me
to
why
Iran,
the air
was
defense
when he
system were
went
not activated.
was
Why
when he went to Iran. Because you're
the attack
completely sure that that's how the attacks were perpetrated, right?
So Habiba, if you answer Habiba, just from a speculative perspective,
I am not sure because I don't know the military optics of how the attack was perpetrated, and neither
But
does
you're
he.
sure they didn't sanction it. Got it.
No,
Yes,
the
because
Israelis.
I
No,
know
no, no.
how
The
Okay,
I know
Israelis
got
said
it.
it.
exactly. Yes.
No, the
One
Israelis
thing I
said
will
it.
say is if you look at the US
Habiba,
embassy in
Israel
Qatar,
said it.
if you
Israel
okay,
said
can I
it.
just
Listen,
talk for a
listen.
second?
No, no,
Can I talk for a
listen.
second?
We've been
If you
listening
look
to
at
you
the
for too
US
long. Listen,
embassy in
Habiba.
Qatar,
Israel said F-15, F-16, and F-35. Let's say the radars did not catch the F-35. I'm with you, okay? The F-15 and the F-16, the radars 100 trillion% they will catch it. Why did not they activate the air defense system?
so is Israel able to deactivate air systems? Possibly. Now, what I would ask you is to
No.
think
What are you
it
even
is
saying? No.
absolute conspiracy theory and far-fetched. It's batshit crazy to think Qatar would
You'd
have
rather go
sanctioned
with the
this.
conspiracy theory and your
Batshit
feelings.
crazy to
I
think
don't.
that Qatar would have sanctioned this. If you
Habiba,
know anything about Qatar, there's no way
it's
they would have
not a
sanctioned this.
conspiracy theory. We're all analyzing on the
No, it
fly, and
is.
you're saying you're certain, which is
It's
stupid. You
absolutely
can't
a
be
I
certain.
conspiracy
don't.
theory to
I
say
don't
yeah,
that
think
okay,
that.
Qatar
look,
and the Gulf
listen,
would be in on it.
one second, I'm just moving on. Habiba, it's not a conspiracy theory. People are given different perspectives. Your one could argue your one's a conspiracy theory and you're trying to speculate that it was hacking that took the systems down. You can
No, I'm
argue
not.
there.
I'm just
No,
saying
I'm
they don't
saying,
have an answer to how it was
yeah,
perpetrated.
that's fine, but you can't call someone a conspiracy. Everyone's given their analysis based on the situation at hand. You disagree with it. That's why I let you give your opinion. Others disagree with you. They've given your perspective. The audience
That's
can
fine.
see
Yeah.
whose argument was weak or strong. I think everyone provided their basis, but I'd never like to just this whole idea what used to work 10 years ago where you just call anyone who disagrees with you a conspiracy theorist no longer works anymore anyway. If anything, people think that probably
Suleiman,
that
the
argument's probably
Israelis.
stronger. Scott Ibrahim, would you have breaking news?
No, just for you. The Israelis are starting to release videos and photos from the operation room that did the operation. You can look at it on Al Mayadeen. There are some pictures if you want.
I
Yeah,
wanted to add
appreciate
something
it.
real quick.
Good, Myron.
I think it's important that people understand that Israel's very good at getting foreign assets into countries to sabotage air defense. Prior to an airstrike, they did this with Operation Rising Lion, where they literally snuck into Iran months before, built drones in country, and then used them to destroy air defenses, which kind of had Iran scrambling to be able to defend themselves. So it is possible. I wouldn't put it past them to do something preemptively to either weaken, jam the radar, or whatever, so they can do this airstrike. Because I kind of agree more with Habiba that I just see it really difficult for Qatar to be on board for this because not from the perspective that it's not possible, rather it's from a pride perspective. The Arabs are very proud, and for you to lose someone in your country when you're supposed to be protecting them, it's incredibly embarrassing. And I don't think they would kind of allow that to happen from an ego perspective. But I think assets, Mossad, intelligence operatives going into Qatar and jamming the radars or finding some way to stop the air defense is totally feasible. That's what they did with Operation Rising Lions.
Appreciate that. I want to just bring in Casey into the conversation. Casey, thanks for joining us. What's your thoughts on this? It does seem like the Americans were aware of it. Apparently, weeks, according to some reports, a week earlier, at least, or a significant time earlier. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you, Suleiman, for revving up the space. I want to say good morning to everybody on the space. Everybody, please retweet, repost the space for sure, because this is where the information is coming through. Secondly, of course, the Americans were aware of it. When are they not aware of it? They're never going to fight back. I mean, Trump gave the green light. When you hear that, it's like, it's just, what was he going to give the red light? He wasn't going to stop any of this. It is sick. We had a rogue Jewish state in this world that has weapons of mass destruction. weapon, and they are allowed to use it whenever they want to, however they want to, without any question. If they think Hamas is somewhere, they will bomb it. Obviously, they, got their target, but somebody who, I don't know who said that the operation isn't done. What operation? So what else are they going to do in Qatar? 100%, I do believe, I won't say 100%, but I do believe that Qatar knew about this and allowed it to happen. This is the thing. I hear what people saying about egos. It doesn't matter. Like, these people are owned by Israel, they're owned by America, and they just have to say yes to whatever's given to them, and that's just simply a fact. So we have to take, emotions out of it. Facts don't care about your feelings. This is a fact. They are owned, and so I would believe that they knew that this was coming. And I'm just here to keep getting the breaking news. So everybody keep reposting the space, and I'm just here getting more information. But none of this shocks me at all. We're just going to keep seeing more and more of this. These people have been talking about going back in Iran before the year is out. They're causing problems everywhere. I mean, we see Palestine, we see Lebanon, and now look what happens today here in Qatar. So thank you for the space again, everybody. Repost the space.
Just some more breaking news. This is from the Saudis, which is the Saudi Crown Prince MBS affirms the kingdom's readiness to deploy all capabilities to support Qatar after Israeli attacks on Doha. We also have some more breaking news coming through. Sorry, from my other. Let me just get the other phone out. Okay. We mentioned this earlier, but the Qatari Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemns the attack that the state of Qatar was exposed to. We mentioned about the UAE. Abdullah bin Zayed condemns in the strongest term the Israeli attack. The Secretary General of the United Nations says we condemn the blatant violation of sovereignty of the state of Qatar. The Israeli strikes in Doha are a blatant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and the unity of its territory. The Iraqi Ministry of Foreign Affairs says the Zionist entity's attack on Hamas leaders in the Qatari capital Doha is a cowardly act that represents a blatant violation of the sovereignty and territory of the state of Qatar. This attack comes in the context of the continued policy of systematic killing and displacement pursued by the occupation entity against the Palestinian people. The attack exposes regional and international security and peace to the further tensions and escalation. Iraq reiterates its firm stance in standing with the government and people of sisterly Qatar and is full support in the face of any attacks that violate its sovereignty or threaten its national security. Yemen chairman of the Supreme Political Council in Yemen, Mahdi al-Mashar, says we condemn and denounce the Israeli aggression on the headquarters of the Palestinian negotiation delegation in the Qatari capital of Doha. And Mohammed Mujadala said into Channel 12 Israeli News, Netanyahu prohibits government ministers from conducting media interviews. The Hamas movement leader Hisham Qasim says injuries among the movement leaders after his headquarters in Doha was targeted. The damage assessment process is still going. So essentially, just to recap, it does seem like the Hamas leadership, there was some injuries. There was but it looks like they were wrong about saying that the leadership was taken out or a large number of the leadership was taken out. It seems like obviously some people were killed, including his son, but in terms of the leadership being taken out, it seems like that has now been demonstrated to be false. The Israelis have said that the operation is not over. Where do they stand now? They've basically killed. They've violated. They violated Qatari sovereignty. They violated Qatari territory. They failed in their mission to take out the Hamas leadership. They're saying the operation continues. This puts Hamas. Let's take both sides of the opinion, whether they knew or not. Irrespective of what the position is, this puts the Qataris in a very complex situation because now they can't play. Even if they were involved, they can't play dumb. And even if they weren't involved, now they need to have the capabilities to stop or rebut any kind of attack by the Israelis. Irrespective of the situation, the Israelis failed. This has made Qatar look weak. Qatar needs to respond, and they basically cannot allow another attack on their sovereign soil again. So this is a complex situation for Qatar now. They've put themselves in a very, very difficult situation. Let's go to
Sulaiman, before you go, just one thing. Remember when I told you they didn't use the Samson option and there is no for prisoners of war? Same source right now, and this is my source. You can take it and you can leave it. Qatar
some more
knew
break. Oh, go ahead.
and
Sorry.
Qatar knew and Turkey knew as well.
Okay. And the important question now in the Gulf, so this is according to Channel 12. What was it again? Will the UAE and Bahrain cut off relations with Israel and cancel the peace agreements after violating the sovereignty of a member state of the Gulf Cooperation Council? So that's going to put them in a sticky situation. Axios, who is Israeli media essentially, even though it's American, said that a US official confirms that the Trump administration was directly informed shortly before the Israeli attack on Qatar. So other reports were saying weeks before or a lot earlier. This is saying shortly before. This adds to Myron's point that possibly he believes that maybe the Qataris and US were literally maybe told minutes before the attack. So I mean, with the Americans, it does seem to be the case. Myron, do you want to add anything to that? Because that kind of lends a little bit to your argument.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think just from the Qatar standpoint, this would be incredibly embarrassing to them. So it's not necessarily that I, think the Qataris are in bed with the Israelis. Rather, I think the Qataris don't want to be embarrassed in their own country by losing a foreign dignitary. And then as far as the United States goes, I think at this point, man, anything that Netanyahu asked Trump for, he's pretty much going to get. I wouldn't be surprised if Israel hasn't been planning this for weeks. Trump did give them that warning. Hey, you better make a deal or something's going to happen. This is literally identical to what he did with Iran. Hey, deadline's here. Deadline passes. Next thing you know, they're getting bombed. So, I wouldn't be surprised if the Israelis and the U.S. coordinated for some period of time. And if the Qataris knew, it was probably right before, because I just don't see a situation where they allowed this to happen because it's just so embarrassing. But I'm open to hearing other perspectives too.
I
They
just want
said,
to. I
did
just
you
want to.
just
I
say,
just.
Suleiman, did you just say that the Americans knew minutes before it happened?
This is
Did you just,
according to 1 second. Let me just get the report. Where did I get it
brother,
from?
do you know what is Al Udaid
Oh, this is
base?
from Axios. So this is from Axios. Remember,
Do you,
Axios is like Israeli, even though it's like American media, we know it's Israeli-run media within the United States of America. So I mentioned it was Axios who said it. They said a U.S. official confirms that the Trump administration was directly informed shortly before the Israeli attack on Qatar. Obviously, I said minutes, but it means shortly before.
brother, do you know what is Al Udaid base? Al Udaid base, it means when Netanyahu enters the toilet, they will know in Al Udaid base that Netanyahu entered the toilet. So basically, once the jets took off, they knew in Qatar.
In terms of America knowing, yeah, I think they would have known before that. I'm just reporting the news in terms of what Axios
Also,
saying. Of
real
course,
quick, when it comes to the
American
radars,
jets and British jets were in the air, so of course they knew. Sorry,
no, I
Myron,
was
go ahead.
gonna say, I think it's really important for the audience also to know that, what Israel does, and they did this with Operation Rising Lion. Sometimes they don't even go into the airspace because their missiles are so sophisticated. They shoot the missiles from very far out, and those missiles are still able to hit where they need to hit without them even hitting their airspace. So I do think there was potentially a possibility where they didn't even need to get into Qatari airspace to be able to do these strikes.
Just some more breaking news, and then I'll give the mic to what that girl says, and then we'll go to Red as well. We'll bring a few people in. I think he's dropped now, but oh no, he's there, Christopher. I know Christopher wanted to jump in as well. Habibi, need to stop putting stuff in the nest. Like I'm telling you, it crashes the space. Chicks, bruv.
Oh,
Now
sorry, Silly. Can you hear me now? I was just saying something to your point
1
earlier
second,
about
let
the
me just give this breaking news,
Yeah.
and then you can jump in. The wife of a Hamas leader in Gaza, Khalil al-Hayya, was killed in a bombing of the home in the Qatari capital of Doha. So the wife, allegedly, of Khalil al-Hayya has been killed, and I believe his son also was killed, but he wasn't killed. So the family members were basically killed, but he wasn't killed. That is a tweet in the what's it gone? That tweet in the nest. Sorry, whoever's going to jump in, I don't know who I interrupted. Go ahead.
Oh, it's just a quick one. There's a couple of data points for you. The U.S. embassy in Qatar weren't informed ahead of the attack enough so that they issued the shelter in place orders after the bombing happened. They literally, the tweet I put up was a reference to that they said we've heard reports of the bombing and so we've issued a shelter in place, indicating post facto movement. The other thing is, if you look at all the Thani accounts and people who advise the foreign ministry, all of them are tweeting about Zionist aggression and the attack on their country. All of them are, without fail. Nawaf al-Thani, all of these people. Dr. Ali
Wow.
Bakir, all of the people that are kind of the key officials and those closest to the foreign ministry, the defense ministry, uniformly are warning of, Israeli aggression, and how it's out of control, how it needs to be stopped. You've got to remember they don't
No,
have
but
overlap
Habiba,
against the Israeli
that
government.
doesn't prove your point, because they did the same thing when with the Iran situation, and that definitely looked coordinated. Actually, they admit afterwards it was coordinated.
Yeah, fair
So
enough.
that doesn't prove the point otherwise. And also Yeah, there was another point I was going to make, but I just need to just
Yeah,
I'm tweeting something out at the same
what they
time.
actually
But one thing you've got to
what they
realise is
say,
that
Habiba,
there
is
is a
what they
clear difference.
it's just optics. It doesn't what you can't read what they say as what they're actually doing. It's what they
Yes,
need you to
that's fair
see.
enough. So you might think it's all optics, and all of them are tweeting out in outrage against the Zionist entity. But when you look at their actual prep, there's certain things to consider. They don't have overmatch against the Israeli military for all of their money. They don't have that. And if the US was informed right prior to the attack, they didn't have a chance to lobby against the attack with America, because they have had excellent relationships with the Trump administration, with previous administrations throughout. So they haven't had a chance to make their own case to forestall any attack. I think this is the other side of the coin, which the reporting will no doubt bear out, I'm sure.
But
Again, like
Qatar
you can call it speculative.
Qatar has a great relationship with US. US knew this was going to happen. The only story that makes sense is that there was a negotiation that leads to the next phase of whatever's going to happen. And now we have seen that Qatar can distance itself from being the shelter of Hamas. And now they got a way of doing that without actually looking like a betrayal to the Palestinian cause. Like the optics will
I
work
think,
out.
do you remember when Trump said they don't know what they're fucking doing? When he was talking about how Netanyahu was going off the rails with the Iran attack. And it's very much the case that I think Israel would
Stop
have gone
listening
alone
to
and
what
then
they
said, oh,
say.
here we
Because like
Some more breaking news.
This
One
Trump
is
is an
second. One
precisely
actor.
my
second.
point. You're listening to what Israel is saying by saying that, oh yeah, they did it with
I'm not
Some
Hamas
listening
more.
to what
coordination.
Israel's saying. I'm analyzing what is actually happening.
But they're the ones who are saying that they did
Okay,
it with US coordination.
Habiba, stop. You just keep repeating yourself. Let me just quickly read this because I'm trying to interrupt, but you just ignore me. Chairman of the Supreme Political Council in Yemen, Mahdi al-Mashad, says, we condemn and denounce the Israeli aggression on the headquarters of the Palestinian negotiation delegation in the Qatari capital of Qatar. We also have the Hamas movement leader, Hisham Qasim, who says injuries among the movement's leaders after his headquarters in Doha was targeted and the damage assessment process is still ongoing. The UN Security General says that Israeli strikes in Doha are a blatant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and the unity of its territory. And then UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says condemns Israel's violation of Qatar's sovereignty and territorial integrity. That is the latest news. It's coming in thick and fast. Obviously, we'll continue to provide you with the news as and when we receive it. Let's go to that girl.
Yeah, I'll make it quick because I'm. But listen, for Habiba, nobody. It's not that anybody's listening to the Israelis. One thing I got to give it to the Israelis, they give actions. You know what I'm saying? Where people are watching what they're doing. Listen to everybody. They're saying we condemn, we condemn. They don't care about your condemnations. What is these strong letters? Simon, I do feel like you're right the way you said it. That now it pulls Qatar from these negotiations, and then the optics. They don't look bad in being removed from it because they don't want to look. From what I feel, and this is an assessment, people want to pull away from this Palestinian cause. Like that's how they're looking at it, right? They want to move on and do other things and pretend like they're fixing things and making things better over there. And so this just it helps them with that part of the plan. So you're right, Simon. And then secondly, Adam, I was reading your post, and you're so right about with Trump giving the green light, pretending that there's going to be some fake negotiation, bringing everybody to the same spot so that they can all get assassinated at the same time. This is egregious beyond measure. This is, I got to tell, for the Americans listening, for the people who are going to say, you know, I highly doubt in this audience, but maybe if your family members say this is base, this is, I don't know, a Department of War type stuff, this is egregious, this is dangerous, this will eventually pull your kids involved in something. This is not how the world is supposed to work. The only people who are getting the best presidency out of Trump, 100%, are Jews and Israelis. That's it. Everybody else gets nothing. Okay, this is mind-boggling. This is crazy. I'm gonna drop down and I'll
Just
be
some
back.
more breaking news. Thanks for that, Casey. Just some more breaking news. Where's it gone? There's a statement by Turkey that's come out now. Let me just put it's a tweet in the nest. Let me read it. Turkey official statement. This is from the Turkish foreign minister. We condemn the Israeli attacks on the Hamas negotiation team in Doha, the capital of Qatar. Targeting the Hamas negotiation team during ceasefire negotiations shows that Israel does not aim to achieve peace, but rather to perpetuate war. With this attack, Qatar, which mediated the ceasefire negotiations, has been added to the list of countries targeted by Israel in the region. This is clear evidence of Israel's expansionist policies in the region and its adoption of terrorism as an official policy. We stand with Qatar against this heinous attack that targeted its sovereignty and security. We renew our call to the international community to pressure Israel to stop its ongoing aggression against Palestine and the region. That is a statement from the Turkish Foreign Ministry. Remember, this comes after yesterday when basically a base that had been built by Turkey was attacked in Syria as well. So significant statement and escalation in that regard. I also had one other piece of news, but I've kind of missed what it was now. But let's go to Red in the meantime. Jump in.
Yeah, something very important that I want to just try to because we have a lot of listeners and to be like informative as much as I can, bring value. The thing is about whether Qatar knew or they were told or they didn't know. The only thing that we should understand that they knew, meaning they were told. It doesn't mean that they agreed or anybody or the people who told them cared about whether they agreed or not. Let me put things in perspective. We're talking about the USA and Israel. We remember 10 days ago, Trump, when all the European leaders were visiting him, how they sat in the corridor waiting like little puppies. Now, that's Trump. We see the dynamic between Trump and Netanyahu, and we know who's boss, right? So Qatar is a tiny island of 4,000 miles or so. It just showed up on a geopolitical scene not more than 15 years as a player and mostly negotiations. It is only very rich. It can buy football clubs and maybe properties and all that. Qatar is tiny in terms of world players. Now we're talking about the US and Israel. If Qatar knew, it's because somebody gave them a call. And you know why? Just so the operation goes clean, meaning they will inform everyone to stand down, they will switch the radars, and they will take it like good boys. Because this is the pecking order we're talking about. Again, the perspective look at Trump and the Europeans, and then look at how Netanyahu treats Trump, and you'd understand the powers and what Qatar is within this power structure. So yeah, so don't expect any retaliation. Don't expect anything. I understand what Marion is saying on a philosophical level, absolutely. But this is the way it is. We've been in the area in a long time, and I say, Saudi Arabia is just a family. UAE is just a family, and Qatar is just a family. And those three families, they understand the pecking order, as they know where they stand on it. Period.
Just
Thank you.
some more, appreciate that, Red. Some more breaking news. The first one is Saudi Arabia. Official statement. The Saudi Arabia Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the kingdom warns of the dire consequences of Israel continuing its violations. That is from the Saudi Arabia Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Just want to welcome Lucas onto the stage and Dr. Rahma. Lucas, what's your thoughts on this? This is a significant escalation. Seems like the US were aware of it. All conflicting reports about how early they were aware of it. Some say they knew for a while. Others say it was just moments before the attack. But anyway, what's your thoughts on this?
Well, I can't go one day without hearing Israel doing something illegal or killing children. It's just amazing how they keep getting away with it. That's the worst part of this, is how they just keep getting away with it. And as other people said, we can give strong condemnations, letters. You could, charge Netanyahu with war crimes. The Israelis will only respond or even respect, if they even respect anything, force. All right, because you have to understand, politics is war. It is based on deception. So obviously, a lot of people here are doing what they do, commentary, and they're. I think a lot of you guys do a very great job, because this is real news. We're not listening to fake news. But war is this politics is based on deception and Machiavellianism. So we don't know exactly what happened. I agree that some kind of deal was made in the background with Qatar, because why would a sovereign nation allow anyone to harm it for any reason unless they got a phone call? And the thing is, between states, the dynamic is power. That's how this stuff. It's not brotherhood. It's not love. It's, look, I'm big brother. You're little brother. You're going to do what I say. And they probably told Qatar, listen, we're going to take out this negotiation team, and that's the end of it. Here's what's going to happen. It's going to happen at this time. Just take it like a good boy, just like I think Rahad said that. So that's what I'm looking at. Myron could be correct. They could have, gone in there months before, years before, who knows how long, to sabotage the systems they want. I mean, look, 9/11 is coming up in 2 days. You think the entire U.S. government knew? No. You think the entire Saudi Arabian government knew? No. Or the Israeli government knew? No. Factions. To do conspiracies, to take on operations, it's a need to know basis. When I was in the Marine Corps, they didn't tell us every detail. They just said, here's the mission, and you go. And that's it. So, a lot of people who think conspiracy theories are impossible, well, they're not. You just need a few people to conspire something and make a few phone calls. And the big players, the power brokers, they make these calls and the shots happen. So whatever happened with Qatar, I agree that it was probably a backdoor deal. That's, listen, this is what's going to happen. And this is the reason why. Otherwise, we're going to destroy even worse. Now, remember, the Israelis and the media that they control here in Zionist media and Jewish media, they always telegraph what they're going to do. For example, the movie Top Gun Maverick. Well, who was the enemy there? It was Iran, right? That's what they were doing, right? Tom Cruise and his team was bombing these nuclear facilities on these. Well, that's Iran. That's what Hollywood is for. Hollywood is to telegraph certain moves in the future. The same thing with our media. Laura Loomer was brought up. They were blaming Qatari agents. Oh, the Qataris are paying people. Qatar. They project to soften up the blow. So that's coming later in the future. So all you got to do is understand how these people lie, and you can predict what's going to happen. Now, obviously, I wasn't expecting anything with Qatar. I'm not a political analyst like most of you here, but I am a philosopher. I understand how people think, and I understand how the people will react to this. And this could be done in many ways. It can give the Qataris a way out, like you guys said. They just want to move on away from Palestine. Well, we tried everything, and Israel bombed us, and we want nothing to do with it. Or there could be something else going on. Maybe these other nations are sick and tired of Israel, and they're letting things happen. We could speculate, but what we see now is Israel violating another nation's sovereignty. That's number one. That's irrefutable, whether it's allowed to or not, to the public, and people are sick of it. And so here is Israel going on its war path without any resistance whatsoever. And that's what makes me sick to my stomach. I would like Israel to be punished physically, not with words. And until that happens, until the Muslim nations of the world, and I just saw the Iranian, I think one of the ministers said, the Muslim world, if it were united, no one could stop it. I mean, all the Muslims. And the problem is they have the sectarian issues. And as long as they divide themselves over their sectarian issues, they will remain weak. And that's why Saudi Arabia created Wahhabism, which is ironically going around killing all the Muslims. All they do is kill Muslims and Christians. They don't attack Israel. The one time they attacked Israel, they apologized. That just goes to show what this Wahhabism is, which then they use to spread Islamophobia around the world. Oh, they're to come chop off your heads. Muslims are taking over Europe. Muslims run the media, which is laughable. There's no laws in the United States to ban Islamophobia or anything else like that. It's all Zionism. It's all Jewish supremacy. So you guys got to see that the moves they're telegraphed. You just got to pay attention, keep it in mind. Okay, Laura Loomer's talking about Qatari operatives, or here's a movie about bombing some weird country with nuclear facilities. It sounds like a conspiracy, but that's what Hollywood is for. That's what they do. They program people to hate their enemies way before. And so it's in the mind, because look, most people aren't on Twitter. Most people aren't reading books. They're watching movies. I mean, you can't even watch a football game without some political nonsense like kneeling down or something like that. That's what they do. Even video games will be inserted with political correctness to promote something like, free the hostages before you play Call of Duty or something like that. So this is what these people do, because they run virtually everything. And as we all saw, how the universities have turned on Israel, right? Now we have all these protests. Now they're trying to shut down so-called anti-Semitism. They're expelling students. And now they have to start to, what are they doing now? If you guys notice this, they're now trying to court the white people back because they lost the white people, right? Now they're saying, oh, we got to have, now you have like Zionist pro-white racists who are against brown. This is what they're trying to do. I already see what's going on. And a lot of people are falling for it. In fact, a lot of so-called white nationalists are making deals with Israelis, right? So it's like, I see the dynamic, how these people play. They play all sides. So once you understand the Israelis do that, they'll be our best ally, but they'll also be China's best ally or Russia. So they always play these games, and you just have to be cognizant of that. Politics is war. It is chess. It is deception. So not everything is what it seems. That's all I wanted to say. I can only say that because I'm not a political analyst like you guys who know every detail. I just see the big picture and how it moves.
Appreciate that, Lucas. And some more breaking news. Simon, we need your thoughts on this one. The what you call it again? Oh, just before I do, Habiba, the message you sent me, that guy's just a geopolitical guy, right? He's not like an official, right?
No,
Okay.
Nawaf Thani. He's a Thani, so he's part of the ruling family, but he was a defense attaché, and he's privy to all of the defense negotiations and talks. So he's the one that they send out to the mainstream media to speak on
Shall I
behalf of
invite him to
Qatar.
my? Shall I invite him to
So we
space? I
want
just
the guy
realized
to
he'd be.
speak to the mainstream media. Couldn't we just talk to the mainstream
Absolutely, you should
media?
invite him.
I'll invite him because he's actually. I just read my message. You know what it is? I'm so famous. I always get these messages. I never read them, but apparently he's been messaging me. So I'll
You
send
should
him a
invite
message
him.
and get him in.
I got him
See if
on Mario's space just after the attacks. It was difficult for him to talk, but he will be able to talk now.
Okay. Just can we so one second. I've given that. Oh, so Simon, straight to you. We've got reports that the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange jumps about 1.8% and closes at a new record after the Qatar attack. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, again, the Israeli economy works the same way as the US economy. The higher the stock market, the greater the theft from the people. So, with the US stock market, it's a mechanism for printing money so that those that don't have stocks end up on the wrong side and in debt. And then it ends up in the stock side. So, Israel has a similar mechanism, but it's the relationship between the US stock market and the Israel stock market. So, my analysis, bringing it back to the actual thing, is that this whole thing is a regional negotiation between the GCC and BlackRock and various other organizations which have vassalized America. They've also vassalized Israel. So throughout the whole thing, the US stock market and the Israeli stock market will increase. But you get the distress that you're seeing in America in the bond market, inflation, and then the ability to make the non-public private assets more distressed, which is kind of the situation that I see at the moment. But the Israeli stock market and the American stock market are all going up in distress from printed dollars.
Breaking news,
Okay.
guys.
And
There's
just
something from Axios. It's just as I said. A senior US official to Axios, to Barak Ravid probably, has said Israel notified us after the missiles were already launched. He said we had no ability to influence, which is exactly what I said.
you talk about the Americans here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was American ships in the air. So I mean, I read that. I read that already. What you just said. It was Axios, who basically is essentially Israeli media inside the United States of America. But
this was
yeah,
the US side. It's not the Israeli side saying. The US is now saying that they were informed when the missiles were already launched and we had no ability to influence. Their quote.
You
yeah. But
trust the USA?
They also said there are weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. I mean, you can believe them if you want.
yeah, I mean, look, it's
Trust the
worth
US. They're an honest broker. Just trust them.
Yeah, during
I would
negotiations,
say
we're bombing people.
no. I would say that, of course, that Qatar hosts one of the largest military bases, if not the largest in the region, and it has advanced air defense systems. They can know from 100 miles plus if there's an airborne asset. They would have known, and actually, they have radar installations right off the coast of Israel and inside Israel, as we now know.
So
So,
it's CENTCOM
Christopher,
that's based there. And again,
the second that the jets take off, they
of
will
course,
move them
they
Al
know.
Udeid
Absolutely, they
base.
know. They have
The second they
okay, so the
take off.
argument
absolutely.
isn't that the political hierarchy wasn't informed that they were. That's the point. It's just did they have time to negotiate? No.
Wallah, ya Habiba, if I tell you what information the Americans made it easy for them to reach there. If you want
They
more,
took off
yani.
from an
just
If you
American
want to
base,
talk
but
from
the
a military.
Americans didn't know. This is wild.
Who's what?
May I come in, Suleiman? Very
yeah, of course you
important
can. Just
point.
give me 2 seconds. Can I just quickly give a bit of news and then I'll give it straight to you.
Always.
I have spoke to Nawaf, a very nice guy actually in the messaging. But he's basically said he would have come on the space, but he's about to jump on a plane. So maybe we'll try and get him in later.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
and
absolutely should.
he
He'll give
knows,
you the inside track on everything. He
but
really will.
also listen, he knows how to keep me happy because he's praising me. And everybody knows that works. So golden play by Qataris. I guess they are really good at negotiating and mediation.
He's the one that the CNN bring on, or BBC or whatever, whenever they need the Qatari defense view of what's going on in the region, all the negotiations. In fact, he knows what's happening. Yeah.
Well, great guy. He said he said he's a big fan of ours. So yeah, we'll definitely get him on the space. But anyway, and everybody knows praising Suleiman always works 24/7. So golden move by the Qataris. Okay, let's get.
Suleiman, I just have one question for Habiba. Habiba, do you know what is Al Udaid base? Yes or no?
I don't know what we're doing here, but okay, carry on. Like, count me out. Fine. You're
You
good.
don't care.
I'm good.
Okay,
We're
you
good.
don't care. Then you don't care. No, you don't care. Then
One-
don't
Okay,
talk
one
about
second,
things that you do not understand. Because
Ibrahim, 1 second. Let me just read
yeah,
this
go
because
ahead.
I think this is gonna add to your point, and then I think I know what you're gonna say. So just let me read this. I got 2 super chats in. The first super chat is from Red Pill Media, who's gave a £10 super chat to support the space. Remember, you can support the space like Red Pill Media did via the tweet in the nest. It's it's the tweet in the nest. The other one is from Liberty Lover Pro, who said this: if F-35 come to Qatar airspace, Qatar's air defense radar won't light up. So obviously I know the answer to this, but seeing as though you're kind of giving your perspective anyway, Ibrahim, if you want to add to that point about
No, but I just want to say something. In Al Udaid base, okay, once a jet takes off in Turkey, not in Israel, in Turkey, the Americans will directly know about it on the spot. So they didn't know that the Israelis were coming to Qatar, where the Al Udaid base is. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
just guys, people are being thrown out the space. Obviously, we know what's happening. We are the biggest organic space on this platform, so therefore they don't want people to hear the truth. So if you get thrown out, just come straight back in. If you are if you're on the speaker panel and you've been thrown down, 99% of the time I haven't thrown you down, so therefore is the Zio attack. You know, they don't want people to hear the real news. We are the biggest space on X. They don't want us to analyze things and not give and debunk the Zionist propaganda in real time. We debunked the fact that they were lying about, like, not debunked, obviously other people reported it, but we reported immediately because the mainstream media won about the failure in terms of even the attack in Qatar. I just want to bring a different speaker into the so yeah, if you can retweet, reshare, share the space, let everybody know it live. Also, go to my page, hit the follow and hit the notifications on, because as you saw today, I literally just opened my eyes, woke up, and I was like, didn't even get my breakfast. Well, I don't have breakfast at the moment, but anyway, and immediately the Zios attack Qatar. What are Qatar gonna do now? This is, no matter what your opinion is, whether they were involved or not, they're gonna have to do something. They're gonna have to show strength. I'm looking at buildings being decimated. You know, funny enough, people who I know were thinking about moving Qatar, and they're like, damn, I am moving now. So impacts the tourism, impacts the way people view Qatar in terms of safety. This completely makes Qatar look really bad. That being said, let me welcome Dr. Rahma on the stage. We had her previously because the Zios attacked her and took away and attempted to take away her medical license. I appreciate you coming on. Give us your thoughts on this. Israel has now attacked Qatar.
Hi, everybody. To be honest, I was shocked. I'm sure a lot of people were. One thing to just note at the beginning is that a lot of Western, not just influencers, but especially the people who are new to the Palestine movement, they tend to share what we say is the enemy media. So there was a lot of big figures in the movement and outside of it sharing, oh, the entire Hamas cabinet has been taken out. That's sort of a rule for us, is to never, you can say that it's like, the enemy has said that, but we know that the truth is what the resistance says, and actually the enemy know that their propaganda being shared still helps them in some way. But anyway, that's just my little. I'm shocked. Habiba said that there's no way that Qatar can sanction this, but I don't think Israel. So I don't see a big difference between Israel and the U.S. I just see the U.S. is just completely controlled by Israel. But I don't think that Israel cares about getting themselves, this action sanctioned by Qatar. What Israel cares about is that whatever they're about to do, that they will not get a big hit back. That's what they care about. That's why, for example, Jordan and Egypt, they have to make sure that Jordan and Egypt never rise up. Jordan and Egypt are their defensive outposts. You know, because they're such a fragile. Israel is fragile. It's weak. It's cowardly. So they can't have this Jewish state between nations that can harm them, because the settlers are cowards, their soldiers are, their men are cowards. When they, you know, when they face our resistance fighters, they just can't hold their own. They also cannot deal with many Jewish deaths. They can't handle that. So yesterday, with what happened in Jerusalem, you know, like we know as Palestinians that the Jews on our occupied lands, you know, that is an existential crisis for them. That can't happen again. If that happens 4 days in a row, yeah, half of them would flee. They'd leave our occupied lands. They can't cope with it, because it not only because they're cowardly, but also because the entire premise of Israel is the fact that they have this kind of like cloak of like power and strength. Like one of the biggest reasons why they've been murdering us for the past 23 months is because they've had this aura of strength that nobody kind of questioned. You know, you have Americans who felt like, oh, this is, yeah, make America great again, when, yeah, your nation was being controlled by Israel. And Israel knew that. But if Israel can work behind the scenes and be sly, they'll do it. But if you make them act in front of you, they'll still do all the heinous, you know, crap that they do right in your face. But they need that cloak of supremacy and power. And why have they been murdering us? Because on October the 7th, the resistance smashed that out of the window. You know, in that moment, everything that they've been doing for 100 years has just gone, and they've not been able to get it back. And they have this vengeance. They need to remain powerful and supreme. And so the only way they can do, and they don't, like Jewish supremacists do not have a limit. They don't have that, you know, they're not, we can't deal with them as normal human beings. They don't, you know, there's no morality there. They're literally demonic. So for them to feel like you've just embarrassed me in front of the whole world, they feel that they do control, especially the West. And if you control the West and the Christian nations, then, you know, they have this kind of superiority. So they're like, you just embarrassed us in front of the entire world. So we've got to really smash you. And the one thing that I think they did with this today, with hitting Qatar, is that Qatar is a normalizer in terms of the resistance, because they believe in a two-state. You know, they do diplomacy, they fly their planes with the IOF, but Qatar is really highly respected by Muslims, Sunni Shia, by Arabs. It's the most, people would say, the most kind of respected country. Like if you had to, because when people think about Saudi Arabia, you kind of, some people might laugh. You know, it doesn't really hold weight. Hitting Qatar is not about testing Qatar, because, you know, they already knew that they're not going to get struck. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it like that. Now, they're not going to sacrifice Jews. But hitting Qatar is testing the Arab people, the Arabs. So the Arabs now have been tested, because if you think about it, there is a lot of
Just some more
background.
breaking news, Dr. Rahman. Sorry, I'm not sure if you're on our breaking news space before, but like whenever there's breaking news, I just interrupt, give the news, and then
Oh,
I'll
no, of course,
send
go
it
ahead,
back to
go
the person.
ahead.
Yeah, some more breaking news. This is from what you call it? Here it goes. Hisham Qasim, the Hamas leader, statement. He said there are injuries among the movement's leaders following the targeting of its headquarters in Doha, and the damage assessment process is still ongoing. So basically, just to recap for the audience, because obviously we always have new people coming in and out, people are getting thrown out, people come in. So Israel attacked Qatar. They claimed there's two alternative reports. One is saying that the Americans knew well in advance. Other reports are saying they knew just before. Axios claims they knew after the first shot was fired. Highly unlikely, I think. But there was also American and British planes in the air complicit to help refuel. So we know all of these things. Furthermore, they attacked Qatar with 10 to 12 airstrikes, various reports are saying. They claim that they targeted Hamas leadership. They initially claimed that they'd taken out four key Hamas leaders. Or just before that, what had happened was the leadership came from Turkey. they were lulled into a new ceasefire agreement, which was sent yesterday. They went to a building to speak about the negotiations. They were lured into there with the understanding that there was going to be open and fair negotiations. When they went into the building, Israel bombed them. Again, demonstrating what they did previously when they bombed Iran. If you remember, at that time, Donald Trump gave his assurances to Iran that they will not bomb while negotiations are happening. He told them that, and then on the Friday, 2 days before physical negotiations, they bombed Iran. Similar thing happened here. They lured them into this building, and then they bombed them. So that's what the report that we got. We also then got reports that Hamas leadership was taken out. Key Hamas members were taken out, including Khalil al-Hayya. That was reported widely by Israeli media. Arab media, as well as Hamas leadership and a few others, came out and said that this is not true. They've not been killed. It's now been confirmed that the Hamas leadership has not been killed. There are some injuries to them, but they have not been killed. But Khalil al-Hayya's wife and child have been killed because, as Christopher, who was on this space, mentioned earlier, that there are residential buildings within that specific building. So what they did was attack the residents. Likely his wife and child was at home, and then they murdered them. And so that's the updates that managed to kill the wife and child of the leadership of Khalil al-Hayya, but have not been able to kill Hamas leadership. In additional point to this is, what does Israel do now? They said the operation is ongoing. They did a strike on Qatar, attacked Qatar's sovereignty, attacked their borders, have made them look weak, and they failed in their mission. So they failed in taking out any member of Hamas, and therefore the question now becomes, how do they deal with this? Will they strike again to take out the Hamas leadership? If they do, what will Qatar do? What will Qatar do initially as their response? What will they do if they attack again? All of these are huge questions. This is major escalation. It cannot be minimized, the level of impact this has, and this just now makes the GCC look extremely, extremely weak, irrespective of what your opinion is, whether they knew or not. Sorry, Dr. Ahmed, I did interrupt you. If you want to finish your point, and then we'll get
Can
to
I
a few
say
others.
one sentence before I leave? I will come back, Sulaiman, if you don't
Yeah, of
mind.
course you can. Yeah,
Okay,
of
so
course you can.
basically, who makes the F-35? Americans, right? Somebody just who I trust military-wise more than anyone. He told me now the Americans know where every F-35 is in the world, whether it's parked or in action.
We also have another statement. Sorry, Ibrahim. Yeah. Listen, I agree with that. But the Palestinian Mujahideen movement said this: Israel attacked aid flotilla to Gaza. Remember, we were reporting on this last night. We strongly condemn the Zionist aggression that target the steadfastness fleet heading to break the siege on Gaza with American blessings. We hold the Zionist enemy fully responsible for the safety of the participants who risk their lives in response to the free, conscious, moral, and human values that Zionism violates. With all arrogance in besieged Gaza, the new Zionist attack reveals the criminal and aggressive nature of the Zionist entity and confirms that the entity is an enemy of humanity and a source of threat to the entire world. Why this is important is, remember, we were covering this again live last night when they attacked the flotilla. We ended the space, and then immediately the Israelis came out and started lying and saying, "Oh, look, they never got attacked. It was an internal fire that occurred." And then the flotilla members had to release a video showing that there was a direct strike by the Israelis on the flotilla. Their lies were debunked again. And so again, it just demonstrates the psychology, the genocidal nature of the Israelis. Obviously, that isn't the main news today, but it's important to highlight because it was one of the breaking news that we were covering. And on that, because we are the only place for breaking news on X with legitimate organic followers, do hit a follow and hit the follow and the notifications on, because that's the only way you're going to know we're going live. Look at today. We went live at, what was it? 9 a.m. Eastern. Because news can come out at any time, any place. Sorry, Dr. Amma, we interrupted you. Do finish your point.
No worries. I was speaking for a while. I'll make just two quick points to finish. One is that whenever people say, "Oh, the US didn't know," or "Britain didn't know," I don't know. The way I see it is that, if Israel is about to do something, we have, most of the Western world. You have the MPs or officials who are funded by Israel. They don't represent their countries, so they're foreign agents for Israel. So I believe they definitely know. And any decisions or statements, etc., by the Western world are, they have to be sanctioned by Tel Aviv. So it's whenever we say, we still kind of give the Western world and Arabs, by the way, our Arab countries, this sovereignty that they don't have. Nobody has sovereignty in the West or with Arabs with Israel around, because they had to make sure that that's not the case. So that's the kind of the way I see it, because we can discuss, oh, did they know, did they not know? But they kind of have to know, and they don't really have a choice, because Israel is within. It's not just an enemy, but it's infiltrated, especially in the West. It's infiltrated. But the way
just some more breaking news. And actually, let me message him. I'll get him in on the space. Max Blumenthal is also reporting. He is saying that Israel. Well, here you go. Israel. Oh, flip. Let me read all of it because I read it and then now I've missed it. But basically, he's saying, oh yeah, there it is. When Hamas met today in Doha, U.S. air defenses in Qatar stood down. So U.S. defense systems, U.S. air defenses stood down. So again, this adds to this whole argument about, America not knowing. It seems a lot like it's a lot weaker. Sorry, Dr. Rahman, if you want to just wrap up your point and then we'll get to a few others.
Yeah, I'll go really quick. So the way I see this today, and I don't know, this is just what I think, is that we've seen that Qatar has been getting attacked by Israel very slowly, because obviously they run Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera was kicked out of the entity. Then their West Bank offices were raided. So there were sort of hits on their power and kind of on their, not sovereignty, but and we also saw that there was this kind of big push for propaganda against Qatar. The Qatar lobby is not really the Israel lobby, and I think they failed. So I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing it as maybe this is the next step of, okay, they couldn't demonize Qatar, but so now they've got to kind of show that it's weak. Qatar is very strong economically. So this is gonna, like you said, somebody said that this would be a big hit. People, when I finished my training for orthopedics, I wanted to do sports medicine. That's the best sort of area in the world to go and train. And so something like this happening is a big hit for them. So I'd be interested in how people see it and why they think this happened, because I think taking out the Hamas leadership, fine, they want to do that, but there's something much deeper to that, and I think they are definitely testing the Arabs, because obviously Qatar has a relationship with Hamas. None of the other Arab countries are really allowed to have a relationship except for the axis of resistance. So they're kind of people now will either be forced to see Hamas, the resistance, as the enemy, because look what you've done to my country, or they'll either rise or accept that Israel has power over them. And I think that's kind of what Israel is looking out for. But I could be wrong. I'd be interested to see what everybody else thinks.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you for
We've
your
got
thoughts.
some
I just want to bring in
breaking
my boy
news.
Joe into the. Oh, sorry, Adam, you got some news? Go ahead, and then I'll go.
Yeah. So the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, just came out in support of the bombing of Qatar, and of course he had to mention Hamas bad or something. He said Hamas has to be eradicated. You've got to remove that threat. We got to remove that threat on the immediate border, frankly.
Do you want me to play
within
it?
the bounds of Israel.
I can play it.
Yeah,
All right, hold
up to
on.
Sully, I guess.
Yeah, of course, go for it.
That's just crazy.
Driving in, walking in here, Israel struck Qatar to take out Hamas leadership. I'm curious if any of you think that whoever survives there should be evicted from Qatar.
I don't know anything about that development. That's news to me. I've been a little busy the last couple hours. But we'll have to see how that plays out. I mean, look, I was in Israel myself a few weeks ago in early August. It's a very dangerous time there, and they have enemies encamped around them, and they're trying to bring that to a peace as well. But Hamas, by anybody who looks at this reasonably, and in my view, this is my personal view, that Hamas has to be eradicated. You got to remove that threat on the immediate border, frankly, within the bounds of Israel.
Second question.
Appreciate that. That was Mike Johnson. That tweet's in the nest. This is crazy. Like, I just want people to understand what is going on.
He just said within the bounds of Israel, Suleiman, meaning he's considering that Gaza is Israel. Did you listen to his words? He said inside the bounds of Israel. Very
Right,
And
but
the
telling.
West Bank, actually.
even then, the attack that happened against
Yeah,
Qatar
good
today
point.
wasn't within those bounds.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, but I agree. I agree with both of you. I think what Joe's trying to say is he's saying, basically, he's saying, and I actually wrote this. You've got to, well, I took it from Adam, but you've got to remove the threats on the immediate border, frankly, within the bounds of Israel. I think it's just his lack of English skills, but yeah, what he's wrote on the face of it definitely means Gaza is Israel,
Yeah,
which is what the Zionists believe anyway. So you're right about that. What's worse is I just want people to understand the ramifications of this, right? Before I give it to Mofet, and then we'll go to Joa. The US, so Qatar, Donald Trump goes to Qatar. Qatar gives the United States of America trillions. The GCC countries in total give the United States of America trillions of dollars. Israel is a leech on the country. US in the last 6 months has given them 20 billion, but let's be clear on that, it's more than that. They've probably spent hundreds of billions. When you look at the military support just in the Middle East that the US is giving Israel, such as even today where they were helping them with the refueling, and the UK as well, but obviously we don't have as much money, have given them hundreds of billions. One is giving you trillions, one is taking hundreds of billions. Put that aside. This is someone, Qatar is someone who has very good relations with the United States of America. And yet, despite that being the case, Israel has been allowed, either through agreement or force or without agreement, being able to bomb Qatar, a foreign nation, and harm the sovereignty and safety of GCC countries. I know many people in the GCC, they're messaging me. They're like, flipping out, it's not safe here anymore. So now the safety and security of the GCC is in question, and this is going to affect their tourism a lot. They have a lot of expats from the United Kingdom. They have a lot of people from the United States and from Western nations who go there and live there. It's now a real question mark whether it's safe or not. And so when you understand how bad this is, and someone like Michael Johnson saying these statements, it demonstrates these people are occupied for the foreign nation of Israel. Sorry, Moffat, you were going to jump in, and then I want to go to Joe.
yeah, absolutely, and I agree with everything you just said, Suleiman. I just wanted to add that, America really needs to start eradicating politicians like Michael Johnson from their positions, because this guy, ever since he's been put in office, has only been like talking about Israel. It's just like Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio just talking about Israel, this and that about Israel. When they hit the mainstream headlines, it's about Israel. What have these rodents done for America? They just revised America's job reports in April, and it turns out 900,000 jobs were misrepresented, misreported, and don't even exist. America is getting completely decimated. We're sending billions of dollars, trillions of dollars to Israel, and just for them to kill civilians, and just for all the returns, right? Whatever they steal ends up going back to the bankers. They don't even get a cut. We don't even get a cut out of that, right? And then they just massacre everybody. And then on top of it, what do? Um, on top of it, they do COVID scamdemics, guys. They build up diseases to try to massacre us too in different ways. Instead of just dropping big missiles in our heads, they're just dropping, fake diseases or fake vaccines on us to kill us faster. So this genocidal entity, I just wanted to add, especially Michael Johnson, this Mike Johnson guy, these people are going to get our country in massive trouble. Our economy is certainly crumbling right now. The jobs are just getting decimated completely. And on top of it, they're just on a diplomatic level decimating this country. We as American people also have to stand up, and we have to literally end and eradicate these positions, these politicians that are given these positions just to literally abuse us literally. So guys, make sure, and then I just want to end up with this last point. It goes back to what Suleiman was saying, right? Like these Arab countries pay billions and trillions, right? Why not just give it to yourselves and build up your own position so that you're not, you're in a better position to not have to bow down to Israel. I think a lot of it ties back to the Epstein files. I think that's why Donald Trump doesn't want to expose the Epstein files. It all ties back to Israel. That's why they have a large, strong arm on the monetary system right now as well. So I just wanted to add that. But guys, real quick before I pass the mic back to Suleiman, guys, make sure to do us a huge favor. We've been getting shadow banned, censored to a whole another level. I mean, this is stuff you can't make up. Our reach is like in the millions, right? But our views aren't there because we are massively censored. We're not supported. We're not monetized. Suleiman's certainly not monetized. He does not have his verification badge. That's another effect of what Israel does to the Western society. What Israel does is it even destroys the Western freedoms. Even when you're in the West, your freedom gets taken away from these people. That's why it's not just a Palestinian cause, it's a humanity cause. You know, so make sure to help support Suleiman. If you're supporting this space right now, you support Suleiman, you support the real news, not the fake Zayo genocider news. Then do me a favor, open up your phone right now, scroll up to the post that is posted and pinned up in the nest. After you have done so, scan that QR code and then press that link. Or you could press on the nest and then press the link within the tweet itself. After you've done so, leave a super chat. The super chat is powerful because it's not an ordinary comment. It's not an ordinary thing said on stage by a speaker. It's spoken out of Suleiman's powerful voice himself. It also helps support this space that has zero financial support from any entity outside of you, the listeners in this space. So help do us a favor by scanning that QR code, pressing that link, even reposting that post if you haven't reposted it yet. And thank you guys for tuning in. Big time shout out for everyone in here right now. This is massive news breaking right now. Israel has bombed Qatar, yet another country, yet another step forward towards World War III and possibly ending humanity. So make sure to tune in, guys, and thank you all for tuning in.
And
Um,
Suleiman, just wanted to add really quick, and I put into the purple pill for you. In fact, there are already pro-Zionist influencers suggesting that it was a Qatari orchestrated false flag because they are actually in control of the West. I put it into your purple pill. It was from Nima, whatever that clown's name was. But that's going to be the new narrative, even though it would.
Oh my
There's
God,
That's
no
don't
hilarious.
promote
market
him. He's a
mechanism for
doc.
it.
Israel's claimed responsibility and said that they're proud of it. Israel's already claimed it. They're not
That's
debating it.
also part of the false flag or something like
Oh,
that, Adam,
wow.
because
Oh, so
logic
Qatar
makes no sense
controls
anymore.
Israel now. Is that it, Ian?
That's crazy. Let's go to Joe. Joe, jump in, but I will end up interrupting you in like a minute because I've got some break. Actually, let me give some of the break. No, yeah, go ahead, Joe, and then I'll give the breaking news.
Oh, just to
Yeah.
say, Qatar
Hey
gave
guys.
Trump a $400 million jet. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah. Look, if you guys, there's a lot of people listening, and if I could ever, I've never asked people of anything except in the very beginning with Suleiman to post to stop the starvation in Gaza, which we were able to get trending and get in the news. And right now, what you're going to hear is that Hamas leadership, Hamas leadership, Hamas leadership. And why it's important to push back on Hamas leadership is if people will buy it, they'll be like, okay, these guys did something bad. They're part of the Hamas leadership. They're the ones responsible. So let's go get them. That's how people are going to rationalize it. The truth is, this is the 11th attempted murder or murder of the head negotiator. The 11th in almost 2 years. Okay? How can you possibly want peace if you've tried to eradicate 11 of the head peace negotiators, right? These are the peace negotiators. So if you see a comment, if you see a news place, if you see someone post that they killed Hamas leadership, please comment. Do you mean peace negotiators? The 11th one, right? I have it on my timeline, then all the names, okay? That is a huge difference between saying they killed Hamas leadership versus they killed the peace negotiators, right? They've repeated this action over and over and over. And to me, it is the biggest red herring that they do not want peace. If you want to point to actions that they don't want peace, it's this. You murder the person that's going to negotiate the peace. They've done it to Hezbollah. They've done it in Iran. They did it in Palestine, and now they did it in Doha. This is, to me, the red herring. So please, if you see someone say Hamas leadership, push back. I implore you.
Golden point by my boy Joe. This is why I love this guy. He's a legend. Just want to give some more breaking news. lots of breaking news actually. So the first one is a tweet in the nest, which is a joint statement by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and War Minister Israel Katz, and they said the following: following the attacks that took place yesterday in Jerusalem and Gaza, Prime Minister Netanyahu instructed all security agencies to prepare for the possibility of eliminating Hamas leaders. War Minister Katz fully supported this proposal this morning based on operational opportunity and after consulting with all security agency heads and with full support. The Prime Minister and Defense Minister decided to implement the directive given last night to the Israeli Occupation Army and the General Security Service, which was carried out with precision and in the best possible manner. The Prime Minister and War Minister saw that the operation was fully justified in light of the fact that Hamas leadership initiated and organized the October 7th massacre and has not stopped sending killing operations against the state of Israel and its citizens since then, including taking responsibility for the killing of our citizen in yesterday's attack in Jerusalem. So they're claiming that yesterday's attack was the reason why they killed the Hamas leadership, which makes no sense whatsoever, completely illogical. But that is the Zayo perspective. Also, some more breaking news. Let's go through it. There's a bit. Hebrew media, says Israeli media, say this: Ankara, the capital of Turkey, may be the next target of the Zionist entity's act of aggression. So they put in Ankara on alert that they may attack Turkey. The Lebanese government strongly condemns Zionist entities' terror attacks against the Qatari capital of Doha. Turkey Turkey says they stand with Qatar in facing the cowardly attacks by Israel, targeting Doha's security and sovereignty. Yemen's al-Mashat calls for regional countries' unity in the face of Zionist entities' act of terror. Egypt strongly denounces aggressive acts of terror carried out by apartheid Israel against Qatar. Okay, that's in Gaza, but in Gaza, let's talk about that. Most northern and central hospitals are out of service, while southern hospitals operate at over 300% capacity amid severe shortages. 4 new famine-related deaths were reported, bringing the total to 394, including 140 children have died in Gaza due to starvation. Obviously, you guys who join our spaces know that I have a number of friends who are doctors who went to Al Nasser Hospital, and when they tell you the situation is bleak, it is extremely bleak. With the basically limited supplies and limited ability to help support the people. What's this? Mahmoud. Okay, I'll tweet this one out. 1 second. We also have a Channel 12 Hebrew, which is today's operation is justified, but there is still a grave concern about the captives. Until they return, we will not achieve any victory. Today's operation is a significant moral blow, but it does not really help us in the Gaza war, where we have not achieved any notable achievements. Why are they saying that? That makes no sense whatsoever. They failed. They failed in their mission to take out the Hamas leadership. They attacked. This is the biggest failure. Like, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. I would say this is one of the biggest failures for Israel in a very long time, but I'd say since the destruction that Iran placed on them in the Israel-Iran war. Like, to do something crazy like attack the sovereignty of Qatar, fail, and then basically fail in their taking out the Hamas leadership, demonstrates their incompetence and a complete failure on what they try to do. So I don't know why they're trying to say it's a success. It's a massive failure. The Moroccan Foreign Ministry said, we strongly condemn the Israeli aggression and denounce the violation of sovereignty of the sisterly state of Qatar. They failed. They didn't take out the Hamas leadership. They only managed to kill the child and wife of Khalil al-Hayya. So that's all they did. Let's see.
Sully, this really debunks the whole point that, Qatar was running Epstein, the Qatar lobby controls American politicians. Like, all of that's been debunked, today.
Yeah, even though we knew it wasn't true anyway, it was dumbness to the
Yeah.
nth degree.
Yeah.
I wanted to address, like, some of the people were saying that Qatar knew. I find that incredibly unbelievable.
It's a good question,
because
Nomad.
if
I
you
don't
think about it
know.
just from a simple
Well, I
thing
think we
to
all
look at,
know why
like,
it's
what
not
would they
being
have done?
live
They would have just
streamed.
leaked it. there's no reason you would tell them ahead of time, right? That it's
have
the
a pretty
options
good
they have in
idea.
front of them is either do nothing and get bombed. If they knew ahead of time, is to do nothing and get bombed, or do something and like leak it and try to, you know, alert the public and make it so that they don't bomb just to avoid it, right? It's because of the outrage and how insane it is, right?
Yeah, just
So
some more breaking news, and I'll give the mic straight back to you. The breaking news is this. The President Mahmoud Abbas, this is the Palestinian Authority, has made a statement. He said, President Mahmoud Abbas condemns the brutal Israeli aggression against the Sicily state of Qatar. This tweet's in the nest, by the way, is Qatar. The Israeli aggression against the state of Qatar is a blatant violation of international law and an escalation that threatens security and stability. So the PA leader, Mahmoud Abbas, has come out and also condemned the attack. Furthermore, something we mentioned, but we kind of breezed over it a bit, which was that Qatar said they suspend the Gaza ceasefire and hostage release negotiations. Who does that benefit if the negotiations cease?
A lot of this just stuff is
Yeah,
crazy.
Israel demands that, you know, all they need to do is release the hostages.
Thank you for
this
those
to
of
be
you that are
over. And then
watching.
the people who come to negotiate,
I don't think
the
this is being
hostages get
covered
bombed,
hardly
so
anywhere.
obviously they're talking shit.
Yeah, that's what exactly.
I
That's
have
what
not
Joe said. But in
joined as a
addition to that,
speaker
what I'm
yet.
trying
I've been
to
busy
say
doing
is
other things.
the
This just
ending of
happened
the
to pop up out of
negotiations, which
nowhere.
would be the stopping
I immediately
murdering
wanted to
of
live stream this.
Palestinians, which would stop
But
the
usually I can be a
expansion of
speaker on
Israel.
here. But I just haven't.
Is
I've
something that
chosen
the
not to
negotiators do.
at
So
this
not only
point
as Joe said
because
they're
of
attacking the
other things that I'm
negotiators, but
working
now
on
the
right
negotiations have ended.
But if
The
you have
only
any
people who benefit from the ending of negotiations
questions or anything,
is
put them
Israel.
in the chat.
So they failed in their mission to kill Hamas leadership, but what they succeeded is to end the negotiations and allow the expansion and the murder that Israel continue to perpetuate. We've got a couple of more super chats. Appreciate these super chats. They really do help support the space and let us do what we're doing. This is from the first super chat is thank you for your voice, a £5 super chat, appreciate that.
Share
and we've got a £10
this
super
video
chat
if you wouldn't
also,
mind
which is
as
thank
well,
you
please.
Suleiman for the
I
top-notch
appreciate that.
engagement. Your voice is valued. Appreciate your support. £10 super chat as well. Appreciate your support of the space. It means a lot, it helps a lot, and it allows us to do what we're doing.
And make sure to subscribe, also like the video, and we're also streaming on Rumble as well.
Tell Qatar ahead of time, right? And if you think about it, what is the role of a government? The whole role of a government, in terms of its citizens, is to provide safety, provide security, provide services, and that just totally undermines it. That they're able to be bombed, that they're not able to protect their own citizens. They don't actually have. The citizens would lose total confidence, and obviously, it's like these are not normal governments and regimes, but it still matters, right? It still matters about the stability of that country, and that's what they actually care about.
Yeah, you may have
Those
come
Gulf
in.
states,
Hold on.
that's basically
You may have come in later, Nomad, but it was discussed that not only did Qatar know about this, but the United States knew about it as well. So whether that's true or not, I don't know, but this is about an hour ago, maybe, or so, that Qatar knew about it. And it was almost in a sense that these people were lured into this meeting thinking that they were going to have a discussion or meeting with other officials, and Israel bombed the building. So that's apparently what's happened.
So that's kind of an important point to make on that. And so someone mentioned something about about oil prices, saying that it would have jumped more if it was not known ahead of time. I think you'd probably want to look more at natural gas, specifically for Qatar, but because they're not really in oil, they're more in that.
Just some more breaking news. And by the way, some of these I'm not posting. Some of them are, obviously, when I mentioned they're in the nest, they're the ones that we posted. But sometimes it's just news where I don't like. It's just people condemning, and you don't want to post every single country. But the first one is the Egyptian presidency says we strongly condemn and denounce the aggression carried out by the Israeli occupation against the Sicily state of Qatar today. The attack is a serious precedent, an unacceptable development, and an escalation that undermines international efforts to calm the situation. One of the people who killed was Jihad Labad, who is the director of the office of the head of Hamas's political bureau. So he's just the director of the office, like an admin worker, who was among those killed in the Israeli strike. The what else we got? So the people, okay, we mentioned that. Yeah, we've got that. We've caught up. That is the breaking news. Okay, we've got one more, which is, let me just put it in the nest because this one I have tweeted out. Just give me 2 seconds. Which is, it's a statement by the Secretary of the GCC, and they've said this. This is the Secretary General of the GCC. The Council's countries are in full solidarity with the state of Qatar and stand with any measure it takes. We condemn the strongest terms the heinous acts committed by Israel and Qatari territory. So that is a statement by the Secretary General of the GCC. Let's give the mic to that girl. Jump in, and guys, anyone's got their hands up, if it dropped, just put it back on because I can't see anybody's hands up. It drops after a bit, I think. Also, the space is being attacked by the Zionists because we are the biggest space on X. But go ahead, that girl, jump in.
I'm gonna give it to Riot because his hand was up before mine, and I feel like you might not have saw it. And so Riot, if you want to go ahead, but I don't know if he's there.
No, go ahead before me. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, all right. All right, then, because I'm going to make this quick. I just want to touch on two things. The Mike Johnson thing, because I especially get mad when I listen to these people speak. They're all traitors to the American country, to the United States of America. Mofit, I hear you. Like, we need to get rid of these politicians. The only way to get rid of them is if nobody showed up to the polls. That is the only way. Once you have the illusion of a vote happening, then they are able to rig whatever they need to rig. Mike Johnson has been nothing but a traitor to the people.
Can't say I'm listening to her anyway, but Nomad, yeah, you're right. I think this is definitely a new line that's been crossed. No matter what side you're on, at some point this has to come to an end. This is getting absurd, and the biggest thing is if they're going to do this to any nation, they could do this to the United States. And we got the pager thing, the bombing of Iran. It just seems like all of this stuff is just extremely out of control, and you need to understand that you could be a victim of this as well. So it's easy to say, oh, this is great, this is wonderful on one side, but we have to be careful that you can open yourself up to this same type of attack here in the United States.
We went in. I don't even want to get into Iraq all the way, but the destruction and devastation that we did there. But then the soldiers who died, the soldiers who came back, they're still jacked up. Some of them are still killing themselves to this day. So when I hear these people talk, it makes me so sick to my stomach. He doesn't even know what's going on, but he knows he better stand with Israel. And it just makes me sick. And the last part, Ivy, I hear what you're saying. But I guess because I'm so used to corruption in my own country, I just feel like there will always be one or two people who still know what's going on. They took down buildings on a Tuesday morning called September 11th to get us in.
Everybody here, be sure to subscribe. I had changed some settings in YouTube, which seems to be helping a little bit, but be sure, if you're watching, be sure to subscribe. Super helpful, and like the live stream as well, so more people can see what's really going on, because this news is not is not out there except for a few of these places.
A lot of government. I'm almost turning into like an anarchist of some sort. But the only way to get them out, Brother Mofit again, is to not show up to the vote, and that would have to be the whole America. It's not going to happen. So I don't even ask for it. But that would be the only way.
Would you go to
decimating America? Like guys like Mike Johnson is exactly why America had to revise its job numbers to show it's actually negative 911,000, which is also coincidental considering the fact that girl Casey you just mentioned as well, in 2 days or so it's going to be 9/11 here as well. So I mean, it just what this guy, Donald Genocider Dump is doing, and his whole little Zionist crew is they're just decimating America. The only reason why it's still standing on its feet is because hardworking people like me and you every day putting in the work, the right way, not the wrong way like what they do. So I definitely agree though. I think
abused middle
we
class.
the people just have to ignore these rodents, these rats, ignore the media, ignore them, and just create our own system at this point, our own government, our own representation to actually showcase what we actually represent here in America, which is we do not represent war like our stupid government does. Our government's completely controlled by Israel. They've said for many years and years in a row, They've always said, guys, it only takes $20 billion to get rid of the homelessness in the United States of America. And yet we're sending $4 billion automatically to Israel. And that's minimum per year. That's just the automatic rate that they have. We're giving it to them. It's like as if it's almost a dividend. Imagine if you got a dividend of $3.8 billion every single year for doing absolutely nothing. This is what we're giving to Israel right here. All it would have taken was probably 4 years to end homelessness here. And then we're looking at the job numbers, negative 911,000. I'm willing to bet most Americans haven't gotten a raise or much of a raise this year. With all these trillions of dollars that they're spending on massacring people left and right, they could create more productivity, more work, more demand, more supply, right? More money for everybody. But instead, they're just, completely, and this is on a criminal scale, because we've always known our system to be a centralized system, but now it's like unbelievably centralized to the point where people out in the real world are like struggling to get catch up with this inflation. This inflation is just nasty. The last 4 years, 5 years, we're going to see another 4 or 5 years of it. And it's going to be because of having fake news, AIPAC slave, Israel-owned politicians like Mike Johnson, unfortunately.
That's actually hilarious. Imagine Bank of America sending you interest payment, that amount, and then when you act out, they send you a
We
bonus
got some
payment.
more. We got some more breaking news. Sorry, Ivy, I'll give it straight back to you. You've been the last person I've interrupted twice now. But just quickly, two pieces of breaking news. So the first one is the people who were killed by Israel, by the Israeli bombing of the Qatari capital is Humum Halil Al Haya, which is the son, Jihad Labad, Mu'amin Husna, Abdul Wahid, and Ahmed Abdul Malik. So these are none of them are the leadership of Hamas who have been killed. Also, we have a statement from the Yemeni Houthis who say, we strongly condemn and denounce the Israeli aggression on the headquarters of the Hamas delegation negotiating in Doha. So that is the latest news. Obviously, we can. Oh, wait a sec. There was a few more newses. Here you go. Iran, Iran, the head of the Atomic Energy Organization, Mohammed Eslami, has said the nuclear industry cannot be destroyed by any bombing. So they're saying their nuclear industry cannot. Ryan's here. Not be destroyed by any bombing. An Israeli security official to all Hebrew media said, we are confident of the success of the assassination of Hamas leadership. A security source of Chancellor, our eyes are now pursuing Izz al-Din al-Haddad. Obviously, that's been debunked already. That'll be old news because it's already been confirmed that they failed in their attempt to kill the Hamas leadership. Let's my boy Ryan's here. Ryan, how you doing?
Pretty good. There's our September surprise.
Ryan, go ahead.
They tried to
One
kill the negotiators in the middle of a negotiation. They did the same trick Trump did to Iran. He get them all in this building. This is for negotiating a ceasefire, and then Israel attacks the building in Qatar. Didn't get who they're aiming at. And the Palestinian media, everybody's saying this too. Like, this is Trump. He's got his dirty paws all over it. He arranged a ceasefire so that they could do assassinations. Same old trick they did twice.
Right, and Ryan, can you imagine a less
they definitely
valuable...
cannot be trusted. Just a couple of questions to you, Ryan. And I see that Tucker Carlson's on your flex. He needs to get you on so you can actually have the real news about what happened on September the 11th. But coming back to the conversation that we're having here specifically, just because we've had a bit of a long discussion, Ryan, about whether Qatar knew or not. I guess I want to hear your thoughts on that. But in addition to that, a couple of questions. What did they do now in response? And I've got a few more questions, but go ahead, jump in.
They are crooked enough to know and set that up when a leader's son was killed. Hamas leadership in Qatar, it's like Israel doesn't want to negotiate. They killed the negotiators. They've done this before. What can Qatar do? I mean, they can piss and moan, and at the end of the day, nothing, because Israel has America. I mean, what would anybody like them to do? Complain to who? They just did this in Yemen where they assassinated a whole cabinet and didn't have any consequences. So they're like, okay, we can just do this now. And they didn't hit the Qatari cabinet, but they hit, the negotiators for Hamas, or tried to.
And in terms of what's your view in terms of what do the Qataris do next?
I don't think there's much they can do. I mean, Are they still going to have a negotiated ceasefire, or that was a farce? I mean, that's done. So they will continue to murder people in Gaza. What can Qatar do other than go to the Arab League, whatever? They can appeal to the UN, whatever. They say, this assassination attempt, that's a war crime. That it's been done. Israel's committed equivalent crimes in other countries in Lebanon, Syria, and Iran, the same thing anyway. So, I mean, they can, what are they going to cut trade with Israel? Shake their finger at them? Not much they can do. They're going to have to gather their partners and do something collectively. That'd be their best move.
So we're not going to see a boom boom Tel Aviv.
With what? What, the Qatari Air Force? Yeah, right.
I've got some breaking news if you want.
Yeah, go for it. Jump in, and then I'll.
Yeah, sure.
They
So
need to be talking to Turkey. I mean, all they'd have to do is cut off the BTC lines, and Israel would lose 80% of its energy.
yeah, that oil needs to be stopped. Absolutely. So the breaking news was Israel just said that they'll bomb any country on earth. This state really needs to be put down, the Zionist state. They said so. The Israel's UN envoy said there is absolutely no hiding place for terrorists. Quote unquote terrorists. We will continue to pursue them everywhere. So they've given themselves carte blanche to bomb any country on this earth.
Yeah, definitely. Let me just give some more breaking news. We also have okay, actually I've given these. Yeah, so the news is coming thick and fast. Israel did bomb Iran. So Ryan, another question I've got for you is, in terms of from Qatar's perspective, this is obviously, they've just given trillions to the United States of America. Their sovereignty has been breached. Although they can't do anything themselves, they do have financial means and other means to do something. Many people think that they were in on it. Many people think that they weren't. What's your thoughts on it, whether they were in on it or not? And then I'll ask you a few more questions.
Well, let's just give that time. Like, if they were in on it, there should be some type of evidence that can be uncovered. I don't put that past them, but I don't put that accusation on them either. I wait to the smoke hasn't even cleared on this attack. So let's figure out what the evidence says specifically before we start just guessing based on heuristics. That's not always the best mode. Yeah, collectively, I mean, they have a money weapon a little bit. Israel doesn't care. They're subsidized by the United States. So they'd have to get together with the other Gulf Arabs and be like, look, you're next. This needs to end here now. But, there's it's full of betrayal. All those states, they can never do anything collectively. And that's why Israel feels emboldened to do this.
Do you think the US were aware of this? Because we have three conflicting reports. One says the US knew about this well in advance, possibly a decent amount of in advance. The other report is claiming that they knew just before the strike happened. And then the third report is that they only found out after the first missile was launched.
Oh, I'm going with option A. I think they worked with the Israelis just like they did with Iran, where they said, okay, we'll meet on Sunday and Israel attacks on Friday. They said, we're going to have peace negotiations with a ceasefire in Gaza, and then gather them all in one building, and Israel blows it up. I think Trump's hands are all over this. They're going to say, oh, we didn't know nothing. I didn't do nothing. Why would you not work with the United States if you can? And we all know that the U.S. will back Israel on its plans to assassinate leadership or anything else they want to do. I wouldn't doubt it. There's shared intelligence. And especially if Qatar knew in advance, then America knew in advance. But we don't know whether they knew or not. All we know is the U.S. tried to organize negotiations for a ceasefire in Gaza with this hostage swap, the thing we were just covering yesterday and the day before. And then Israel tries to kill the negotiators. Same thing they did in the past. And in the past, they worked with the U.S. So I don't think anything changed there.
Also, in more breaking news, so Israeli scholar Meir Masri said that whoever attacks Doha can also attack Ankara. And yeah, this is something I've been talking about a lot. There's seems to be an inevitable clash between these two countries.
Qatar's air defenses were not even activated. So but maybe they hit it with a drone. Right? Does anybody know exactly what they hit it with?
But who makes the air defenses, Ryan? Like, obviously, I think the U.S. and Israel have capabilities to kind of put a pacifier on that. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not like they were on and got electronically cut off. They weren't even on.
Just like the videos in Epstein's, the cameras in Epstein's jails, though.
Just some more breaking news. Okay, now this is a super chat. Let me just quickly read this. Oh, huge super chat. £50 super chat. Appreciate your support. It's a long one as well. I'll read it though. And then we'll go to Red because I think he needs to head off. But he said, what was it from? Okay. Hi, it says, hi, Suleiman. Thank you for your work. Here is a message. Western capitalist elites form an international financial caste united around one goal, profit. At their level, morality does not exist. Human life has no value. To starve, exploit, destroy, kill, all is acceptable as long as it generates wealth. These elite orchestrate the impoverishment of the people, launch wars, devastate the planet, control the media, and slowly poison us with toxic food. They are not defined by a single religion or origin. They include Jews, Christians, Muslims, and all those who choose capital over humanity. The Israeli lobby holds massive control over American politics through corruption. Israel itself is a colonial and criminal state that must be dismantled in its current form. Its population largely brainwashed by propaganda and radicalized by ideology actively or passively sustain the system of oppression. But Israel alone is not responsible. Behind it stands a vast network of Western financial elites who fund and profit for global chaos. This is above all the people's struggle against financial elites. There is nothing to expect from a democracy corrupted by capitalism. The democracy they make you believe in is not real. No reform, no compromise, only revolution can overthrow this rotten system, crush financial power, and return sovereignty to the people. Today, it's the Palestinians. Tomorrow, it will be everyone who is not part of the elite. Free the people, free Palestine. Appreciate, first of all, your support of this space. It's really helpful and does mean a lot. The second thing is, in terms of what you said, I agree with a lot of what you said. I just disagree with who sits at the top. I think it is Israel and the Zionists who stick at the top. But Simon does agree with you. I think this is very much aligned with Simon's positions from a geopolitical perspective. But I appreciate your support of the space. And if anybody else does want to support the space, the tweet is in the nest. You can do that via the super chat in the nest. Let's go to Raid because I know Raid, you wanted to jump in.
Yes, thanks so much. Sorry, yeah, I have to run, unfortunately, but I'm definitely coming back. Something very important that Lucas, I believe brother Lucas Cage just left, but mentioned it. But I felt it is my responsibility at least to weigh in on that as an Arab. Also, you know, the Arab world, around 450 million Arabs, the regular average Arabs, 80% something Sunnis, 15% something Shias, and the Christians. And I am a Christian Lebanese, and I'm an Arab. I want to say this. Look, I'm third generation resistance and in the intellectual realm, politics. My grandparents, my parents, and me, and we've all always dreamt, even as children, of Arab unity and us fighting back. What you guys see of Israel's behavior now, just because of the length of time it has done it this time, 20 months, and so that's the numbers of casualties are way higher and martyrs. But that blatant criminality, disrespect of any kind of law, human, international, moral, religious, whatever, has always been there. The persona of Israel, that Talmudic tribe that I call today, it is the ghetto of the world, where they leave the ghetto, do their crimes, and run back into the ghettos from pedophilia to what they did today. They've always have done that, and we've always if you go on the streets in any Arab nation amongst the 22 nations and you do a poll, you will see that all Arabs' blood is boiling. We want to do something. We want to unite. We are united. But the problem is Israel kills us, and then before it was the British, and the last 80 years it's the American administrations and not the people. The American administrations who bully us. They decide which king stays or which king goes, which king replaces which prince becomes king, which president comes, which president goes. And this is the problem. If we were left to our own devices to deal with that petty nuisance, we would have finished it a long time ago. So do understand that no matter what you hear on the news about sectarian Sunnis hating Muslims, this is all astroturf. As Arabs, we are all united in the cause of finishing Israel. And I'll add one more thing. Now I'm in somewhere outside Beirut. I was in Beirut when they bombed us to assassinate one man, Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the Axis of the Resistance. It was 7 kilometers away from me. They dropped 84 tons of explosives to assassinate one man, smack right in the middle of an Arab capital city. And the crater, Sully and guys, the crater of that thing, if you look at the photos, it's as large as an opening of a volcano. To kill one man because we're not allowed to resist. And this is what they do, they kill us. And then after they kill us, the American administration comes and bullies us to sign a ceasefire. And after we sign a ceasefire, Israel keeps killing us every day, such as the case in Lebanon, 4,300 breaches of that ceasefire from Israeli side only. And we're not allowed to do anything because the USA controls our government. And this is the problem. And I say all this just to let you know, like Sayyid Nasrallah used to say when he used to give speeches, he would greet everyone, and then at the end he would say, "And to all freedom-loving people of the world." And I believe, especially on Suleiman's space, there's many of you freedom-loving people of the world. You have to realize that if you do not free Washington, D.C. from these motherfuckers, no one is going to live in peace, and we're going to all be ethnically cleansed. Thank you. Love you. And I'm Sully. Thanks. And I'll come. Love you.
Appreciate it, Red. And look at just Red's from the region, so he's a little bit emotional. I know we'll have a lot of young listeners at this time. So if we can just try our best not to swear, not
Yeah.
too Red, obviously. I
Excuse
know
my
that.
God.
I know it's emotions happen and all that, but yeah, it's just that because it's like in the UK it's 5 p.m. and in America it's like 12 in the afternoon. So I know at this time we always have like a lot of young listeners, especially families listening. But that being said, we got some more breaking news, which is China's UN envoy who says, "quote," the tweets in the nest: "Israel's bombing of Doha is extremely dangerous and proves that there is no limits to the Israelis' violation of the rules." So news is coming thick and fast. Condemnations are coming thick and fast. What is going to be Qatar's response? This is what we're looking at. This is what we're considering. Let's go Ryan, jump in.
The UAE and Saudi Arabia have condemned the attack and warned of grave consequences.
Yeah, they did. Let's see what those grave consequences are. This is going to make Qatar... Look, this is going to impact their tourism. This is going to impact their sovereignty. This impacts their credibility. If they do nothing, like no one's going to think it's safe to go to Qatar if you're allowed to just come and bomb them and they got no response whatsoever.
I was gonna actually make a point about that, Sully. I recently took a flight, and I was one of the options. I was Qatar, right? And I didn't choose them. I ended up using Air France, but I always leave the airport on my layovers, right? And I considered, but now I have zero interest. I would go to Dubai. I would leave the airport. I did it in Paris. I have zero interest in doing that in Qatar. And remember also, this was also a place that what less than 3 years ago just welcomed hundreds of thousands of people for the World Cup, right? All those billions that they spent to promote tourism and their name on the world stage. I mean, that's kind of when
Yeah, you broke up. I agree with what you said. It's a golden point. And that Ivy is just an example of many people who are thinking the same thing. Let's go to Shane. Shane, jump in.
Thanks, Suleiman. Yeah, I just wanted to, provide a bit of a, I don't know, I guess a legal viewpoint on this. At this point, I think,
Yeah, just for the
international law.
audience, Shane, sorry, Shane, I apologize I interrupted you, but Shane is a criminal defense and human rights lawyer as well, has significant amount of experience. Appreciate him. He's been on our space before to give legal perspectives. Sorry, Shane, go ahead.
Shane is awesome, by the way.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the accolades. We're in a situation right now where international law seems to have eroded to the point where it doesn't seem to be worth talking about anymore. But I think we need to, because we need to keep bringing this back to the contradictions that exist and the double standards that exist, where we see states like the US and Canada and Great Britain and so on, not hesitate for a moment to call for international law to be respected where it's politically advantageous for them. So, for example, where they're engaged in a proxy war involving Ukraine against Russia. But here, it's something that is not commented on. We can even have, aggression by Israel to the point of assassinating the Yemeni Prime Minister, Ahmed al-Rahawi, just, what was it now, less than 2 weeks ago. And this continued escalation that we see now with this attack on Qatar. And what we see happen now with the attack on Qatar is, there's really many violations that we can identify here. There's a violation of Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, that basically says that member states have to refrain from threats or uses of force that compromise the territorial integrity of other member states. There's also, breaches of international humanitarian law principles involving military necessity, proportionality, civilian protection, and even when we look at Israel's argument that, oh well, it was a targeted killing, we were going after specific individuals, that still has no protection in international law in these circumstances. Article 51 of the UN Charter is very specific, and it only allows for self-defense if there's an existing armed attack or an imminent threat on the state that warrants that. Customary international law as well, it demands that there has to be an instant, overwhelming necessity for something like this to happen. And the only reason why Israel is continuing to engage in this pattern of criminal behavior is because the international community is not holding it to account and is willing to go along with this, what we call Israeli legal exceptionalism, where the law simply is not applied or enforced in any manner when it comes to Israel and its armed forces.
Shane, Shane, I agree with exactly about everything you said there, and I think it's extremely important. I got a couple of more questions for you just before I give those questions to you. We should have a couple of people coming into the space. I know Max Blumenthal's coming in a bit, and I'm just speaking to a few others as well. So we'll have some different perspectives from a wide range of alternative media journalists, giving us some different perspectives on, all giving us perspectives on what's happened and the way they view things. But sorry, Shane, just in terms of, you're right in terms of the international law, but from Qatar's perspective, and what we've seen is now, not only can they not do anything when you look at the ICC, ICJ, but the worst, America is now sanctioning people, reprimanding people, anyone who goes to the international court. Doesn't that just kind of end this whole idea of an international court on human rights?
We're certainly getting close to it. I mean, we're at a stage right now where even organizations that are advocating for human rights, like Al-Haq, Al-Mazan, Palestinian Center for Human Rights, organizations which are at the forefront of academic research and advocacy in the realm of human rights, those are being sanctioned by the US. It's entirely transparent, and they're sanctioned because they're engaged in ICC procedures, whether directly or indirectly. So what we see, it is a transparent criminal attack on individuals and organizations that are trying to uphold the rule of law. And it's really an unprecedented
Thank you for the $5, Nomad. I
think we're
appreciate
finding
that. Thank you
ourselves in
very
right now, and we
much.
have to learn how to grapple with it, and we're going to have to come up with some new techniques to avoid really kind of getting further down in the quicksand here.
I've got some more breaking news. This one, the source is me. I'm just doing the maths here. I think Israel is the first nation outside of a major war to bomb 6 sovereign nations in 1 week.
Yeah, that's crazy. Ivy, were you did you want to jump in with anything? Sorry, you got dropped earlier. I mean, you cut out earlier. Oh, your mic's still not working. Let's go
I got a
to,
response from Turkey if you want to hear that.
yeah, go for it.
So let me grab it again. They were saying this this situation is clear proof that Israel has adopted its expansionist politics in the region and terrorism as a state policy. It's pretty strong.
Well, they bombed the Turkish airbase yesterday, didn't they? Which was in Syria as well.
Yeah, like I said, 6 nations in like 7 days. They're doing the Wesley Clark thing for real.
Yeah, they are indeed, and they're doing it within a short period of time as well. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew, jump in. Andrew, sheet. Okay.
Oh, hello.
Well, how is this going to affect the UN meeting that's upcoming? They got to vote for a Palestinian state now.
Yeah, definitely.
Hello.
Yeah, go for it, Simon. Andrew, sorry, I'm just tweeting something out.
Oh, Sully, thank you. Sorry about that. A call come in right when that happened. But anyway, I put it up in the net. Well, down the purple pill. I think we had a perfect paradigm of this whole thing. It happened. Remember back in 2011, when the U.S. went into sovereign territory there in Pakistan and took out Bin Laden. The Pakistani government, human rights, violations of, you've violated every United Nations violations, 10 violations of this sovereign nationality and all this. But see, we know now, and the Pakistanis can talk about this. It was plausible denial. It was plausible denial. They were like, oh, yeah, this is so wrong. You were so bad, USA. But let's be honest with each other. When we look at the whole picture, the United States and Israel, they do whatever the hell they want, when they want, and how they want it. And the GCC, they're all part of it. They know what's going on. They just got to play the game. But what I want us to look at, and I need some greater minds than and I want Simon to weigh in on this. The GCC and this Abrahamic Peace Accords, this is really going to throw, a fly in the ointment here, because they put tremendous pressure on Qatar to join in the Abrahamic Peace Accords. And Hamas has always been that sticking point, which is, we know, Gaza. So anyway, thanks, Sully, so much. And thank you. I'm learning a lot from y'all. Love y'all. Keep fighting the good fight.
Osama bin Laden was not a negotiator for a ceasefire. He was a renowned international terrorist. It's not the same.
Connect the dots there with Saudi Arabia, if we could, on that. Wahhabism, perhaps.
I mean, what about it?
Yeah, what's the point you're making? I don't get it. Okay, cool. He's
Hi.
cut off. Let's go to Q9. Go ahead, Q9.
Good evening.
Yeah, I
Hi.
believe you're Qatari, right?
Yeah, I am Qatar, and I am from Qatar. Now I am here in Qatar. Now we have a time 7:23 minutes. Yes, that's it.
Sorry?
Now the time in Qatar 23 minutes
Oh, okay, 7 o'clock,
at night. Yeah,
7:20.
7 p.m.
Yeah,
Yes.
no problem. But you're Qatari, right?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. I got a message saying you want to give your perspective. Go ahead, jump in.
Yes, thank you. We have agreement with USA as defense agreement. Yes. And we need, yani, in this situation, we don't need to respond. Need to respond? USA, because your army base here, Air Force here in Qatar. Why I pay this money for that? Why we pay 1 trillion before a few months for USA? For what this money? We, okay, I have money. I will pay for that for your safety. I know we are a small country, and we're looking for only peace country. We are negotiate. ما في أحد عربي يترجم لي، بس خلوني أعبر على راحتي.
Yeah, I think you're making a golden point. I just reiterate to the audience what you're saying, and then just collate your thoughts and say whatever you want to say next. But no, I think you made an important point. What he's basically saying is Qatar is paying a significant amount of money to the United States of America for their protection. They have a US airbase in Qatar, which was meant to be there for Qatari protection, which is what he believes. Also, the Qatar have given over $1 trillion to Donald Trump, again to have good relations and to have trade and various other things. So what is the reason for paying this money is what he's saying. If these countries or if Israel's able to bomb them whenever they want to, basically what is it that they're paying for and what is the benefit of paying them is what he's saying. Sorry, do continue, Kunan.
Okay, brother. And the other things, how UK is in, I don't know, but actually, USA Army, there is a UK for petrol, for oil in the sky. يعني الطيارة اللي تطير في السماء هذه تعبي الطيارات الثانية. Around the area, this area, and in Qatar, we this one will stop the air missiles. That's what make Qatar not respond for the this this jet, because we are in Gulf. This is the middle air force, and sometimes we need some place of Israel and any country, they have a patrol here, or they have, in the sky, because there is a UK plane in the sky, and just give oil for all planes around. That's what's happened. The USA, Trump is owned, actually. I know they are blackmail all the congressmen in USA. I know that from Jeffrey Biss. I know this one. I know fact. This is fact. And all of you, but you don't have the power. The problem is not in Qatar. The problem in USA, because they don't have the people. I know all the people don't want the peace, and don't want all 10 years to have a war. Every Afghanistan, Yemen, India, anywhere you have a problem.
So
Okay,
Q9, let me ask you a question. What, as a Qatari,
yes,
you've
please.
seen Israel breach your sovereignty, your safety. Many people are already saying they're never going to go to Qatar because we used to
You
think
wanna the
Qatar was
joke
safe.
thing? You wanna joke thing? What joke? We are in Qatar. Never in our life we have a missiles in our sky. The 2 times we have now.
Yeah,
All of them,
but
because of USA.
yeah, well, because of Israel. But the thing is,
And
just a
no,
quick,
USA is help them, because we stop the war. We take the first missile. We take the war, the missile to stop the war. Oh, okay. You want to stop the war? Oh, no problem for the missiles.
yeah,
Okay.
you're right, you're right,
The, ne-
you're
the,
right,
the,
you're
the
right.
other one,
The US is definitely
we help
complicit.
you, but you don't help us. This is wrong
Yeah.
way. This is what love of one way.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that is definitely love going one way for sure, is what my argument is in that regard. But just a quick one. You, as a Qatari, have just seen your sovereignty breached. You've seen your country be physically bombed.
Hard,
They
bro.
bombed
والله
a
hard.
building. One second, Kuna. Let me ask a question. You saw a residential building in Qatar be bombed. You, as a Qatari, what response do you want your government to do against Israel or the United States, as per what you're saying, but against Israel? What is the response you want to see?
Brother, if about I will not talk about this entity. Wallah, this entity is entity, actually. It's not country, because there are a few people coming to have a land, and we the first there is a ship coming, help us. The European kill us. Please help us. We take us. If you let us back, the Europe, and we take them in Palestine. After that, they take the gun and kill us. Okay, ask any Jewish in the world, what the Muslim doing with you? They said they protect us from Europe. They protect us in Spain, and we take them every time. They run to the Muslim countries, because at the end, you coming to kill me. I know there is a lot of Jewish is not with this. I know,
No, but listen, Q9,
and
just stay
and
one
human not
second.
with this.
Listen, bro. Just stay a bit focused, please. The specific question I asked, what would you want your country to do as a response to give you that confidence and to demonstrate courage?
Easy move. Wallah, easy move. You're no, they are now in this way. They are a break every agreement between me and USA, because the guns, the Israeli planes is USA planes, guns from USA, everything hit Qatar from USA, and with the USA, and I can in this way. I know for sure.
Wait. You're speaking too fast, and I can't really understand what you're saying. Are you saying that the US airbase should be removed from Qatar?
This is what we ask, actually. Well, this is what we want,
And
because
also,
why? I
okay,
push you
one
for my
second.
safety, not
Q,
to attack me.
yeah, Q9. Okay, let me just a few points. So you want the US airbase to be removed from Qatar. What about Israel? What response do you want against Israel?
Brother, wallah, I am not violence, man. I don't even. Israel is actually, if Europe, and we are only talking, and stop give guns for Israel. I
No, but the
swear.
thing is, it's not about 1 second. It's not about violence. It's a deterrent because if you allow someone to bomb
And
you
then
and you do 1 second, listen. So if you allow someone to bomb you and then you don't respond, all that's going to happen,
yes,
all
for
that's going
sure.
to happen is that they will
And
then bomb
as a
you
country,
again.
I now I give my country, my government, I give them the right to pay any money to make Israel fall down. This is as a Catholic
Yeah.
now. This is my feeling because what? This is first time I see buildings fall down in my country like this way.
Yeah, it's
And
terrible. It's terrible
the
to see
problem
those
in the
buildings
embassy
being taken
area.
down.
Embassy area. There is a lot of embassy inside near. Embassy area يعني is not والله in this building a civilian building and other a civilian building actually for sure 1000% because America the USA they know this place, they know everything about this detail because and our police they never Hamas and anything of this place never move and Qatar without any security from police. This is logical actually. And I am sure, and as I knowing some people working with this security, they said they know leaving anyway without permission. And USA know this one. Why do you do this?
Yeah.
Why
Okay.
you do this one?
Okay.
Just
Okay.
just
I get.
to make people thinking about anything else, and you do another things. This is a cheating. This is not world. Wallah. We are why we put law in the world? We put this law because this is not a human things. They say, okay, Nazi do with us like this, like this. They do more than Nazi. Well, the Nazi they don't do like this. I don't support the Nazi, but the Nazi don't do like this even. You killing children. Why? Because you don't kill. You cannot kill Hamas. You kill children. This is
Yeah.
the army. What the shit army? Wallah, and they are bring Ukrainian and why Russia not stop the war? Because they want the Jewish from near Ukraine. They move to Palestine. This is the fact.
Appreciate it. Anyway, listen,
Yes, brother.
appreciate you coming on the space and giving
Sorry
us
to
your
disturb you
perspective.
and peace for Palestine and no problem. It's just one building, but Iran destroy more than that in Israel. Thank you, Dada.
Appreciate it. So thanks for that. And guys, we should be having Max Blumenthal on the space at some point. Also, I've got a few other people who possibly may be coming on. I just messaged them now because I just thought about it. So yeah, just watch out for that. We're gonna get a few more guests to come in to speak about it. Also, I think this is like an extremely important point when you look at it from a geopolitical perspective. Like you just heard from a Qatari explaining the impact it's had on Qatar, how he feels like his safety isn't there, how they give trillions of dollars to the United States of America for the sole purpose that they're going to be safe, and now he's seen buildings collapse in his country. This is probably how every Qatari feels. He's just been a lot more open about it, and people are not confident. You mentioned Ivy just mentioned that he when he does connecting flights, he's not going to go to Doha because of the risk that is entailed in that. And I think a lot of people feel like that. A lot of people believe that to be the case, and it is going to affect the tourism. It's going to affect people going to their country. It's going to impact them in a huge manner. This is without a shadow of a doubt. Also, I've got another tweet. Let me just quickly read that to you. Here we go. It is here, which is okay, two more tweets. So one is Qatar gifted Donald Trump $400 million Boeing 747-8 for use as Air Force One in May 2025. Today, Trump approved Israeli airstrikes on Doha. This is how Trump repaid them. So that's the first tweet. You can see that on my page because I haven't put it in the nest. And the other one is we have the first CCTV footage of the first moment the Israeli strikes hit Qatar. That tweet's in the nest. You can see it. That is the first footage of the Israeli strikes on Qatar. Do you want to welcome back Simon back onto the space as well? I know Simon's going to probably want to discuss some of the perspectives that he has. I'm not sure, Simon, you heard this, what you call it again, this Qatari who was extremely upset about the bombing of his country and the fact that why they're paying America so much money if they're seeing buildings crash down in Qatar.
Okay, who was that? Sorry.
That was a Qatari guy who just came up earlier.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. So, yeah. Well, just to reiterate what I was previously speculating as it was happening live. I believe anything that would happen from here would be under the agreement of the entire region, and I think Qatar would have agreed to this, but obviously it's on a need to know basis. Whoever's at the higher level of these types of operations, and they always need to have the optics, because I think the goal was to destroy Hamas's base, separate Hamas and Qatar, so that Qatar no longer has the responsibility of sheltering the political arm of Hamas. And this is a way of doing it where you can say, well, Israel attacked us. It will come back with lots of condemnation from the region. But I think everyone in the region would have been aware, or whoever at the higher levels would have been aware of it. But yeah, the idea is that it creates the optics that this is just an unexpected attack. So I wouldn't expect any type of retaliation we get from here. I think it would be for optics reasons, and would be agreed. And so yeah, you'd expect anyone. I mean, that's the desired outcome for everyone to feel that the way that I think you just described. That's how I interpret everything.
Yeah, Trump has ripped up a contract because the Gulf states um, they give Trump military intelligence, geopolitical leverage in the area, trillions. They prop up the petrodollar, um, all in return for their guaranteed safety, and Trump has just ripped that up. So everything will change after this, and it's part of a broader topic that we've all been talking about in previous spaces, which is the upward surge of BRICS as a center of power in this world, and everything Trump has been doing over the past many months that he's been president has been incinerating America's place in this world as its geostrategic geopolitical leader. Like the whole tariff nonsense, and now this, and being a slave to Israel. It's not just eradicating Trump's geopolitical leverage in the world. It's also incinerating the authority of international law, the authority of the rules-based order. It's going straight back to makes right, and these things, they're not tangible, so people don't pay attention. But it will be tangible in terms of like the speed of BRICS membership and de-dollarization, and deals that circumvent America and its key allies. And these things are happening and transpiring, and this will lead to, the loss of the world for the grandchildren of the modern American. The empire is already on its last legs right now for people who are alive today.
Yeah,
And
Adam, I
so,
think.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go on, Simon. No, go on, Simon.
So, like, to me, the important thing that I think people haven't quite grasped is the separation between those that control America and America as a nation. In the UK, we've already accepted our destiny that our entire budget is just for American companies to profit from civil unrest, war, death, destruction. And many people consider that that's for Israel. But the debate we constantly have is that it's actually American companies that receive all the money, the ones that also control the ETFs in both Israel stock market and American stock market. So, if you think about it, America as a nation won't benefit, but the companies that are going to be investing in the rebuild of the region with the GCC will significantly financially benefit, and the Americans will pay for it. And so that's it's important to separate, and that's how the American system works. It prints money, creates inflation, and then sends it over through crony capitalism to US companies and launders it through colonies like Israel. But all of the profits come right back up to the corporate class in America and those that own those shares. So when saying America won't do well, that's true, but because America, just like UK, is engaging in a civil unrest campaign, which is a K-shaped economy to separate money from the people and hand it over to the corporate class. And that's exactly, and so American companies will benefit significantly from, and that's why you saw such a disgusting plan of the rebuild of Gaza. It's all American companies, and it's the GCC that's going to have the potential, that, and and then GCC is trying to get it where they're negotiating essentially with BlackRock to say, well, how much sovereignty can we have left in our region in order to get our region back and decolonize. And so that's why the GCC bloc and the BRICS bloc have put together this de-dollarization force. And the GCC are trying to sit between these two relationships. And the cost that they're experiencing is the cost to get US companies to stop profiting from war and start profiting from, a rebuild. And this is what I think the thing that we're witnessing. And so that's, people interpret that as this is just Israel gaining power. But I think Israel is a vassalized state for US corporations anyway, that and US corporations control politicians. So I think eventually we'll get to the end of what that relationship is, but you just got to get to who's the net beneficiary. And it will be those that own Israel shares and those that own the stocks in America that will benefit from all of this death, destruction, rape, and pillage.
Just some more breaking news, and then I know Didi's got a hand up as well. We'll get see what she's got to say as well. But we also have, this has been reported by the Wall Street Journal, which is after Israel informed the US of the imminent attack against Hamas in Qatar, US informed Qatar of the imminent attack. So it seems like as soon as the Israel informed US informed Qatar, but then they said imminent, which means it doesn't seem like they know, or it doesn't seem to be that they had a significant amount of advance notice, according to the Wall Street Journal claim. Also, we've got a £10 super chat. Let me read that out to you, which is, good morning, Suleiman. Please, when you can, do a recap of the news. Some of us just woke up in the West Coast. It's not shocking that Israel bombed Qatar just to avoid Trump's peace deal. Also, Qatar won't respond. I have zero faith in these Arab leaders. SYD Art. Appreciate the support of the space, SYD Art. And he does send me stuff as well, so I appreciate you guys. If anybody wants to do what SYD Art has done, which is support the space or do a super chat, the tweets on the nest, it's the right hand side tweet in the nest. In terms of, let's do a quick recap, because there is always people coming in and out of the space. It is 9 a.m. in the Pacific, 10 a.m. Pacific, I think it is. So a lot of people will be joining the space. So let me just give a quick recap, and then we'll see what Didi's got to say. So first of all, what happened was earlier on today, in the early hours of the morning in America, Israel bombed Qatar. What they did was, the Qatari leadership, the Hamas leadership were in Turkey, and they came back to Qatar because of ceasefire negotiations. The ceasefire negotiations were basically pertaining to a ceasefire in Gaza. So they brought them into this building for a new ceasefire proposal that was sent yesterday, or amendments to the ceasefire proposal was sent yesterday. They went into this building in Qatar, and then Israel bombed them. Israel, in terms of American involvement, we have 3 different reports. You heard just me say one of them. One report says that it was greenlit by Trump in advance, at least, so therefore there was significant amount of notice. The other report said that he only found out just before the Israelis were about to attack, and the third report says that he only found out after the Israelis struck. You had the Wall Street Journal, which says that it was when the attack was imminent. That's when they told them. They basically attacked the Hamas leadership in Qatar, in the building. What happened was Trump lured them in to this negotiation, and then while they were in the building for the negotiation, they bombed them. In terms of what happened, there was claims initially by Israeli media that key members of the Hamas leadership had been taken out, including Khalil al-Khaya. That was found to be false. We had alternative reports by Arab media and Hamas as well, who basically said that no, Khalil al-Khaya hadn't been killed. We then got confirmation that actually this was fake news. The Hamas leadership had not been killed, and therefore Israel failed in their attack. So to recap, I hope I haven't missed anything out if I have somebody jump in. But Israel bombed and broke the sovereignty of Qatar bombed residential building in Qatar. They killed Khalil al-Khayyar's family, which is his wife and children, because they were in a residential area, but they didn't kill the leadership. They broke the sovereignty and they failed in their mission, which was to kill the leadership of Hamas. They've broken the sovereignty. Everyone's looking at whether Qatar are involved in terms of were Qatar aware of it. Simon and a few others think that they were aware of it. Others think that they weren't aware of what was going to happen in terms of this breach or the attack on Qatar. And now we're waiting. A lot of countries have come out since then and condemned the attack on Qatar. Now the question, and as Adam said, they've now bombed 6 countries in the space of the last few days, I believe. I would say in the last 24 hours. Like, which country have they not bombed in the last 24 hours? So this is a significant escalation, shows Israeli expansionism. The question is, what is Qatar going to do now? Their sovereignty was breached. America definitely didn't help their even if America only found out why have they got American airbase there? Why have they got these people allegedly trying to protect them when, as this Qatari came out, people are able to bomb Qatar and destroy buildings in Qatar? It means American defense cannot be trusted as well when it comes to the Israelis, because the Israelis can just make sure that it's deactivated based on their control over the United States of America. So that's the kind of recap of the news. We're waiting for the Qatari response. Is there going to be a response? There could be a response today. Therefore, that's why we're waiting for. We're waiting to see what's going to happen on that. We've got a few journalists coming on, such as Max Blumenthal and various others as well. So we'll check that out as well. But that's the kind of overview or recap of what the news is and what's happened up to now. Let's bring in Didi. Didi, you had a hand up. What did you want to jump in on?
Well, you covered what I was going to say, but Bibi started speaking while you were. And so here's from him. Israel has no greater friend than the United States. We have dealt a strong blow to all components of the axis of evil. There was an operational opportunity today to eliminate the Hamas leadership, and instructions were given with the defense minister to carry it out. The Shin Bet and IDF carried out the mission in an optimal and precise manner that impresses the whole world. The days are over when terror leaders can roam with immunity anywhere in the world.
Appreciate that. That is the statement of Netanyahu, the genocidal, maniacal leader of the Israeli regime. Let's bring in Chin. Chin, jump in.
Thanks. Yeah. As people have observed, in past conversations, really what this boils down to is, if it were not for the diplomatic, military, and economic support that Israel receives from other states, none of this would be possible. And you can look at it by way of analogy to say, if someone provides a criminal with a loaded gun, knowing that that individual is going to go and kill civilians, and then they bankroll them in the midst of their crime spree, and then they go even farther than that, but they advocate on their behalf and rationalize their behavior. The question then is that person not equally culpable as the person running around pulling the trigger? Because really, at the end of the day, it's not just about the act of aiding and abetting that's happening, but it's about failing to hold Israel accountable. And we can't expect those who are in bed with this criminality to do anything meaningful to hold Israel accountable. And if countries actually followed the example that, for example, Spain has set with its excellent BDS measures just recently, Israel's capability of carrying out what it's doing right now, it would be halted in short order. But what we see is that our progress towards that point is moving a bit too slowly because the largest players in this, namely the United States, but others as well, those are the ones that are the most embedded and the ones that are the most difficult to change.
Yeah, and I want to bring in, go ahead, Dag, I'll jump in and then we'll get a bit into the conversation and see what he's going to say.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, and to what Shane was saying, I mean, it's true. It's like, when you give the person a loaded gun and they're shooting, both equally, accountable for this. Absolutely. America. I mean, Bibi Benjamin, Netanyahu never misses a beat to say America's our greatest ally. You know, we couldn't do this without them. So just goes back to these kind of assassinations, these JFK assassinations that literally changed the world. But to Simon, when you're saying like these people are trying to fight back the American dollar and that, this is giving evidence to even the point that I make about places like Egypt, you know, of course, not the people, I'm talking about the government. When you work with American establishments, okay, they are not your friends. As a matter of fact, it will be lethal for you, okay? These people can't, you know, they can't respond. Respond with what exactly? How are they going to respond? They're going to respond with things that America provided for them. It doesn't make sense. They have been able to literally neuter the whole, like, I don't want to, not the Arab population, I want to be very clear, but these countries, and they place their puppet governments where now things like this can happen. Israel can just bomb wherever, however they want to, and there will be no response. Not only will there be no response, America backing all of this, who's going to come? I'm at the point where I don't see how America loses in this. And it's a very conflicting position because I am an American. Why would I want America to, quote, lose? But at the same time, it's like, I don't want America to win like this as a Zionist vassal, you know, a vassal state for Zionism. I absolutely don't. It's not good for the world. So I just don't see a scenario where like anything bad happens to this Zionist vassal state, America, Israel included. I mean, even across the globe, you think Venezuela is about drugs? If anybody thinks it's about drugs, they're insane. They're talking about Iran-backed proxy militia. You know, you hear Netanyahu saying that terrorists can't walk the world, terrorist leaders can't walk the world freely. Who said they were terrorist leaders? Why? Because you say it, so now we have to go with it, and then we have to destroy the world, running after so-called terrorists everywhere. And who's going to come? No, I just don't see where this stops.
Yeah. Well, again, you've got to get into the nuance argument. Again, people keep conflicting America with those that control America. So America does not work for the American people. America works for those that own US shares. And that is only 10% to 1% of the population. So 90% are paying and 10 to 1% benefit. And so what you're seeing is not America winning, it's the American power structure winning. And the American power structure is the same power structure that controls England, Europe, Australia, Canada, and Israel. It's these countries only work for the corporate interest of American companies. And Lockheed Martin wins, General Dynamic wins, BlackRock wins, Goldman Sachs wins, JP Morgan wins. And what the GCC are negotiating is what is the optimum deal that allows us to not be in the forever war. Because the forever war is why America funds Israel. Because America profits from the forever war, not Americans. 90% of Americans just pay the inflation and the money printing. But the 10% benefits significantly because that $10 trillion from war was stolen from you and handed over to Lockheed Martin, General Dynamic, Palantir, and all of these different, and JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. And so if you own those shares, you benefit at the expense of everyone else. And that's how America works. And so if you have a colony like Israel that allows you to launder printed money and taxpayers' money from the American people and hand it over to American corporations, then those corporations win. And so the definition of America is you have the same fate that Europe has, that UK has. The only difference is that you've got the stock market and you're the host nation. And so all of this death, destruction, rape, pillaging, and everything is the American stock market. And that's the reality.
I mean, and if I could just end, and I won't, you know, but I mean, yeah, I definitely know that Americans don't benefit at all. Although that last point you make, it will never just be just cut and dry like that for me, because when Israel entered into when that nation went there in 1948. America did actually used to provide some pushback to a lot of things that they would try to do, and then obviously that was handled so that would never happen again. So a lot of
That
this
was
stuff
in the
for
British.
land
That
is
was
not
yeah,
just for America. Like that didn't start. That didn't like grow there. That thought for that land is returned back to some holy land that has destroyed the world ever since. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. Like, all roads lead back to this. It's just,
yeah, but that was
it's just a
when
little bit more.
Britain was handing over power to America. That was for our benefit. Like the original genocide, the original crimes, that was for us. But all of our wealth ended up in the Federal Reserve and Fort Knox. And now America's in charge. America took over the British Empire. And decolonization was replaced with neo-decolonization, which was executed by Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Citibank, Bank of America, Lockheed Martin, General Dynamic, BlackRock, Fidelity, State Street. And every one of those companies is a US publicly traded company that's profiting from every theft from the American people that don't own shares.
May I just grab the mic for like a few minutes before Max jumps in?
Yeah, who's that speaking? Oh, your mic's kind of bad. Who was that?
How is this now? I'm just talking from my laptop mic.
I don't know. What do y'all think on the stage?
I can hear.
I can hear him.
Maybe it's just me. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, sure. I'll speak a little louder. Thank you. So I'll just say a few things about the Qatar response. I don't think they're going to respond in any meaningful way, because Gulf countries know very well what happened when King Faisal responded with the 73 oil embargo against countries that supported Israel in the Yom Kippur War. And what happens is that it tanked the economy, caused a crisis, and then they took him out with his own nephew. So these monarchs, they know exactly what will happen if they actually respond in a real way. I have a theory, and I don't know how this theory could well not be wrong. Qatar does have a history of making snubs against Israel. So one of the things that they did previously was when the German chancellor arrived, they just left him stranded at the airport. That's not really a significant response, but it's a snub, right? There's a chance that when Qatar found out that there was going to be a strike, that they probably just alerted the Hamas leaders, and that's how these Hamas leaders survived. There's a chance that happened because Israel had no problem taking out military leaders in Iran, despite the fact that Iran has a far sophisticated security detail. Qatar has none of that, right? So there's a chance that that could be the case. But if that is the case, that is going to be the extent of the response. I don't think Qatar is going to risk doing anything significant. On the other side, there's a bit of a silver lining here. I think it's a net positive that it's being made obvious to everybody that the international order and all these international laws that have been shoved in the face of the rest of us are proven to be fake. I'm not much of an optimist or an accelerationist. In this particular case, I'm going to be both. I think Israel making the situation worse and the region getting into a worse situation. At the end, I think it's just going to bring about their own destruction. I don't think Israel's going to be able to get out of this. There's a reason why they're attacking everyone like a rabid dog. It's not just a matter of just them being bullies. I think it's also a sign of desperation because they know that if they don't, they took the best defense as offense. They're basically attacking everyone because they know that they're cooked. Their goose is cooked, and they're not going to be able to get themselves out of this. And if the region goes into a boiling state, and I'm a Muslim Middle Eastern myself, so it's not like I'm stoked about it. But the silver lining there is that it's definitely going to bring down the six-piked order that has actually allowed Israel to exist in the first place. So we'll see. We'll see. I think it's. I stand with Qataris. I stand with my brothers in Qatar. But I don't think anybody should expect much of a response from countries like Qatar or UAE. I mean, you can bomb Dubai right now. UAE is not going to do anything, right? So that's where I stand on this. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, like if we're talking about end games, I think again people need to separate Israel as a tool for creating wars versus Israel as a state that doesn't have the current extremists in charge of the cabinet, and has as sick as it sounds, because it's just absolutely disgusting and it's not what I want, it's just what I think is happening. But Israel, that is, rather than being commanded by Lockheed Martin and General Dynamic, is being commanded by JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, which means rebuild and get on with your neighbors. And that's what I think the transition eventually is.
But all of those banks you just mentioned are also owned by and run by Jews, right,
No,
Simon?
they're not. They're run by 55% Christians, 35% owned by.
Who's at the top of JP Morgan, Simon?
Do you mean the CEO?
Yeah, who's at the top of that?
The Jamie Dimon.
Is his wife a Jew?
I don't know, but if she is,
Simon.
Yeah, if she is, then then Jamie Dimon works for the shareholders, and the shareholders are 55% Christian, 36% atheist, 1% Jewish, 6% Muslim, according to the distribution of wealth.
I'm not even gonna try. It's just silly, Simon.
Why is it silly?
Simon, do
So
you know
tell
this?
me tell me how a CEO is more important
Because
than a
we could talk
shareholder.
about how is the CEO more important than a shareholder? I don't know. We could look at, for example, Disney, which has a Jewish CEO, which, as we've talked about in the past, has made all kinds of movies that have been absolute box office flops and bombs, where they're not doing anything that would reflect the benefit of the shareholders, but seem rather to push a message, an agenda, and one that I would say is overtly anti-white. And we're looking at what's happening in the Middle East right now, where
Hold on.
Donald
So
Trump
you're saying the Disney shareholders, a public company, are saying that this company is being used to push an anti-white agenda, not maximizing profits, and therefore the shareholders
I
don't
don't
do a
even want to
class
respond with
action.
obviously, because it's so much
They don't
more
need
than
to when they have
obvious.
the Federal Reserve to print up money for them.
No, they do. You still can be sued in a class action lawsuit by your shareholders.
Yeah, but
Like, so if you
Who's
optimize,
gonna hold them account? The Jewish judge who's owned by the Jewish politicians like Mike Johnson?
okay, well, there's Jewish power, there's no doubt. But if the shareholders want to get together and sue Disney, saying you're not maximizing profits, I lost shitloads of money because you were pursuing an
Simon, I'm
agenda.
not trying to be funny. I'm sorry. I just have to jump in
Simon,
because I got it. Wait, if Mofit, if I could, I'm really sorry. I know that you are co-host. I got to get on a Zoom. If I could just say, you know who the
battery's about to die. Let her go.
No, I have a Zoom call that I'm actually late
The
to.
battery's about to die. Let her go, Casey. You're on 1%.
No. But let me just say, and I never forget this. I remember when this happened. People's retirements was just placed into these investment funds because everybody was crying about it. Everybody was pissed about it. I think this was under the Biden administration. People, like regular folk that I know, like that I work with, were like, "Oh my God, my retirement fund! What did they do? I'm losing money. This, that, and the third." These are the shareholders, Simon. Okay, they don't answer to the shareholders. Okay, they make their decisions. Yes, Disney was making terrible movies. They're still doing it. I covered that, on my channel. This is what happened, Simon. These war plans. It's not what shareholders, the grandmoms. They're not coming in. They don't talk to them. They do whatever with people's money. There's nothing new to that. There's nothing at all new to that. And there's no separating this. Just because not even just because this is not a coincidence. Everything lines up because it's part of the plan. Whether people want to see it that way or not makes no never mind to me at this point. But
Part of whose plan, though?
I'm even be nice. The Zionist Antichrist.
Okay.
But yes.
So 75% of the US stock market is controlled by 10% of the wealthy, and it's almost all institutional. And yeah, grandma doesn't vote because she hands it over to BlackRock.
No, they took it from her. She didn't hand it over. It was done that way.
Yeah, I mean that's how America's run. It's run to steal money from its people.
It's run by Jewish supremacy.
Well, but then you got to. So if you're talking about the CEOs and executives being in control, then you got to ask who do they work for?
Here's the thing, though, Simon. Like earlier, you were like, why would they, like the shareholders could just sue them because they would lose money, right? But like it goes back to the Jewish supremacy that Ian is trying to tell you about. Like they own the Federal Reserve, so they could just print up money.
Jews don't own Federal Reserve.
Yeah, they definitely
The
do.
Federal
I mean,
Reserve
like
is owned.
Rockefeller.
No, the Federal Reserve is owned by the regional central banks, which is in turn owned by the banks. Those banks are all publicly traded. Those are all publicly traded companies, and the largest shareholder in all of those publicly traded company is BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard.
Right. Who
So you've
runs
got the
BlackRock?
asset management industry, which are all, with the exception of Vanguard, public companies in themselves as well.
Right, but Simon, like, who runs BlackRock? And then we know that the guy who runs
But
BlackRock now
BlackRock,
has
again,
Federal Reserve power.
the boards work for the
Oh, that guy,
shareholders.
you know now that guy has the ability to print money too. Like, that guy could literally call up the Fed and say he needs this amount of
So
money for this
any
amount
bank,
of outflow.
only banks print money. Like it's the banks that print money. So there's a
True.
check and balance between Goldman Sachs and Citibank and JP and BlackRock, because BlackRock allocates the capital and the banks create the money.
Right.
And so JP Morgan is the one that can vassalize every asset. The US military companies are the ones that can destroy the countries to build lots of assets for JP Morgan. The private banks are the ones that print the dollar, which is theft. And then that money works its way up to the asset management industry, and the asset management industry are the ones that are allocating the
Just a
power.
quick one. Sorry, Simon, I'm interrupting because I'm not sure if there's an issue with the internet. But guys, if you can go to my profile, hit the follow and hit the notifications. If the space was to crash, we'll start up immediately. Just so you're aware. So if you go to my profile, hit the follow, hit the notifications, because if the space does crash, we'll restart immediately. Just to make you aware of that. So like hit the follow and hit the notifications so you're aware, because there is some weird going on with the space, like it is being attacked. Sorry, Simon, I
I
interrupted you.
think
Good,
Yeah,
Simon,
do
I was just
continue.
saying, if Jews owned the entire stock market, then your analysis would be right, but they don't. And so if Jews owned over 50% of all the shares, then they could have the majority of that. But that's not what it is. If you look at wealth as a mechanism, because it's just the US stock market is distributed across the wealthy, then and is there a conspiracy? Absolutely. I think World Economic Forum, I think United Nations, I think Bilderberg meetings. But even look at
But
who's
the
in those.
WEF is now in the hands of the same individual who runs BlackRock, Simon.
Yeah, again, you're
right,
confusing
that's the
He's a
point.
Jew.
job and shareholders, job and control.
But Simon, like earlier, you were saying they're the ones who print out the money, and those monies go to those assets, and that exactly, we're not disagreeing on that, but that's exactly how Disney is able to put out these movies that are massive flops and still able to make money. I mean, we see even with the jobs numbers how they mess with the jobs numbers to keep the stock market up. They mess with the earnings guidance, right? I mean, there's like so many ways, and since they control the media, they easily are able to do it. Since they control the assets, we're talking about BlackRock. The head guy, the head honcho of BlackRock, that guy, I mean, is damn near JP Morgan and the Fed himself at this point. So, I mean,
Yeah,
these
but I'd
companies
argue
avoid
that
the consequences
yeah.
someone like me and you would face. Like, if me and you had a company, Disney, and yeah, we were putting out shows like Ian was talking about, yeah, me and you would get decimated because we don't have that.
Sorry, Nomad. Did you want me to ask that question? I've been dealing with work emergency crap while this has been going on, so I kind of missed. I think if you wanted me to ask something, if you're still in the chat, let me know what that's even referring to, because I definitely missed it. Put that in there, and then what I can do is I can become speaker and ask that question. I've just been unfortunately dealing with some other stuff. Figures, the busier it gets here in chat, the more nightmares I have to deal with in regular work.
And it's definitely towards Israel, right?
There absolutely is a supremacist Jewish. I don't deny that. But what I'm saying is, does it control everything? So, you talked about billionaires. There's 3,000 billionaires, and 300 of them are Jewish. So there's 10% power in terms of billionaires, and 90.
People were talking about earlier in the chat or in the discussion that Qatar might be in on it because the U.S. was in on it. They brought a bunch of people in for negotiations and then whacked them out. But it's hard to know for sure what's happening. And again, I might have missed. The news is still rolling in as we speak, so I'm not really sure what's happening.
Statement in Qatar, he says this while the UK I wrote, he says this while the UK assisted Israel in the attack. But anyway, he said, quote, I condemn Israel's strikes on Doha, which violate Qatar's sovereignty and risk further escalation across the region. The priority must be an immediate ceasefire, the release of hostages, and a huge surge in aid into Gaza. This is the only solution towards long-lasting peace. The hypocrisy of Keir Starmer as they facilitate the genocide in Gaza, as they support it. And yeah, as it continues to happen, I think, Simon, my issue is this: like, a lot of what you're saying um is just looking at things in a very kind of like grand, in a very like black and white manner. So look, if Israeli influence was solely based on money, that'd be one point. But Israeli influence, or the Zionist influence, isn't solely based on money. It's significantly more than that. You have the finances, what we've explained, and you're talking about people being billionaires. Yeah, there are people who are billionaires, but like, for example, okay, you're wealthy and okay, this means a lot to you, that's fine, but the vast majority of billionaires just don't really care, right? And so the vast majority of Israeli billionaires or Jewish billionaires, they do care, and for them Israel is intrinsically linked with their identity. When you look at, for example, like within the United States of America, yes, you could have had Saudi people, or you could have had Qatari people, or various others who could have basically, and Ryan has done a documentary on this, but basically could have helped their country steal nuclear capabilities from the United States of America. But no, it was an Israeli Jewish guy who did it. And so that's not solely based on money. So you have infiltration that happens. That's not solely based on money. APAC has a significant role, but it's not just APAC, because, for example, when Robert Kraft or Miriam Adelson is given money, that's not through APAC, but they give him money for significant control. For example, Sheldon Adelson, when Pollard basically was released from prison and he helped fly him out to Israel. Again, that wasn't based on APAC. That wasn't based on finances. That was based on specific Jewish supremacist interests, in the interest of the Israeli lobby. And so when you, or for example, Keir Starmer being put in power, you can't look at the financial money, because then you could be like, oh well, the Zionist lobby or the Jewish supremacists only give Keir Starmer 100,000. That means they didn't give him that much. I bet he's got more. But no, like, you have to look at the significant factors related to it. They made sure, through the media that they control, they made sure that Jeremy Corbyn was removed from power. They put false allegations of anti-Semitism from him. They then put someone like Keir Starmer, who they hid the fact that he was Jewish, and and although we knew his wife and children were Jewish Zionists, but we didn't know about him. It wasn't somewhat overt, and they basically placed him and put him in power. And so you look, and then you look at Epstein again. You look at all of these rings. So the control that the Zionists have over United States of America isn't solely based on money. It's based on money. It's based on power. It's based on blackmail. It's also based on the ability for your career to do better. So, for example, now I'll give my example. They may not have to give me direct money. They could just say, Suleiman, look, we're going to make your life a lot easier. We'll make you the biggest guy in media. We'll open the pathway up. Now, there won't be direct money involved there, but all of the different moves that are made to give me those opportunities are there, and therefore I'm going to sell out to the Zionist lobby. Then your argument will be, wait, it's like you haven't got no direct money from them. So I do believe that it's multifaceted. I do believe it's multi-impacted. And the thing is, when you mention Muslim money, of course there are Muslim Zionists, but this is my problem with anti-Zionists. I'm not just talking about Muslims, so obviously you can be Muslim and be Zionist, but they don't put their money where their mouth is. They don't put their power where their mouth is. They don't put their situation where their mouth is. If you look at every single person now, they'll be willing to do deals with Zionists. They'll be willing to do, have a situations where they basically Zionists support them or whatever it is. And so not many people have those ethics, but Jewish supremacists do. They'll be very strong in their support of their people, and they'll be very strong in making sure that Israel sustains itself, irrespective of just specifically money. So power isn't just consolidated on that one thing. There's multifaceted and multi-impacts by it, and definitely the hugest beneficiary is Israel, because if Israel wasn't the beneficiary, they would be just given away now, because actually for the region, it is extremely beneficial that Israel doesn't exist now, but then they continue to be supported, and continued politicians are willing to harm their own credibility to continue supporting them. So anyway, I'll give you a quick chance to respond to that, because obviously you may agree or may not, but then let's just move on with the conversation, because I feel like it's just like repeat every single space.
Agreed, and I agree with all those points. I just say the ones that everyone's in a struggle for power, and the ones that, in most cases, determine the power are the ones that can control the capital. Because it's only once you get significant funding, and yeah, you can have media and war and all of those. Of course, those are massively, but behind them all, if you want to control the media, you need to buy all the shares and control all the capital. And so it tends to be, once you're trying to figure out who rules the world, those that benefit from Israel is the capital controllers in America, and they're not all Jewish.
But can I just ask Simon real quick? I'm sorry, I'm not to make this go, but they just made Barry Weiss like they're about to make her like control CBS. I mean, straight up 8200 Israeli, you know what I mean? Like spy. She's
Yeah, how
about
do you
to.
respond to that? That's like what's the shareholders? How do the shareholders benefit from that, Simon?
Explain that one, sorry.
So Barry Weiss, who runs the Free Press, which is Zionist-controlled media, Barry Weiss is basically likely an Israeli intelligence operative with the 8200. Basically runs her own independent media. There is no doubt, and I mean zero doubt, that I get bigger viewership on this space and I get bigger views on my page than Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss on her YouTube videos or streams gets like 5,000-6,000 views. It's basically, without boasting, it's impossible for me to get that on a regular day where there's no news. So my media channel is much bigger than Barry Weiss, as an example. Barry Weiss's Free Press is extremely weak, but what's happened is CBS, not CBS, who was it again? Well, CBS, wasn't it? What was the company that just bought her out? It slipped my mind now. Guys?
I'm so sorry. My hand was tied. It is CBS. It is big CBS. Yes.
Yeah, CBS. So CBS have essentially bought Barry Weiss's company for $200 million and then put her in charge of the entirety of CBS News. So can you explain to me how that's in the interest of the corporate interests and the shareholders, other than an Israeli asset being given $200 million, money laundering, and then basically CBS becoming the vocal mouthpiece of Israeli intelligence?
So what's the structure? So is CBS aimed as a public company or is it a private company? I just need to look into it a bit more.
Hang on, Sully. CBS was owned by Paramount. Paramount was just bought very recently in a public acquisition by Skydance. Skydance is owned by, of all people, the son of none other than the head of Oracle, a giant tech company. And Simon, I know who you're very familiar with both that individual, probably with his son, and with the ethnicity of both of them. So at the highest level, and we could go through and just for what it's worth, folks, excluding Skydance, which is now a massive.
But just on that, let's just keep it on this because I don't want to go back. I just want to specify this. So on that, can you explain to me how that's in the interest of the shareholders? Simon?
Okay, so the top of this chain is Oracle. Is that what you're saying, Ian?
No. It was purchased by the son of the CEO of Oracle. So David Ellison
So,
is
but of
head
this
now
whole
of Skydance.
of this whole
Larry
structure,
Ellison's son.
do we know who's at the very top of CBS?
Yeah, David Ellison made the led the $8 billion acquisition of Paramount via Skydance Media, which, I mean, for what it's worth, they make some great movies. Not gonna deny it, but yes, it's a Jew at the very top of that company.
But
Sorry,
look, I don't want to.
when you
I
say a
don't
Jew,
look.
do you mean the executive, or do you mean?
No, but listen, guys, Simon, I don't want to go down this road of like, are Jews more in charge or not, or this kind of stuff. Specifically on this point, because your argument is they do it in the interest of shareholders. Whoever's on top, right? And then maybe you can break down the percentage. And actually, if you do, it kind of goes against your point even more. Because if there's less Jewish Zionists in charge, it kind of proves the point even more that the numerical difference in power structure, if it's more percentage not Jewish Zionists, actually goes against your point, because the point I was trying to make is, why has there because you're saying for these companies the interest of the shareholder is paramount, it's about fiduciary duty over anything else, and we're saying no, it's not. Like, you're just saying it based on Simon because Simon is a good guy, he's an honorable guy, and for his companies it is about fiduciary duty. But things don't work like that in the murky world of power structures. And so what we're basically saying to you is, so why is it that Barry Weiss's company was bought for 200 million? Does that mean my my media channel, which is my spaces, is worth $300 million? So why was it is something bought for $200 million when it makes no sense? It doesn't have that value.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd need to go into the specific case and the valuation model, but I'm not saying there's no corruption. I'm not saying there's not loads of power struggles. But if it turns out that a public company purchased something for 200 million and there was zero justification for the valuation, then they're open to lawsuits. They're open to the shareholders if they lost significant shareholder value as a result of that, and it could be proven that it was just pure corruption with no profit motive, then that's the type of things you
No,
get
but
sued for.
again, I feel like we're going back in circles because now you're saying the litigations are open, available, but then people know, like, do you really want to go
Yeah,
into
but
litigation against these
I'm
people?
just saying that at the very top of institutional fund management, they sue all the time for things that they don't think are in line with their bottom line. Like, they're in the money management industry, and they sue if they think that someone artificially valued a company at 200 million that wasn't worth 200 million, and it had a negative impact on the bottom line. Like, the top shareholders would question those things.
I could jump past the point. The point is it's being taken over, and that is the point. Even Suleiman, real quick, PBS, all of these MAGA people, yay, down with CBS, down with PBS, Public Broadcasting Network. I'm like, why do they want it to go down so bad? I know about the trans stuff, but why? Now they got rid of PBS. They're talking about making it a PragerU type of network for, with stuff for PragerU. So the taxes are going to pay for PragerU instead of PBS. What the heck is going on in this country? So it's at the point now where it's like, I don't know about litigations and all of that. All roads lead to what's behind every curtain every single time. And I just don't know how to not see it.
I think it's a good
My
looking
favorite
behind those.
reveal was
You're
when
looking.
Ian said it, who owns it now. It's like the son of Oracle. Oh my god, it never ends. It literally never ends.
Casey does love her curtains.
Suleiman, there were ballistic missiles launched from Yemen. Did you speak about it?
No, I missed it.
Okay,
What?
ballistic missiles
1 second.
Pathetic.
launched on Yemen to the entity. And I just want to say one thing regarding what we were saying, if the Americans knew or did not know. I tweeted it. I'm gonna read it as it is, if it's okay with you guys. It is impossible for the United States to not know that the attack was happened. First of all, 10 aircraft participated in the operation, covering a distance of 1,800 kilometers. The jets passed through Jordan, Syria, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia airspace, refueling mid-air. Who refueled them? The Americans and the British. Al Udeid Air Base is a highly advanced US facility, one of the
No, but Ibrahim, Keir Starmer condemned it, so I'm not sure what you're saying.
So basically, the Al Udeid Air Base is a highly advanced US facility, one of the largest in the region, equipped with radar system capable of detecting threats hundreds of kilometers away. It for sure they saw the squadron coming towards Qatar, the squadrons of jets. Third, Israel, this is the army, not the media. The Israeli army acknowledged using F-35 jets. This is the crown jewel of US military technology. These aircraft are continuously tracked by American and NATO systems. The United States maintains safeguards to monitor the movements of its exported weapons, ensuring full visibility of their positions, whether on the ground or conducting operations in the air. Washington would therefore have been fully
sorry,
aware.
Ibrahim, sorry to interrupt that because I just remember now why I unmuted my mic before you jumped in. Guys, we are being bot attacked on the space. I was going to mention it a couple of minutes ago because I'm just looking at the space. Obviously, regular listeners is about 3,600, I think. And then someone's putting in like 500 to 1,000 bots on the space, either to harm the space or to crash it. So just watch out for that. There is a bot attack. A small one, but clearly there is a bot attack on the space. I don't know what the reason for it is because normally when they bot, they'll do it hard. The fact that they're doing it with a small number of bots.
Yeah, I just have one more
Hello,
sentence. One more sentence,
could
and I
I
will
say
finish.
something, Solomon?
And just 1 second, because I interrupted
Because they're all
Ibrahim, and then I'll
talking
go
in
straight.
circles is all they're doing. They're
1 second,
repeating the same thing. They're
Yeah,
repeating
Patriot,
the
we'll come to
same
you.
thing.
Patriot, we'll come to you in a second. Just a quick one. As what's his name again? Ibrahim said the Yemeni Houthis have launched missiles towards Israel. They are, and I'll give you a bit more information on that second once Ibrahim's wrapped up. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Ibrahim.
I just have one sentence left in this. Therefore, the Americans were fully aware of the jets' activity at every stage of the mission, from the takeoff to the moment they attacked the Hamas delegation in Qatar and on the way back to the entity. The Americans were tracking them all the time.
Yeah, I agree with you. By the way, I can't see a scenario where the US couldn't know when they've got their when they're refueling. Like, how is that even logically possible? But just let me go to who was just before I go to you, Patrick, because I did say I'm going to come to you in a second. The Yemeni Houthi missiles were launched at Israel. I'll give you a bit more information on that in a second. Okay, so it looks like as soon as I've mentioned this bot attack, it's gone now, but they have harmed the space because it has dropped by a couple of hundred people. So clearly there is a bot attack on the space, guys. So if you can retweet, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. They clearly do not want us to speak. They really clearly do not want us to speak about this or expose the truth about what's happening. They want to do the Zionist propaganda. Also, shout out to Yemen. Yemen basically, Yemen is responding to the Israelis for Qatar because we haven't got a response from the Qataris, but Yemeni Houthis have launched a missiles towards Israel. Patriot, jump in.
Thank you very much. You guys are very informed, and I appreciate all the insight that you guys are doing. But I'm gonna let you know, I'm a United States veteran. I served 7 years in the Navy, and I've seen some lot of stuff that goes on. And I've done research upon research upon research. I've seen what's in the Bible and everything else. I have to let you guys know, and I don't know how many people here are from the United States, but I'm telling you right now, the country that I served is the most demonic, satanic country ever to be on this face of this earth. This country has done everything evil because all we do is finance our enemies, give them money to fight, and then we go and fight them to make more money. Because money is the root of all evil, guys. You have to understand that. The United States is really, really evil. We created false things, illusions around the whole world. And I call them communism in America. They're not Central Intelligence. They have bases. The CIA has bases all over Europe and Middle East and everything else because they're running the show through the Illuminati, which all these bankers and everything else, they're all devil worshippers. They're Freemasons. It's disgusting. And I wish I was never born in this country because I know how evil it is. And you guys are talking in circles. It's true, same thing. You're just rehashing the same thing. But you got to understand, this United States that I'm living in here, I live in northern Arizona, and I know what's going on. And our legal system is disgusting. It's all about money. When people are really criminals, they're let out by the Democrats because they're devil worshippers too, because all they want to do is control everything. This whole country is about mind control. We're controlling everything. Everything's an illusion. The money's an illusion. It's not worth anything. I own gold and
Just some more
silver.
breaking news. 1 second, Patriot. Just some more breaking news. If we could just keep it focused back on the conversation. But the breaking news is the Yemeni missile is a cluster warhead. So the Yemeni missile that was launched is a cluster warhead, which is basically known as a cluster bomb. What? 1 second. Okay, it's a cluster bomb. Basically, what it does is it releases multiple smaller ammunitions from the bomb, and so you have basically the missile, and then from that launches many other bombs that basically come from it. So it basically hits a number of wide-ranging areas. It increases the kind of span of what you hit. So that's what the Yemeni Houthis launched at Israel. The Yemeni Houthis go in for Israel. Let's see what Qatar could do. Can Qatar also do it? You look at the poorest country one of the most poorest countries in the Middle East, smashing. What can the Qataris do? That is the question. But Petri, I'll give you quickly 10 seconds to wrap up, and then I'm going to bring in a few more people. There is something weird going on. People are dropping off, so if you drop off, just read a question, we'll bring you back up.
Thank you very much. But anyways, it's all being done by distraction because all the people here in the United States that are trying to destroy this country, because when we go, the whole world goes, they're doing this. They're doing this. It's distraction because their asses are grass, because they're going to be all arrested and sent to Gitmo. And then I hope they don't just put them in jail. They need to do exactly what I always say. They need to go after all of them and their families too, because they're all demonic. This is disgusting what's going on in this world we're stuck in here, because everything's a lie in this country. Believe me, guys, we're fueling the whole thing. Our country, United States, is fueling all this that you guys are talking about. It's distraction because Obama, Clinton, Comey, all these
Thanks for that.
people
Thanks for the pitch.
are
Yeah.
in for it, man. So they're doing this. You guys understand that? They are doing
Yeah,
this.
we do. Okay, dude. Okay. We get your point. Appreciate it. Appreciate you coming on the space. You're more than welcome to come back on the space. But yeah, we kind of get the wider ranging aspect of the point you're trying to make. Let me just quickly bring the conversation back to what we were speaking about. The latest and breaking news is the Yemeni Houthis have launched a missile towards Israel. And yeah, that's the latest. Let me just bring in Danny. Danny, thanks for joining us. What's your thoughts?
Sure, thank you for having me, Suleiman. Yeah, I believe that the Houthi missile was intercepted, but I'm not exactly sure yet. As far as the whole operation, this is a drastic escalation, but it's also a last resort, kind of desperation. Israel's bombing, all these countries. It's bombed Yemen, Gaza, Tunisia, Syria, Iran, Iraq. If I've forgotten one, forgive me. But yeah, so as far as the U.S. knowing about this, yeah, that's a given. There's no way the U.S. would not know about this. And what's odd is that, Qatar has been attacked by both Iran and Israel now. And so it seems kind of like Qatar is being pimped by like different countries, different forces, and it's paying the price for that because it's kind of playing this game of both sides. And then just the mere fact that the the leadership was targeted, they knew where they were going. It gives the impression that and reaffirms the suspicion that most have that the GCC is cooperating with Israel on in every avenue, whether directly or whether openly or behind closed doors. So yeah, I think this is a horrible.
Just some more breaking
Sure.
news. Let me just go there and then I'll give it straight back to you. Yeah, the Israelis are claiming, the tweets in the nest, that the Yemeni Houthi missile has been intercepted. So that is the claim made by the Israelis. The tweet is in the nest. As you know, they always claim that, and sometimes the drones or the missiles do get through and do strike. But yeah, that's the tweet in the nest. Sorry, back to you. What's his name again, Danny?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Sometimes that's why these claims are always, we have to wait, like we have to filter through about 10 different posts before we finally get the truth. But yeah, as far as I noticed that there was a Yemeni leader or spokesperson that said that he's calling for Arabs to use this opportunity to unite, Muslims to unite. I don't know if it's naive. I don't know if it's the right time for it. I would love for it to happen. It just seems like Arab leaders are compromised at this point. Every Arab state is infiltrated. I mean, even Iran to a certain degree could be infiltrated, considering it's kind of like stepped back a little bit. So I'm just worried about where this is headed and who really could stop Israel, and when will that happen? Hopefully sooner than later.
Yeah, guys, just to the listeners who are listening in below, just let me know what your thoughts are. Like, I genuinely want to hear what the people's thought is. How do you think Qatar should respond to this blatant attack on their sovereignty, this blatant attack on their nation? Let me know how you think they should respond. But let me bring in Manko Smash into the conversation. Manko.
Before Mankos, I just want to say, Sully, now we know why the Tommy Robinson and Islamophobia psyop was pushed in the past few weeks.
Which is why?
Because it was of this. They were planning this, They were planning to bomb Qatar, and they always do this in the lead up to attacks. They employ
They were
psyops to kind of soften.
even Elon was
Yeah, go on.
reposting some Islamophobic posts, ramping it up as well. Not addressing Tom Alexandrovich, the guy who's probably behind censoring most of us, and was the guy that molested, I think was about to molest a kid, got caught and ran to Israel and was allowed to run to Israel, and Israel still hasn't returned him. And that's supposed to be our greatest ally.
And the dude like did a Zoom call for his arraignment or whatever, that's the testimony. Like, what, are you kidding me? A Zoom call from Israel? Like, can you guys mock the judicial system anymore? I mean, do we even have agency as a country anymore? This is outrageous.
There's no integrity in an entity that commits genocidal crimes, as we see here.
I want Qatar right now to take a stand and like just make a bold stand. I don't give a shit what it is, just take a stand, do something.
I think Danny, to answer your question, and Suleiman, your question as well, a good response would be, I think, the same response we saw Iran do. Was a very massive response. They really did put, I believe, Israel in their place in a massive way, like we've never before seen in history, ever. It was a time to be alive. It was to the point where it's 20,000 people alive in the spaces, but barely even having to advertise it or even try to market it or anything like that. So, I mean, I think that's the same response that the world would expect here. They would, a similar response would be expected. But at the same time, as you heard from a lot of us earlier, we don't expect that response due to Israel just having such a massive, control over, especially like we've seen so far, Qatar, because they still haven't really responded yet. So they just have a massive control, massive power. When you have America, the United States government, that just siphons trillions of our tax into this machine. I mean, this is why they're so confident. They do the things that they do. When you have trillions of tax dollars to steal, on a monthly basis, you're just stealing property from property taxes, stealing from pensions. They don't even do pensions that much anymore here in this country, because Israel's taking everything, and so that's what they're gonna keep doing. They're gonna keep.
Just some more breaking. Sorry, Mo. Let's just quickly get the breaking news and I'll give it back to
Oh
you.
yeah, sorry.
Some more breaking news, which is we have a statement that has come out from Hamas. The tweet is in the nest, and Hamas said Israel failed in Qatar attack. They said, quote, "We confirm the failure of the enemy to assassinate the negotiation delegation and confirm the death and martyrdom of a number of brothers, including Jihad Labad, Hamam Khalil Al-Haya, Abdullah Abdul Wahid, Mu'min Husuna, and Ahmed Al-Mamluk." So basically what they're saying is Israel managed to kill innocent civilians, one person being an office worker, but they failed to kill the Hamas negotiation delegation. So they failed in their attempt. That tweet's in the nest. You can check it out. We also have a statement from Macron, which came out earlier, but I missed it, which is today's Israel strikes on Qatar are unacceptable. Whatever the reason, I express my solidarity with Qatar and its Emir, Sheikh Tamim Al Thani. Under no circumstances should the war spread through the region. So a couple of statements there. Let's get Mango Smash in and then we'll go to Dr. Shola. Dr. Shola, thanks for joining us. I hope you're doing well. Mango Smash, jump in.
Yeah, so I wanted to know your view, Suleiman, on, I mean, it seems to me that the Qatari government is complicit in this. They have an advanced air defense system, which other people have posted about. They have top of the line air defense weapons from the United States. They could very easily stop a Israeli attack if they wanted to. So they either were pressured into letting it happen, or they let it happen because they just didn't want to deal with Hamas anymore or whatever else. And then, of course, they're going to try to have it both ways and lie to the public and say, oh, no, Israel, you're so terrible. Oh, how could you do this? Wink, wink. So that's kind of my take on it. And I wanted to know what you think of it. And of course, if that take is correct, the result of that will be that Qatar is going to say a lot of words and they're not going to do anything at all. Because if Qatar actually was taken by surprise and they weren't complicit, that would be the end of the Doha Accords. It would be the end. It would trigger a massive shift in foreign policy toward Israel in the Middle East. There would be massive outrage and there would be concrete actions taken. And what I would suspect will be the case is that nothing will happen. So I want to know what you think about that.
I totally agree with you, Mankos. Sorry, Sully. I'll just want to say one thing real quickly. Everything you said is totally on point. I was literally just writing that Qatar is complicit in this because, watch how it reacts by seeking to preserve its relationship with Israel and the U.S. as opposed to actually trying to like shift or pivot. This is going to be a shameless self-preservation and continuation, which is only going to underscore the fact that a lot of people do believe Qatar was complicit. The only thing that's weird is the fact that Ismail Haniyeh was also assassinated in Iran. So we have to also like draw a parallel. Is Iran complicit if Qatar is complicit? Or are they two different scenarios and so forth?
Yeah, Manko Smash. Yeah, in terms of Qatari complicity, well, there's no doubt that the US is complicit. In terms of Qatar being complicit, I think I'm more inclined to think that maybe they're not and they were told last minute. But I really don't know. I see both arguments. We've had people on the space say both perspectives, so we'll see. But I've got another breaking news, which is from Hamas, which says, we confirm the failure of the enemy to assassinate the negotiation delegation and the martyrdom of a number of brothers, including Jihad Labad, Hamam Khalil al-Hayya, Abdullah Abdul Wahid, Mu'min Hasuna, and Ahmed al-Mamluk. We mourn the martyr Lieutenant Badr Saad Mohammed Al Humaydi from the Qatari internal security personnel, so it looks like he's a bodyguard. The crime represents an aggression on the sovereignty of the sisterly state of Qatar, which plays an important and responsible role with sisterly Egypt in sponsoring the mediation. The crime once again reveals the criminal nature of the occupation and its desire to undermine any chances of reaching any agreement. Targeting the negotiation delegation at a time when it is discussing Trump's latest proposal confirms without a shadow of a doubt that Netanyahu and his government do not want to reach any agreement. Netanyahu and his government are deliberately trying to abort all opportunities and thwart international efforts. We hold the US administration jointly responsible with the occupation for the crime due to its constant support for aggression and the occupation's crime against our people. That is by Hamas, a statement. Just calling out Israel, and I think they're completely on point in what they said.
Yeah, and by the way,
completely agree with it.
Suleiman, what they're saying is
Yeah.
exactly correct in that this strike, more than anything, absolutely proves beyond all doubt that Israel does not ever want to make peace with Hamas. They never want to come to terms with Hamas. They want to destroy Hamas, kill everyone in Hamas. Maybe they will accept the surrender of Hamas and put them in prison to some extent. But generally, Israel is not trying to find a negotiated solution to the war. They just want absolute victory and unconditional surrender. And they're not going to even, like, all the things that Netanyahu and Israel says to the contrary, where, oh, just release the hostages, it will all be over. That's kind of conclusively proven to be all bullshit now.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. And the only thing I'd add to that is just replace the word Hamas with Palestine, and then yeah, you're completely on point.
Sulaiman,
Yeah.
take this with a grain of salt. This is basic info I just got. The Turk knew. They told the Qataris told the Hamas leaders. That's how they didn't manage to kill them. This is only basic info. I'm not sure about it yet.
That be Israel just using that as an excuse now, though, that missed that? Or
No. I didn't hear it from the Israelis. I heard it from here, Lebanon. Somebody and
What you said? Hamas knew?
No, the Turks knew in the last minute. They told the Qataris. The Qataris told Hamas before 1 minute or 2 minutes before the attack. That's
Maybe
how
that's
they
why
survived.
they're also threatening now, like Ankara.
Okay. So basically, what you said, Danny, 1 second, because you keep interrupting. So basically, what you're saying is that what do you call it? So basically, what you're saying is that the Turks told the Qataris, as soon as the Qataris found out, they told the Hamas leadership,
Yes,
and that's probably what.
yes,
That's probably why they weren't.
this is
That's probably
basic
why they
info.
weren't killed.
I don't confirm it yet.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
unconfirmed. You're basically like, like anything we're saying in that regard is definitely unconfirmed. But basically, based on this unconfirmed statement, which probably has makes more sense than a lot of the things we've heard, is that as soon as the Qataris found out, they told the leadership of Hamas, and the Qataris only found out minutes before. They told Hamas leadership, and that's how they were able to get to safety.
You know, I can tell you one more thing that I know for sure, that the Turks played a massive role in the Lebanese government latest decision regarding disarming the resistance, the step back that the Lebanese government took because of what's happening in Syria. It is all connected, you know. I'm not here
I agree.
I'm not here to glorify the Turks. I will never, because
No, I agree. But I agree with you because remember, just what adds credence to your point is yesterday was the Turkish built base that was hit, wasn't it? So that's Israel saying like, listen, we're going one on one with like we're not
And 10
gonna.
days ago
We
as well, they hit Turkish radars in southern Damascus.
Yeah, which shows that they're not on the same. They're not on the same wavelength. Let's put it that way. Is probably the most like concrete way of saying it. Dr. Shola, jump in with your thoughts.
Hi, Solomon. I think that I mean, whatever Israel does now is it's totally lost the shock value. We've reached a stage that nobody's shocked anymore at the impunity that Israel is able to exercise because it is supported by the United States. Now, when I heard the news about Qatar being bombed, I'm like, this is the sixth freaking country Israel is bombing in like 2 years. And how much longer is the world going to stand by listening to because Hamas? Like, if Israel can go and bomb another sovereign state because Hamas, then they can do it in London. They can do it anywhere else. And we could all be having the same conversation about, oh, UK was complicit. I mean, this is to this is to the point made earlier by Marcus Mash when he said when he talked about Qatar possibly being complicit, and then all of the language Qatar is putting out there to the world that, oh, how dare you, we condemn your act, but it's wink wink behind the scene. Now, he may have a point there, because if that is actually true, then we should all be deeply worried, because the UK can do the same. The UK can go, oh yeah, bombers will condemn you verbally, but hey, what can we do? It's Hamas. It just has to get to a point where something has to stop Israel. And when I say something, I'm not talking about, or just somebody. The reality here is that none of these so-called powerful nations are doing anything, and the very Arab countries that should have power and influence in their region are doing nothing. I heard the question earlier about, what do you think Qatar should do? What else should Qatar freaking do but defend itself? Israel had no right to do that. Absolutely no right to do that. But is Qatar going to, defend itself? Does it have the military capability? Even if it doesn't have the military capability, say, compared to Israel, it should do something. I'm so sick and tired of the words of condemnation. France has come out with another, oh, we condemn. Keir Starmer came out with a tweet, oh, we condemn. I bet Keir Starmer had that his we condemn tweet checked by Israel before he put it out. The point is, Israel doesn't care about the words. It's going to take action to put a stop to what Israel is doing. I bet everybody misses the days that Iran was bombing Israel. Not because you support Iran, but because, for the sake of God, somebody needs to put Israel in its place and say, this is wrong, you need to stop. Nothing is happening. So, and I heard the point earlier about Israel not wanting to reach any deal with Hamas. Israel has always been very clear that it doesn't want to reach any deal with Hamas or Palestinians, period. When they were going to have the point in time when Israel bombed Iran was when they were about to have a negotiation take place. Israel bombed Iran, started a whole spree of attacks back and forth. It's doing the same here with Qatar. To do what? To cause more distraction, more deflection. We see tweets from all kinds of places. I saw this tweet before that said, how much longer are 6 billion Muslims going to continue to be humiliated by the smallest country in the Middle East? I mean, things like this. I'm not Muslim. I'm not from the Middle East. But I swear to God, it is enraging because you can see that all Israel is definitely doing, aside from all of its war crimes, it is literally poking the bear. And you have to ask, what the hell is Saudi Arabia doing? What's Jordan doing? What are all these other countries doing? And I get the fact that a number of these countries have already been destabilized, and that Israel definitely has a hand in that. But there is no collective effort from the Middle East to put an end to what is clearly a destabilizing force. And the way that they continue to allow themselves to be played by the United States, it makes no sense whatsoever. It gets to a point that those of us who are not from the Middle East, those of us who don't, whether or not you're from the Middle East, whether you're part of the religion or not, irrelevant. We have to start asking the questions that the way the politics is moving here, especially the geopolitics movement here, is basically almost telling the rest of the world you can't do anything about this. So you know what? Just put your mouth somewhere else. And this is BS. We were talking earlier about who owns the money. And Suleiman, you made a valid point that this isn't just about who owns the money. It's about who controls all of these other powerful institutions, both nationally and internationally. So when you look at it from that perspective, you can see that there's only one aim here. There's one big aim here. Yes, some people might call it, Zionist Jewish supremacy. Some might call it white supremacy. But the undertone of it all is about money. It's about profit. It's about ethnic cleansing. It's about genocide. And that they will do whatever it takes to profit and make more money because of their financial, monetary security interests in that region. So I am, I'm trying not to get frustrated. I lie. I am freaking frustrated because it just does not seem as though our words are enough. Now, you and I can speak, and we have words, but those who have more than words, and I mean those with power, military power, for instance, are doing absolutely nothing. I mean, if Israel had gone ahead and killed more Qataris as it was trying to kill Hamas leaders in a sovereign state, no one's going to say anything. Israel could kill any of us on in this space right now. Nobody's going to do jack all. All in the name of what? All in the name of, Hamas did. And or another point is, well, we need to keep Jews safe. Well, what about the rest of us? At what point? At what point do we draw the line and say, one, I personally don't know what the Qataris are going to do. I will not be surprised if they do jack all, but if they had any sense, they should do more than just condemn, because using your words to condemn is bullshit. Um, and it has to get to a point that all of us, I can see that it is now very fashionable. I'm sure many of you would see on social media. It has now become very fashionable for the artists, the actors, the high profile names to now come out and say, oh, we're not going to work with any Israel affiliated institutions. They didn't do that 20 months ago, 23 months ago, when maybe it could have even had more impact because the world collectively is condemning Israel. But now, because they can see those who have condemned and have borne the brunt of being punished for speaking out against Israel, they can see all of that. It's now much more fashionable. I'm just sick and tired of the BS.
Yeah, agree with everything you said there, Rashad. Another question I've got for you is just from the UK perspective. You had Keir Starmer come out and condemn the attack, but then we know the the British were helped with this attack. They helped refuel and resupply. What's your thoughts on that?
Keir Starmer is a bloody political prostitute. I don't know how many times I have to say this for people to understand that there's nothing he can possibly say about Israel in terms of condemnation or anything else that will make me believe that he's on the right side of history, because he's not. They're literally, they're literally slapping us on both sides of our cheeks. He is saying one thing while he's doing his utmost best to support Israel. That is what is happening here. And as a British citizen, as a British national, I swear to God, I cannot wait to ensure that that man and his party never runs anything in this country again. Because as far as I'm concerned, no Zionist should ever be voted into any position of power. That is that's how people should be thinking. So no, I have no confidence in Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer is a bloody liar. We thought Boris Johnson was a liar. Let me tell you something. Keir Starmer is a better liar in a suit with combed hair.
I just want to reiterate Dr. Scholar's point that never, ever, ever vote for a Zionist. It literally is an existential problem
He's
for
just a
your
little bit
country if you
more
do.
frail, which makes it that much more like, oh, he's being nice. Oh, he's being. Shut the fuck up. This guy's a moron.
No, the Keir Starmer, there's nothing. If I'm perfectly honest, he's made it very clear that he's. I mean, the moment this guy came out with, Israel has the right. Israel has the right to deny a population food, water, electricity. Oh my God. I mean, as much as I was still giving, the Labour Party, maybe that was like, hell to the freak no, because this is beyond the politics. This is humanity here. And there's no way you can walk back from it. And in the sense as well that Keir Starmer has done everything in his power to continue to support Israel. So Keir Starmer is not the person to look out for to fully condemn Israel. And now we have to move forward from condemning Israel by words. We need real sanctions. I mean, like debilitating sanctions on Netanyahu, on every single person and the entire state of Israel. We need military action. Now, if you had asked me 20 months ago, if you had asked me early last year, even mid last year, I would just still be like, military intervention. Now I say with my full freaking chest, we need military intervention to stop Israel in its tracks. Because I'm telling you right now, if they can keep doing this, invading and attacking the severity of other states, they can do it here. And then they'll tell us, oh, because we need to keep Jewish people safe. Oh, it's because Hamas. Oh, because Israel is the only Jewish. I mean, it's beyond ridiculous, especially since you have Jewish people, anti-Zionist Jews, who tell you blatantly that Israel is not doing anything on our behalf. If anything, Israel is weaponizing anti-Semitism. Israel is putting every single Jew on earth, in danger. So Israel is not only putting every Jew on earth in danger, Israel is also putting every single human of every faith or no faith in danger. It is a threat to global security and peace. Period. And I don't understand how people can't align and correlate these facts. People think, oh, it's happening over there. Like, are you dumb? It's not happening over there. It's happening right here because we are the people letting it happen. We are the people arming it, funding it. And when the reckoning comes for Israel, the reckoning will come for us too.
Sulaiman, if you don't mind, just 30 seconds.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Something doesn't add up. Knowing the Israelis, and trust me, we have been fighting them for so long. It's impossible for Israel to strike such a strike without 100% information about who is in there and what they are doing and all the information that they want. For them to go out alive, it means something happened. And now, maybe later on, we will start guessing, all of us, but 100% something happened for them to get out alive from that. They didn't, like 10 missiles. 10 missiles. How are they still alive?
Yeah, I agree with you, Brian.
I'm sorry, was it 10 missiles? 10?
10 to
Yes.
12, yeah.
10.
Some reports say 10, some say
Oh
12.
my God, 10 to 12 missiles on a sovereign state because you want to kill what? A few people? What the hell kind of bullshit is that? I'm sorry, what kind of alternate universe do I live in? How is this remotely okay? 10 to 12 missiles. So innocent people there would be killed, injured. Oh my word. This is why I started switching off the TV because at this rate, my blood pressure is seriously going to go up.
That's what I'm wondering though. Like that's a good thing you just brought that up because when I was looking at the videos of the aftermath, it did look like there was a lot of civilians around.
No,
That's
I mean,
it was
they killed civilians. The people who died were largely civilians. Actually, everyone was a civilian. No one was a Hamas member.
They always target civilians. You'll never see an Israeli attack that doesn't have at least one civilian casualty.
yeah, but
Unless your
what's
argument is that the wife and child of a someone who is part of certain military is also that military, or certain political bureau is also that political bureau. So basically, the argument is that Netanyahu's son in Miami, Florida, is a representation of Netanyahu, and therefore any strikes against Netanyahu is also equivalent to a strike against him. So it just shows the stupidity of the argument. But in reality, yeah, there were civilians who they killed. Guys,
the most important
yeah,
thing, Sulaiman, it's that something happened, and this something that happened will have there will be it will be followed up by things that will happen in this region very soon. It doesn't it's impossible Israel to strike such a strike without 1 billion% information who's in the house. Impossible.
I agree with you. They must have had inside information. Where that inside information came from is anybody's guess. Whether that's from the
Doctor,
Qataris.
my whole point is not the inside information. My whole point is who told them.
Yeah, that's my
Who told
point.
them to leave the house? No, who told them to leave the
Oh, to
house?
leave.
Yes.
Right. Who do you think told them to leave? I thought you
I
said
am quite sure the only thing that makes sense is the Turks. The only thing that makes sense to me right now.
That makes a lot of sense, to be frank.
yeah, that I agree with that. Just a quick one, guys. If you can do me a favor, if you can retweet, reshare, actually quote tweet the space, that would be golden, just to let everybody know that we are live. In addition to that, there is a people requesting, but obviously I'm not going to bring someone up if they're not following. And generally, guys, everyone should be following anyway. Everyone should be following. Everyone should have their notifications on, because we can start at any time, any place a space could start. And also, there's been a Zio attack on the spaces. Therefore, the space could crash and we need to restart at any time. So do that for me. Put the what do you call it again? The notifications on. Let's go to Tagrid. Tagrid, jump in.
Hello guys. I've just I would like to ask a question for everyone. Like, do you know exactly how old is the United Arab Emirates or Qatar or Bahrain? Like, that's this new born states are